Hi, everyone. We have a special guest that I think can come on camera. If you can come on camera, no? Oh, okay. Never mind. I don't think we're going to have a best guest joining us. I think they're just listening in and hopping off. But we will have some best guests joining us throughout the morning and hopefully the afternoon as well. So I did want to just read this out loud for those of you that are listening and not watching. Joel is saying much more tense and intense in here today, wondering what this in camera meeting is about right now. So, if you are in chat, you can read Joel's updates. If not, I am going to be putting them up here for all of us. Allie gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Allie. And again, just want to remind everyone that originally the defense, Donna Adelson's 2 attorneys, requested that they have several pews for their family and friends to come and support Donna and be able to watch the trial. Not sure whether or not those rows are filled up. So we're going to ask Joel and see if he can give us a little bit more information about what is going on inside. But yesterday, they did say that they are expecting more media and more people to come to this trial than they ever have in Tallahassee. This is obviously a very big trial for them. This has been a case that has been 11 years in the making since Dan Markel was shot and killed. So obviously a very big deal there in Tallahassee and really all over the world for so many people who have been watching this case and hoping and praying for justice for Dan Markel. So Joel is saying that they are inside right now in the chambers. He says it seems like this is impromptu. It doesn't seem like this was planned ahead of time. He says they don't know what's going on. They're just sort of waiting on standby like the rest of us, and we're probably going to find out what's going on soon. And if you're just listening right now, there's not much going on. The attorneys are in the chambers. We're just sort of waiting. We're watching here. Just we have the seal up. So we're all on standby with you. Many are asking, what is Donna Adelson wearing? What does she look like today? Obviously, her appearance matters in terms of what the jurors are going to see and their first impression of her. So, Donna Adelson is at the defense table and she is wearing a cream sweater and looking over her notes. That's different than what we've seen her wear the last 2 days of jury selection. Previously, she was wearing a black sweater with a blue collared button down. And then yesterday, she was wearing that same black sweater with a lighter pink button down. So she's changing it up today. And again, there were several pews that were reserved for the defense, and it appears that one of those is not being used today. So there is some empty space. We're not sure if they're expecting more of their family and friends to show up throughout the trial, or if maybe they just wanted the space, a buffer. People are also asking if the Markels are present. I'll have to double check with Joel. The Markels are on their way. They were expecting opening statements to start on Friday. So I believe they were planning on getting there today. I'm not sure if they're there yet. I think they were actually planning on being there this afternoon. So I think they might be watching, depending on when opening statements start, they might be watching it remotely. And then if they get there on time, they might be able to be there for the end of it. But unfortunately, as you guys are seeing, as we are as well, sometimes these trials, the dates move up, they move back, they move a little slower or a little faster than anticipated. And a special shout out to some of our STS friends. We have Abby Crossing, who is there with Joel. We also have Louise, who flew all the way from the UK, who is sitting with Joel, and so many people there to support the Markels and who are hoping for justice for Dan Markel. I know many of you have been following this case from the very beginning. So today is just really day one. Apologies, I have my dogs in the background. But many of you have been following this case. And if you have not, this is really a sad case. And the 22nd version is that Donna Adelson is on trial for the murder of her ex son in law, who was also a beloved father of two and a law professor at FSU there in Tallahassee, Florida. He was in the middle of a custody battle with Wendi Adelson. That's Donna Adelson's daughter. They were in the middle of a custody battle over their two kids when Dan Markel was shot and killed. He actually died the next day at the hospital. And this was now 11 years ago. So for 11 years, Phil and Ruth Markel have been waiting and hoping for justice. There have been several people that have been convicted in this case. And now Donna Adelson is going on trial. And many are wondering, was she just a grandmother? Was it all coincidence? Or was she involved? Was she the co conspirator? Was she the mastermind and the matriarch who was really pulling the strings in this murder for hire plot? So that's what this trial is really about. We're going to hopefully find out some more information, see some truth, and see some justice here. And again, we are just waiting for this all to begin. I'm going to be on standby. I'm going to hop off here, but I am in the chat if any of you guys need me. And again, I will be pulling up some information whenever Joel shares it in the live chat. Thanks so much, everyone.
Just again to reiterate what we've already discussed concerning jury selection through the process this morning, the parties are to refer to the prospective jurors by their numbers, not by any names. Deputy Hamlin, are you going to be in charge of giving them their numbers?
That's what you want to do.
Well, or Deputy Eldridge, whoever is handling it, please double check to make sure the number and the name match so there's no confusion with the record.
So here we go. She certainly isn't dressed the way I thought she would appear for the jury trial. She would have never been seen wearing those clothing prior to this trial.
What's that? They were sworn in, well, when they were qualified. So the process.
So they're not going to show the faces of the jurors, and I believe they're not going to give the names of the jurors. They have jury numbers, and they're going to, usually what they do is the judge has a questionnaire that he goes down, and they say what their occupation, married, where they live, and you'll see the jurors will start reading those answers. And if they forget a question, then the judge will say, what about, oh, what do you do for a living if you're retired? What did you do when you were working? So you're going to see a general category of questions being answered by the jurors. And then they'll have both sides. They'll put like 10 or 12 in a box, take them from the audience and put them in the box. And that's how they kind of started. And then they'll do those questionnaires, and then they'll let the parties start answering. So it looks like we're moving forward, and he feels comfortable. Each side gets 10 strikes. You still could have some challenges for causes because the judge could read witnesses' names and someone could say, oh, that's my cousin or that's my brother. I didn't know my brother was a witness in this case. And so one party will move for cause because you can't have a relative or a good close friend being a juror in the case.
Hey, Tim, question for you. So they
Yeah.
were supposed to address some of the motions
Right.
that were filed. Does that mean that's still happening, or did they already address that in chambers?
Well, what he said yesterday was at 10:30, lawyers be here. I'm going to give you the orders. I'm going to hand you the written orders. And then he said that one was not going to have a written order, but it was going to be a verbal about some phone calls. So I was hoping that maybe the lawyers I was hoping he wouldn't do that in chambers. So if there was a question that we could kind of glean in on what the orders were. So we may not know really some of these orders, what they are until they're published or if they're under seal or until I don't know. It must be something that is so concerning that he doesn't want to do it in open court because he's ruling to keep it out and doesn't want to taint the jury or a potential jury. But, the jurors are not supposed to be reading the newspaper. They're not supposed to be looking at social media. So at this point, he's got people who basically have said, I can be fair. So unless they violate that, he shouldn't have a problem issuing these orders.
And this is Joel's note from inside the courtroom. He's saying
Yep.
that Donna is all smiles this morning. Talk to us a little bit about that. I mean, we keep seeing her smiling over and over again throughout jury selection. And now, I mean, this is sort of a critical time. It's a little odd, isn't it?
Well, she's probably had a jury consultant tell her to try to come across nice. Don't be gloomy. Don't roll your eyes and make faces. You're not going to ingratiate. Just try to act like a nice person. Try to get them to like you, to see you're a likable person. That's probably, and they're dressing her up really casual, like you're just a crazy grandmother. But I'm really surprised at her appearance. If that's their look, I'm curious to find out later on what jury consultant told her that this was the best look for her. I still think it's going to be very difficult to get this jury picked within an hour and a half, give a lunch break, and do openings at 1. Well, we'll see, because you only need 12 jurors, and I think they're doing 3 alternates. That's 15 jurors. KCL, I guarantee you that there was a jury consultant, and I can tell you why. Because Dan had indicated they did a mock trial on that iPad that they give, tablet. And what happened in this case? When they took the tablets out of Leon County Jail, they hemmed and hawed and complained because they wanted Donna to have that tablet. I'm sure that they were doing some kind of focus group or some kind of mock trials on that tablet, also with Donna. So I think that's why I'm almost positive they used a jury consultant, and they have the finances to do it. Not a lot of defendants have the funds to do it because it's not cheap to do. A mock trial will probably cost you about $50,000. And some clients just don't have that kind of money. Corporations have it. Big insurance companies have it. If you get a wealthy client, I had one wealthy client that did have the money, and we did it. And that's why I think yesterday when they were writing notes down, when they saw jurors coming in, I truly believe that they know what kind of juror they want, and they're looking for either a white male, female, an older, an age group. They were keeping tabs of how many they have. Otherwise, why would you be writing things down, just people walking in, they're not answering questions? There might be a jury consultant that's been hired that can sit at the table that they did. They told the judge, we would like our jury consultant. We're not going to introduce them, but they're going to sit at our table, and they're going to help us decide by body language stuff.
Tim, I'm going to address this comment right here from MCAT saying the obsession over looks is interesting. I don't think it's an obsession. I think that when you are going in and you are assessing a situation, not as a defense attorney or a prosecutor, but just as a civilian, as a mom, as a dad, as a teacher, as whomever you are, as you're going in, and if you're a juror and you're watching this person who you believe is going on trial, I think you're going to look at them, try to assess who you think they are, and then you're going to stop, take notes, listen, and try to absorb as much of the facts and evidence as possible. But MCAT, I think that first impressions probably do matter, especially when jurors are really trying to soak it all in.
Yeah, first impressions is important in everyday life. You go to a party, you see people, you look around, you may not know people, but you look at how they're dressed, how they act, how they're holding, what they're drinking. We make first impressions. A juror is being asked to sit in judgment of a person, and they want to do the right thing, and they look over, so they want to see the person they're sitting in judgment of. We know that as lawyers, they look at the lawyers also. Most jurors, want to do the right thing, but, they can get a negative impression by somebody very easily, just like it's a normal reaction. First impression, people always see. You never change that, right? You have a bad first impression. It takes a long time for that person to get away from that impression that was given. So jury consultants can help and not help. A lot of clients that have a lot of money believe they need to spend the money on them. Some trial lawyers feel like they're not great at picking juries. I don't know how many juries Dan had ever picked. He certainly didn't pick any in this community. So maybe Dan's position was, instead of getting co-counsel, I'll get a jury consultant. That way I won't need to get local counsel and I can do the whole case myself. I think that was a mistake, but a lot of people that have money use jury consultants, and sometimes they're right. And I've disagreed with sometimes. And in fact, the trial we had, when I disagreed on a couple of the jurors, I didn't want them. I didn't like them. And it's ultimately the defendant's position. You tell the defendant your position. This is my position. And you make the call. And usually the defendant will defer to the lawyer, because that's why you're the lawyer in the first place. They're relying on you to give them your experience and your guidance. That's funny. Jury consultant seems like the easiest job. I don't know if they get paid millions, because they're not getting employed a lot, because there are not a lot of companies that or clients that can afford them. So it's kind of like the farmer in the nursery in the Northeast. You're only open like 5 or 6 months a year or 8 months a year. You got to make the money when you can. That's probably why their fees are so high. I found on the going rate for a jury consultant is $250 an hour. Well, I don't know about that. I know when we hired one, we decided to do a mock trial, and they bring jurors in, they rent out a place, and then they have the TVs and they have the monitors, and you can watch them deliberate. You can see the questions they're asking. That kind of helps, because then you can see when you put on your case, what is the jury thinking? What did they think about our presentation? What are they talking about, those 12 people? That gives you an idea where people focus. And because sometimes you're like, where does the jury come up with this? And a lot of times you see jury questions, like you're like, man, where did that question come from? But by doing a mock trial, you can kind of get an idea where the jury their head may be, so that you can focus and make sure they don't go there, or make sure they do go there. That's one of the benefits, I think. And it gives you a practice doing the opening, and your defendant being cross-examined, and then a jury giving you feedback how they did. So that's the benefit. Yeah, I think there is going to be limited, because the whole courtroom is going to be full of jurors today. So I think only one side of the room is going to be able to be for the gallery, because they need to have all those other jurors in there, because when they put those first 12 or 18 in a box and they get released and they move them up, and they want the other jurors in the whole gallery to know the questions and listen to who the witnesses are, so they can, when they get back in the box, it can go quicker.
Tim, I'm just going to read this out loud. This is from Joel from Inside the Courtroom. He's saying, big, hearing from several reliable sources that Rob Adelson will testify, but you never know till you know. So he's saying that word on the street is that Rob is expected to testify. We know a lot of people are on that witness list. That doesn't mean they'll necessarily testify, though, right, Tim?
That's right. And I think with the defense that Donna is going to play, I think there's a good chance that Rob will testify, and it may be in rebuttal, but I think he may testify, or maybe some news happened in the hearings in the chambers on a motion in limine that maybe the court ordered, that these things leak out, and sources leak things out. So it's a good possibility. I think Rob will testify. You know, that's a good question. Some judges let jurors ask questions. Judge Hankinson used to let jurors ask questions. So what would happen is, after the questioning was done, cross-examination was done, the judge would say, okay, jurors, you have any questions? They'd write them down. Then you'd go to the podium like a sidebar, and then the judge would read the questions to the defense and to the prosecution. How do you feel about this? And if you objected, you say, we don't have any objection. And some of them were just crazy, but and I'm not sure it's a benefit really, but Judge Hankinson believed in it. A lot of other judges don't allow jurors to ask questions. And they are allowed to take notes during the trial, Allie. Their notes do not get any more great deference than a person not taking notes, but sometimes taking notes helps a lot of people, right? Especially in a long trial, and you get witness and they say something. It's important to know that you look back. Yeah, that's what I heard. I do believe Charlie is going to testify. I heard from some good sources that I think Charlie is going to testify on his mom's behalf, not for the state, but on his mom's behalf.
And Tim, that wouldn't be an issue because in theory, he would be sticking with his story of double extortion.
That's right. If his defense is the same thing, then it's going to be the same thing. And I think it is. I think that's what's going to happen. And I think it's going to be a modified. She's going to try to be one step away from the conspiracy because she's relying on what her her son told her. So she's trying to distance herself from Charlie and say, I'm just a loving mother who was trying to help Charlie. I was so afraid for his life. When he told me this, I didn't know, these gangs. And then this man accosted me on the street and, and I was so afraid. And so, we'll see. We'll see if common sense and a jury can see through that. Are witnesses allowed to sit in on opening? No, witnesses are not allowed to sit in on openings. What they do is they invoke the rule, and invoking the rules, the rule of sequestration. And that means anybody that's going to be a witness in the case is not allowed to be in the courtroom to hear testimony, be there for the openings. The only exceptions are the defendant and the case agent, whoever the main agent is for the prosecution. And that could be Pat Sanford or someone else. They are allowed to sit there because they're help coordinating the case. But the only other person would be experts. Experts can be and sit in during the trial, but they wouldn't be there. You're not going to pay an expert to sit there and watch openings because they're being paid by the hour.
Someone is asking if Joel or Tim know the Adelsons socially since they live in the area.
Does Joel or Tim know the Adelsons socially?
So I will address this. So Wendi Adelson did live in Miami Beach. So did Donna and Harvey. Miami Beach is a small town, especially amongst the Jewish community. So we do have mutual friends. I know I have friends who have kids who went to school with the boys. We have babysitters who are now old enough to babysit our kids who were in class with the boys. So Miami Beach is very small. We have mutual friends, but we didn't live here when that happened. We moved here during the pandemic. So we don't have any personal connection to the Adelsons directly. We just had heard of them through the grapevine, through living in Miami Beach. We did, however, meet the Markels, and Joel has obviously created a very deep bond with Ruth and with Phil Markel. So we don't have any connections personally to the Adelsons, but we do now with the Markels. And Joel, like many other cases, like with the Ellen Greenberg case, is very emotionally invested and personally invested in this case, because when you do meet the family members of the victims, it just becomes so much more personal than when you're watching something on the news or you're reading an article. And Phil and Ruth are really great people.
Yeah, I don't know any of the Adelsons. I never met them socially. I didn't know Professor Markel. I knew of Professor Markel because he taught at the law school, but I never personally met him. I knew of his reputation. He was known as a brilliant law professor. No, the alternates do not know they're alternates, but the way you can tell the alternates is where they sit in the jury box. Unless they change it, they'll be juror number 13, 14, and 15. And the first ones in the jury box will not be the alternates. They don't do like some places where they pull 3 numbers out and you're alternates. They don't do that here. juror number 1, juror number 2. Those are going to be the first 12 are going to be the 12, and the next 13, 14, and 15 will be the alternates. They don't tell the jurors that, and you wonder if they ever pick up on it because you don't want them not knowing. But an alternate can become a juror real quick. Things happen. We had a case here in federal court. My friend was trying a case, and the judge decided to have the court come on Saturday in federal court. And one of the jurors said, I can't make it Saturday. And they kicked her off the jury. They released her. So you can be removed. And in this kind of case, you can see people getting removed if they violate the gag order, if they watch something, or they hear something, or say something. There's a good possibility. And with the lengthy trial, 2 or 3 weeks, that's a lengthy trial. Things happen in people's lives. So an alternate can become a real juror real quick. If Charlie testifies, can prosecution use his? Yes, they can say, Charlie, you're a convicted murderer, aren't you? Well, they can say, you're a convicted felon, aren't you? You'll have to say, yes, I'm convicted. And normally you can't go into the crime. But I think in this case, for impeachment purposes, I think that the judge will allow her, because he's testifying about the same case, say, well, you were convicted in this case, weren't you? And I think that's very effective. Charlie will say something, well, the jury didn't understand or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Why don't you think the Markels aren't being called to testify? Well, I'm not sure the Markels have any direct evidence relevant, right? And so I don't know why we would call them as a witness. And if you're not going to really use them as the witnesses, right, the Markels, you don't want to put them on the list so they can't be there to watch the trial. Sometimes defense lawyers put family members on the list just so they can't sit in the courtroom, and that's kind of dirty pool, especially in a victim crime. But I've seen it done. I've seen people do that just to keep them out of the courtroom. But I don't think the Markels, Phil or Ruth, really have anything that is so relevant they need them. And I think they'd rather have them be there to support and see justice done, so they can look, Donna in the eye, see her every day, and let her know and her family and Harvey know we're here because of what your family did. So I think that's more important.
Tim, I popped this comment up here. It says, I was interviewed by Joel. I was a hygienist for the Adelson Institute, and I want you to know I have my entire family in Tallahassee, and none of them knew about the case. So this just goes to the point that there are so many people all over the world that don't know about the case, but even there locally, a lot of people don't watch the news. They don't read the articles. And while we all may be into true crime and here for justice, a lot of people are not.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, I've been in this community for over 30 years trying cases, and there have been some big cases, and I've handled some really big cases here. This community really doesn't, we're not on the TV set. They're not doing, these podcasts have become more popular now than they were 10 years ago. But I'm telling you, people don't know this case. I'll see someone say, yeah, the Adelson case is starting. They go, what? I'm like, oh, the Donna Adelson's case. And like, oh, which one was that? And these are people that are informed, educated people in the community. They're out, but they're doing stuff with their kids, or they got parents they're taking care of, or they're working, or they're getting their kids in school. So they're not focusing on this like the people who are on this show. So I never had a doubt they were going to be able to get a jury from this community. Never a doubt.
And Tim, this is from I Heart Grunge. Thanks for being a member for 5 months. She's saying, Tim, please see Julie Fru's question. I think some people were asking Julie Fru that if they were interested in going to the court to watch this trial happen,
yep,
what time should they get there? Do you think it'll be crowded? Do you think anyone and everyone can just show up, or will it be too packed?
I think anybody can show up. And I think if you get there around 8:30, you can get in. Just remember the busiest days are going to be the opening statements, the day that Donna testifies, and the closing statements will be the most packed, because that's when you're going to get like prosecutors in the office or defense lawyers in the courtroom are going to want to watch. But on the normal everyday routine, I think it's good for people to go to the courtroom. And that's why we have public trials, because we want people to be able to see what happens in the courtroom. And that's why this case should be prosecuted here. An upstanding member of Benton Hills was murdered, execution style. The people who orchestrated this should be prosecuted in this community, so the people that live in this community can see who did it. A jury can determine whether they're guilty or innocent. Now, Donna's presumed innocent all the way until that jury makes a verdict. And she's entitled to have a lawyer. She should have a lawyer. Everybody deserves a lawyer. And her lawyers know what they're doing. So they're a competent legal team. She's going to get a trial by a fair judge. And the evidence that's coming in is going to be relevant and proper. So we're going to get a verdict. Now, do we know if we'll get a holdout, if we get one of those loner jurors on this that I'm not going to convict? Who knows? That's kind of what happened in Katie McDonough's first trial, right? One juror wouldn't vote. So the prosecution is confident, but you always worry about that one juror, because one juror, and you have to have a unanimous verdict, and that's what it is. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state proceeds and their witnesses testify, as I assume they will, and if Donna takes the stand and she comes up with this theory again of this double conspiracy and then her flight, I think that she's not going to be seen credible. And if she does that, then she's going to lose an issue on appeal, which is sufficiency of the evidence. And that's one of the drawbacks of putting your client on the stand, because the court says, hey, a jury can convict you based on credibility alone. So when you testify, you've given up that right to appeal, saying there's insufficient evidence against you. Now, we had a trial recently in Denise Winchester that was on Hulu. Denise did not testify, and she appealed insufficiency of the evidence, and the court overturned her first-degree murder case, but let stand the conspiracy. So she still got 30 years, but just trying to give you an idea of how that happens.
Of the voir dire will be conducted here together in the courtroom today. Voir dire is a French term meaning to speak the truth. Earlier this week, prior to the individual questioning, you were sworn in to do just that, to answer all questions truthfully that are posed to you as a part of this jury selection process. First, this morning, I will be asking you some questions, and after I have finished, the attorneys will have some questions for you as well. This will be the attorney's only opportunity in this trial process to directly engage in conversation with you. The purpose of the questioning by the attorneys is to assist them in determining if your verdict in this case would be unduly swayed or influenced in some way by your personal experiences, any opinions that you currently hold, or any special knowledge and training that you may possess. The object of this process is to select jurors who will impartially try the issues of this case that will be based on the evidence that is presented in the courtroom without being influenced by any other factors. It is very important that you be totally candid and truthful with us today. At parts during this jury selection, once again, I will be reading to you. Not that I do not wish to just have a normal or free-flowing conversation, but the instruction on the law that I will provide to you, again, it must be specific and it must be uniform. Please understand throughout this process today, there will be no wrong or right answers to any of the questions that are posed to you. Your answers are what you think and what you actually believe. The attorneys are not attempting to embarrass you in any way. If any question is asked that you feel uncomfortable answering in open court, please let me know, and you'll have an opportunity to answer that question either at sidebar or in a more private setting. Each party to this case has the right to excuse a certain number of jurors without giving me any reason whatsoever. If you are excused by either side, please do not feel offended or feel that your honesty or integrity has been questioned in some manner. If you are not chosen for this case, it does not mean that you are not fair and impartial. It also does not mean that you could never be fair and impartial. It just means that you may not be suited for this particular case. It may be necessary during the jury selection process today, as well as during the trial, for me to speak with the attorneys and the defendant about matters that are private at the bench or out of the room. Please do not speculate about any bench conference or what may occur during those bench conferences. The bench conferences should in no way affect your duty as a prospective juror in this matter. We have several bailiffs who will be working with us today and throughout the trial, and it is their job to enforce the court's orders, provide any security that is necessary, and for them also to have charge of the jury to assist you with any reasonable needs that you may have. If you have questions about your personal welfare, apart from the questions in this case, you should direct those questions to the bailiffs. However, please do not ask the bailiffs any questions about this case whatsoever. I am now going to ask each of you about your prior jury service if you have previously served. And for the members of the gallery, my questioning is going to be directed at first to the initial 21 jurors who are seated to my left. If for whatever reason we are not able to select a jury out of this grouping, I will be calling upon people from the gallery to fill empty seats. Although you will not be speaking with me or the attorneys quite yet if you're in the gallery, it is very important that you pay attention to everything that is taking place, because the moment you are seated in one of the 21 spots to be questioned, we need to pick up seamlessly from where we leave off. I'm going to ask this question to the group of 21 as a whole. If you have a response of yes to any of these questions, please raise your hand. Would you please tell us where and when you previously served on a jury, if at all? Please leave your hand up and also your number. Juror 2, when did you previously serve on a jury?
4 years ago here.
All right. Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal.
Do you recall the type of charge or the type of case that it was?
Aggravated assault.
Without telling us the verdict, did your prior jury reach a verdict?
Yes.
Were you the foreperson of that jury?
No.
Thank you. Please leave your flags up. Juror number 9, please tell us where and when you previously served on a jury.
About 2.5 years ago,
All right. Was that here in Leon County or elsewhere?
here in Leon County.
Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal proceedings.
Do you recall what type of charge or what type of case it was?
I believe it was assault and attempted rape.
Without telling us the verdict, did the jury reach a verdict in that matter?
I wasn't aware of it.
Say that one more time.
The judge dismissed me as an alternate before the jury made a verdict.
Very well. Thank you. I believe there's one or two
We
other.
want to know if he reached
Juror
a verdict.
17, please
So
tell
the
us when and where
parties
you
know
previously served on a
The
jury.
person could be a holdout.
Here in Leon County, approximately 18 months ago.
All right. Criminal or civil case?
Criminal, it was a animal abuse or animal cruelty.
And without telling us the verdict in the matter, did your prior jury reach a verdict?
Yes, I was not the jury for.
Thank you. Juror 19, please tell us when and where you previously served on a jury.
It was LA County in California,
Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
criminal,
Do you recall the type of charge or case that it was?
it was a criminal threat.
Without telling us the verdict, did your jury reach a verdict? Prior jury, I should say.
No,
Were you the foreperson of the jury?
no,
Were there any other flags that I missed? For those of you that have not previously been called to jury duty, there is no experience requirement to serve on a jury. Oh, Juror 1, did you have your flag up?
None.
Oh, you're just holding in your hand.
Yes.
Wanted to make sure. You do not need to know any law or procedure. All of that will be explained to you throughout this process. All that is going to be required of you is to listen carefully, apply, and follow the instructions that you will be given on the law, and use your common sense in deciding any issues of fact. The state of Florida in this case is going to be represented by Assistant State Attorneys Georgia Kappelman and Sarah Dugan. The defendant is going to be represented by Josh Zellman and Jackie Fulford. Mr. Zellman, would you please introduce your co-counsel, client, and the rest of the defense team to the prospective jurors?
Morning. Joshua Zellman. My co-counsel is Jackie Fulford. This is our client, Donna Adelson. It's my paralegal, Rebecca Kessler. It's a jury consultant, Lilia Dandelake, and our undergraduate intern,
He doesn't know his name.
Yamila Morsani.
That's funny.
Question again is to the group as a whole. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys or the other people that were introduced to you? If the answer is yes, please raise your flags.
So they do have a jury consultant.
No response was given by the prospective jurors concerning that question. Once again, this question is posed to the group as a whole, 1 through 21. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant? Please raise your flags if the answer is yes. No flags have been raised for the record. Mrs. Kappelman, at this time, if you please could give us the names of the witnesses that the state may call during this trial. Members of the panel, please pay careful attention to these names. I will have follow-up questions after Mrs. Kappelman and Mr. Zellman have spoke on this matter. Go ahead.
Investigator Brittany Adams with the State Attorney's Office, Charlie Adelson, Rob Adelson, Wendi Adelson, Sergeant Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department, Drina Bernhardt, Officer Bill Brannon with the Tallahassee Police Department, Special Agent Greg Bronstein with the FBI, Kate Butler with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Patricia Bird, Special Agent Justin Karsten with the FBI, Dr. Anthony Clark, Deputy Amanda Collins with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Chris Corbett is with the Tallahassee Police Department, Investigator Brock Dietz with the U.S. Fire Marshal's Office, Investigator Michael Dillmore with the Tallahassee Police Department, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Sigfrido Garcia, Jim Geiger, Sharon Geiger, Detective Jonathan Grossman is with the Miami Police Department, Sergeant Corey Hale with the Tallahassee Police Department, Mary Hull, Craig Isom is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department, Oscar Jimenez is retired from the FBI, Erica Johnson, Tara Kawas, Special Agent Brian Kendall with the FBI, Forensic Specialist Cornegay is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. His first name's William or Bill. Jeffrey Lacasse, Clariza Labredo, now with the last name Spoltor, Catherine Magbanoa, Joanne Maltese is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department, David Marcus, Keith McElveen, Investigator Jason Newland with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee, Waldo Nunez, Shadrick Nobles, Dr. Jerome Obed, Scott Radius, Danny Beth Ritchie is with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Luis Rivera, Jessica Rodriguez, Carrie Rosanna with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI, Lisa Shelby, Stuart Schlazer, David Sims is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department, got Robert Schwartz. Yes, Robert Schwartz, Danny Tiero, Detective Josh Turner with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, June Umchinda, Yendra Velasquez Mascaro, Stephen Webster, Sean Yao with the Tallahassee Police Department, and Sarah Youssef.
Well, she did list the two inmates.
Other witnesses who may be called by the defense that were not on the list that was just read by counsel for the state.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you may inform the panel as to those names as well, the potential witnesses.
Thank you. The additional witnesses that may be called or whose names you may hear: Richard Chagrin, Ann Cunningham, Ron Gutterson, Dr. Ruth Rosenberg, Lisa Carey, Detective Michael Ozemba, Detective Nicholas Kelly, both of them with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, Timothy Kelly, Kristen Adamson, Marisol Descalzo, Linda Bailey, Eddie Varnes, Kelsey Guai with Roll-Off Digital Forensics, Tarana Khan, Mickey Easterwood, Felicia Hills with the Leon County Detention Center, Bryce Google, Undersheriff for Leon County Sheriff's Office, and Sarah Newhouse.
Thank you. For our panel, I know that was a long list of names that was just read by both the state and the defense, but I'm going to ask these questions to the entire grouping once again. Do any of you know any of the witnesses that were identified by either party? Please raise your flags if that is so. All right, we'll start with Juror 10. Which potential witness are you referring to?
Last name Sanford. I know his wife. She's a substitute teacher, and I knew her husband was in law enforcement.
All right. And the capacity that you have known Mrs. Sanford is through teaching, I believe?
She is from my class before. I'm a teacher, and her students went to my school, so I know her.
All right. Would your acquaintance with Agent Sanford in any way prevent you from considering his testimony with impartiality?
No, sir.
Would your relationship with or knowledge of Agent Sanford or his wife cause you to give either greater or lesser weight to the testimony?
Yes.
Juror 11. Who is the potential witness that you believe you know?
There were two, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Lisa Carey, she is a real estate agent. She's actually pretty good friends with a business partner of mine. I don't know her that well, but I do work for her from time to time. And then the second was Mickey Easterwood. She was a childhood friend. Haven't seen her in 30 years, but did know her quite well when we were growing up.
All right. Would your acquaintance with either of the persons that you have just named prevent you from considering their testimony with impartiality?
No, sir.
Would your relationship with or knowledge of either witness cause you to give greater or less weight to that testimony?
No, sir.
Thank you. Was there anyone else who knew one of the potential witnesses? Juror 4, if you please can say the name.
Mr. Dietz, Rob Dietz.
Right. In what capacity do you know this witness?
He's the husband, I believe, of my former tutor.
Okay.
Judge, we can't.
If you can speak up, it's hard for them to hear.
He's the husband of my former tutor growing up, my math tutor growing up.
Would your acquaintance with this witness prevent you from considering his testimony with impartiality? Would you say you don't think so? We're going to need a little bit more clarity. Is your relationship as such where you are going to give greater weight or less weight to his testimony?
No.
Can you listen to and consider his testimony and apply equal weight to all witnesses? Any other flags that I may have missed? I'll give you a moment just to think about it because there were a lot of names that were read, just in case you recognize any of the potential witnesses that were read by the state or defendant.
I think the inmates will be allowed to testify.
Very well, we will move on at
And
this
the
point.
defense is calling Nikki.
I'm now going to
Eastwood.
ask each juror a series of questions. Please respond fully to these questions. This is to obtain some general information from you, and also the attorneys may follow up with more specific questions when they have their opportunity to examine. For juror number 1, what is your occupation or the type of work that you do?
I'm a clinical pharmacy tech.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children, and what would be their ages?
Two children. One is 1 and one is 19.
Right. For your 19-year-old, how are they employed?
She's a college student.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 2008.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Do you have any close friends, relatives, neighbors, or have you yourself been charged with a crime?
When I was 20,
Right. What is the name of the offense?
it was reduced to a simple battery.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror number 2, what is your occupation or what is your type of work?
Construction manager at Habitat for Humanity.
What is your marital status?
Divorced.
Do you have children?
Yes. I have an 8-year-old son and a 5-year-old daughter.
And I assume they do not work.
Not yet. No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 97.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No. That's it.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
DUI when I was 20.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 3, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a small business owner.
What is the type of business?
I have a booth at the other side vintage, and I also help my friend run her shop in Midtown.
All right. This is the best free advertising you're ever going to get. You said it's in Midtown?
Her shop is, yeah.
All right, please repeat the name.
Rare Bird Interiors.
What is your marital status?
Married.
Right. What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He's a wealth management advisor.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1996, with the exception of 4 years from 2015 to 2019.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I grew up, my best friend growing up, her dad is FHP.
Have you, any close friends or any relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
I have not like a first uncle, but I think a second uncle who was murdered. But I don't know the details of it.
So this is a distant relative.
Yeah. My uncle's brother, but like, he's like my dad's nephew. So I've never met him.
I'm no genealogy expert, but suffice to say,
Yeah.
you had a relationship with this person to where it affected you.
Yeah, right.
All right. Juror number 4, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm an information referral specialist at the Elder Helpline.
All right, please repeat that one more time. This is going to be a recurring thing. Please speak as loudly as you can.
I'm an information and referral specialist at the Elder Helpline.
Thank you. Are you married?
I'm single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 2000.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime? Thank you. Juror 5, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a nurse.
What is your marital status?
I'm single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
26 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror 6, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm an associate at Walmart.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children? How long have you lived in this county?
2022.
2022 is when you moved here? All right. Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime? Thank you. Juror 7, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a pastor, Your Honor.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What does your spouse do if they work?
She stays at home.
Do you have any children?
I have 3.
What are their ages?
Yeah, they're 8, about to turn 7, and almost 3.
So they are not working.
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
We moved here in June of 2025.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I did.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, my father was charged with grand theft auto, but it was dismissed.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Okay. Juror number 8, what is your occupation or the type of work that you do?
I'm an application developer designer at FSU, and I'm also a PhD student.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She does work, and she does internal funding and grant coordination for FSU.
Right. Do you have children?
Yes, sir. We have 2, a 9-year-old and a 5-year-old.
And they do not work?
No, sir. Just at school.
How long have you lived in this county?
About 4 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, sir. When I was a teenager, I was charged with possession less than 20 grams and obstruction of justice.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
I believe when we did the individual session, we asked you to follow up with your PhD program concerning your ability to serve. Were you able to do that?
Well, I needed the specific date range to ask, and I wasn't sure of the dates, so I haven't really been able to talk to my professors about when to ask for an allowance for, unfortunately. I have everything drafted up and ready to speak with my advisors and everything, but I wasn't sure of when to ask for.
What we're anticipating right now would be tomorrow through September 5th.
Okay, yes, sir. I can get in touch with them today.
Thank you.
Judge, we had discussed possibly going through the night.
If we need to get there, but first, for the dates that we know are firm, let's start with Friday through September 5th.
Thank you, sir.
Juror 9, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I work as an IT specialist for the state of Florida.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children at all?
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
27 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 10, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a 5th grade math and science teacher.
What is your marital status?
I'm divorced.
Do you have any children?
Two boys, 25 and 21 next week.
What are their occupations if they work?
Both are full-time students. My oldest just quit a job at a credit union, and my youngest is a cook at Red Elk
How long have you lived in Leon County?
since 1988.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
So 2 misdemeanors when I was 20 and 21, adjudication was withheld.
What are the offenses, if you recall?
Underage drinking and open container. It was a long time ago.
I assume you're fully rehabilitated. Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 11, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm an irrigation technician with the city of Tallahassee.
What is your marital status?
Divorced.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir, 4.
What are their ages and what do they do if they work?
30, she works at Dollar General as a manager. 26, stay-at-home mom. 23 and 21, and they both do YouTube videos.
You appear to have a bit of distress about that.
They make more money than I do.
Stand corrected. How long have you lived in this county?
Raised here since 76, left in 2006 for the military for 20 years and came back 2017, have been here since.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I was arrested a year and a half ago on a warrant, a felony warrant. Turned out not to be me. It was a brother using my identity. So all charges against me were dropped. I don't know if that's the answer to that question.
No, that is a very important answer. So there is not any pending prosecution at this time for
No,
you.
sir.
I think I represent you guy.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, for identity theft for the previous answer.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Juror 12, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a software engineer at Civic Plus.
What is your marital status?
I'm divorced.
Do you have any children?
I do. I have a daughter who's 21, and she's employed at General Dynamics Land Systems.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Born here in 1970, moved away, came back in 93, and I've been here since then.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No,
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
no.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My girlfriend in Portland, Washington, Portland, Oregon. Portland was pushed down and assaulted and had her phone stolen and her identity stolen. This was about a year.
All right, thank you. Juror 13, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Pastor.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She stays at home.
Do you have any children?
I have 4, Your Honor. 11, 9, 8, and 5.
And I assume they do not work.
They do not, although they should.
How long have you lived in this county?
For almost 11 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, I do not.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I can't answer for certainty. I have a sister who I believe was arrested and charged for violating a court order. I believe so, but I don't know. She lives out of state. And then the next question, I believe she was a victim of spousal abuse.
And this is the same sister you're referring to? All right. Thank you, sir. Juror 14, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a student and I work part-time for a trade union.
What is your marital status?
Divorce.
What is your spouse's occupation, or excuse me, do you have children?
I do not.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
I was born and raised here, and with exception of 2019 through 2023.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
It is.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror 15, what is your occupation or your type of work? You can speak up. Everyone needs to hear you. What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
About 1, 2 years old.
And I assume they do not work.
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
Since 2021.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Relative possession of marijuana.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 16, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I work for the State Department of Health, abstracting information on non-fatal drug overdoses off of medical examiner records.
Sounds complicated. What is your marital status?
Single? Do
you have any children?
No, sir.
How long have you lived in this county?
Since 2012, with a gap from August of May 2015 to August 2016.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I don't know my neighbors' occupations, but no friends or relatives.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Ticketed for driving without headlights in 2016.
I believe that's a civil infraction, but I applaud your honesty. Is what we do. Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My brother was non-fatally stabbed in, I believe, 2022.
Thank you. Juror 17, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Work in healthcare IT, currently for Gainwell Technologies, engaged in a couple of state Medicaid claim system implementation projects.
I'm sorry, say all of that again.
I'm sorry. Healthcare IT, I work for Gainwell Technology, engaged on 2 state Medicaid claim system implementation projects currently.
Right. Was everyone able to clearly hear?
But they're going to need to speak up, Judge.
All right. If there's a microphone near you, if you can angle it back to the third row so that way everyone can be clearly heard. In the process, don't tap the microphones, might cause some feedback. One more time, Juror 17.
Healthcare IT, I work for Gainwell Technologies, engaged on 2 state Medicaid claim system implementation projects.
What is your marital status?
I'm married. My wife is an office manager, works for a local communication firm.
Right. Do you have any children?
I do. A 20-year-old daughter. She's a full-time student at Florida State and works at a puzzle room place, mystery room place.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
50 years, all of them.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do have a brother-in-law that works for FWC.
And that's the Wildlife Commission you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you or any close friends or relatives ever been charged with a crime?
I was arrested for trespassing when I was 15.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 18, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Entrepreneur.
If you could elaborate on that a little bit further.
I would like to discuss all work-related issues and sidebars.
That's fine. What is your marital status?
Single?
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
8 months?
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any close friends, relatives, or neighbors that have been charged with a crime? Or have you as well? Go ahead.
I'm estranged from my family, but there's potentially some signs there.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 19, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Department manager at Hobby Lobby,
What is your marital status?
married.
What does your spouse do if they work?
He's a retired teacher.
Do you have children?
Yes, she's 32, lives in Philadelphia. She's the event coordinator at a hotel.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since summer of 21.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
My dad's a retired deputy sheriff.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No,
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
I had somebody break into my house and steal some of my stuff.
Thank you. Juror 20, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I am a retired claims adjudicator for Social Security disability.
What is your marital status?
Widow,
Do you have any children?
yes, 2 sons,
What are their ages?
44 and 31.
Do they work?
The 44-year-old does. The 31-year-old is currently incarcerated.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1984,
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives in law enforcement?
I have a nephew that's a corrections officer for the last 30 years, and also a cousin that's with the Gaston County Sheriff's Department.
All right, thank you. Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Back in my late 20s, I had a charge of public assistance fraud, but the adjudication wasn't failed.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, I had a break-in my house about maybe 13 years ago, but my alarm scared them off, so they weren't able to actually get anything.
Thank you, ma'am. Juror 21, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm currently unemployed, but I am a full-time student.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
For almost 22 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
If I'm remembering correctly, did you also need to check with your university or program concerning your ability to serve?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to do so?
Yes, I emailed my professors and only one responded. He said missing the 3 weeks would be kind of a burden for me, but it would be possible for me to make up the work.
Right. Thank you. Yes, juror number 1.
Yeah, I want to apologize. I'm actually divorced. I said single, but it was a long time ago. I kind of forget to say it.
I'll forgive you. Juror 4. Yes, I'm sorry if I forgot that from yesterday. Go ahead.
They sent a letter that it would be detrimental. I missed 3 weeks of my program. So I wrote a letter for you with that.
Very well. If you please can bring it to the clerk, I will review in just a moment. Juror 3.
I also forgot about a crime a family member committed. I have an aunt that was charged with prostitution.
Right. Juror 10.
So you had asked me yesterday to check with my administrator about
Yes.
getting someone to cover my class.
Yes.
She contacted 3 people, but none of them could do it. I contacted a former teacher. She's unable to do it as well. There are subs out there. It just won't be one permanent sub for the whole 3 weeks. So it would be somewhat of a burden to my class and myself preparing for that.
parties can briefly approach.
So we're back in the show. So I talked to someone the other day that said that Judge Everett was a public defender for many years in Fort Myers before he was appointed to the bench. So that's interesting. So you get a flavor for the judge. Because not often that the Governor DeSantis appoints a public defender or defense lawyer to the bench. He's been appointing mostly prosecutors, government lawyers, mostly, and ones with Navy background or military background. Those are the ones he's been appointing the most recently to the bench. So I know a lot of people asking about why do they ask if people were on the jury if they were the foreperson. The courts want the parties to know if the person sat on a jury, whether they were the foreperson, and whether it was a criminal or was it civil, and whether they reached a verdict. So you saw most of them said they all reached a verdict, except one said they did not reach a verdict. That sends a signal to the defense. Hey, that might be one of those holdouts. That might be a loner. That might be one that doesn't go along with the pack. So I think that's part of the questions. You also want to see whether they can reach a verdict and whether they're the foreperson would tell the defendant and the prosecution if that person's a leader, if that person's going to lead the jury. And if that's a good juror for us, do we want him leading, or is he a bad juror and we don't want him leading? So the parties will weigh that in determining whether they want that juror, knowing that he's going to foreperson.
What is your marital status?
Married.
And what does your spouse do if they work?
We also stay employed also.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
18 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends, relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
All right, to go back to the other questions that were previously asked while you were seated in the gallery, have you ever previously served on a jury?
Yes.
When did you serve on a jury?
Over years ago?
Was it in Leon County?
Yes.
Criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal?
Do you recall the type of charge or case?
I believe it's not Bradley.
Driving under the influence.
Yes.
All right. Without telling us what the verdict was, did the jury reach a verdict?
Yes.
Were you the foreperson? Were you the foreperson of the jury? That is the person who presides over deliberations and gives the verdict form to the bailiff. So you were the foreperson.
Not the foreperson.
You were not the foreperson. Okay. Do you know either of or any of the attorneys or their staffs? Do you know or have any relationship by blood or marriage to the defendant? The names that were read aloud as to the potential witnesses in this case, did you recognize any of those names? Thank you. Juror 23, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Spray tech supervisor at FSU.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She's the bookkeeper at Leon High School.
Do you have children?
Yes.
What are their ages and occupations if they work?
20 and 21. The 21-year-old, she's a full-time student at FSU, and my 20-year-old, she is employed at Subway.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
6 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
I'm also going to go back through the other questions that were previously asked to the group when you were seated in the gallery. Have you ever previously served on a jury?
No.
Concerning the attorneys, are you related by blood or marriage, or do you know any of the attorneys or their staffs?
No.
Concerning the defendant, are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
Do not.
As to the names of the witnesses, or potential witnesses, I should say, that were read out loud, did you recognize any of those names?
No.
Thank you. In this trial, and also during the attorney's questioning, you will hear certain terminology, such as burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent. It is very important that you understand each of these concepts. I will attempt to explain to you burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent by reading the jury instructions that are applicable to each separate concept. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his or her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant may not take the witness stand cannot influence the jury in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys at this point are going to have their opportunity to ask you some questions. What they say now or at any other time during this trial is not to be accepted by you as evidence or any instruction on the law itself. They are simply going to be asking you questions. Please do not infer anything or read anything into the questions that you will be asked. Before I turn over the inquiry to the attorneys, let me remind you to please answer their questions honestly and forthrightly, and also volunteer any information that you believe may be important. Is counsel for the state prepared to inquire?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Well, congratulations. Yeah. It's a compliment, I think. So I'm going to ask you some questions about some legal concepts. Today is not the trial. You're not going to hear any evidence in the case today. As the prosecutor, it is my burden to prove the case to you beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence, which we will do. I'll be assisted by Sarah Catherine Dugan in doing that when the trial actually starts. But for jury selection, we're just trying to get sort of your ideas about concepts and issues that we think might come up during the course of the trial. And it's important and will be less painful, certainly for me and probably for you too, if you guys will participate and raise your paddles and answer. And I'm going to attempt to not say names and only say numbers. So this is obviously an important case. I know some of you probably don't mind speaking up. Many of you probably are shy and less likely to speak up. So I would encourage my shy guys to please participate as well, because your voice is just as important. Let's see. So I want to identify sort of like my leaders on the group. Do I have folks that supervise people at work or have supervised people in the past? Start on the first row because I'll probably have several of you. Juror 2.
Yeah, construction managers, local volunteers, 30 volunteers all day, Saturdays, building houses. So
Some cats to herd there. Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the first row? Yes, sir. Number 7.
So coordinating, organizing, volunteer teams, and then I've had as much as 6 staff report to me.
Okay.
At my previous job.
All right, thanks. Anybody else? First row, second row, leadership staff, and I would include head of an organization or something like that if that's part of your resume. Number 8.
I'm a GIS project manager, so I have about 8 people that work under me. They're all students. Some of them are paid, some of them are unpaid.
Okay, thanks. 9.
I work as an impromptu team leader for our department whenever there's any issues or need assistance.
All right, how many members of the team?
About 10 on a good day.
Okay. Number 23.
I supervise 2 spray technicians at FSU.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Second row, 11.
20 years in the military, about 15 of those in various leadership roles.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your service. 13.
Did 8 years in the military, about 5 of that in leadership roles. Currently a lead pastor of our church.
Okay. Do you supervise the staff there?
As the volunteer staff, and then I'm the lead of the elders that we have at the church. So I'm the lead elder as well to supervise that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else over there? Third row. Yes, sir. 16.
Previous work, I was in charge of a team of 3 for a warehouse, and current job, I am frequently one of the people training new employees.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else in the back? 17.
I currently have a direct reporting team of 6, as well as a number of like the matrix resources as part of my work.
Okay. Anybody else in the back row? Yes, ma'am, but you're not going to tell me, or I know. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Anybody consider yourself a leader, like you just identify as that type of personality, even though you haven't raised your hand as somebody that necessarily supervises others at work? Okay. For my guys that haven't spoken up, obviously we want a jury that delivers a verdict that's your verdict, right? Even if you're a shy guy, I feel like maybe you qualify. Number 6, shy guy? Probably not so shy at home, but shy in this setting. Okay, do you find this setting a little intimidating? Anybody find this setting a little intimidating? Show of paddles? Okay, I mean, it can be, right? Nobody likes to speak in public to begin with, and then we've got a lot going on here, a lot of people in the room and so forth. So if you were feeling shy or feeling intimidated by this setting, but you were chosen to be on the jury, would you be able to sort of stick to your guns, have your voice heard back there, make sure the verdict that comes back is your verdict? Anybody feel like they would struggle with that? I'm just not the guy that's going to like push against the grain. Okay, 21, tell us. Okay, this particular setting, do you think if once we kind of roll along, if you're selected and you start hearing evidence and all that, you'll start developing opinions, and at the end when you're asked to deliberate, would you feel confident speaking up if you had a difference of opinion with your fellow jurors? Okay, so you think you might struggle with that. So whoever was in charge back there would really have to ask you, what's your opinion? Okay. Anybody else feel like juror 21, like you might struggle to speak up? Okay, 3, tell us about you.
I have pretty bad social anxiety. Actually, public speech, I had to take the special accommodations public speech class, and when I went to FSU,
okay,
like 500 people in the class, 20 people had to do that. And of those 20 people, I'm the only one that cried. So
well, you're doing great. You haven't even cried yet. We're on a roll. Okay, so the foreman may have to draw it out of you, but you would be able to speak your opinion if called upon to do so. You're just not the guy that's going to interrupt and yell and get over everybody else.
Right, and
Okay.
I don't know when the appropriate time to ask is, but on Tuesday I mentioned a medical constraint, and I did bring a doctor's note with me.
Okay.
And I haven't had
All right.
an opportunity to mention that yet.
Okay, thank you
So,
for mentioning it, and we'll probably take that at sidebar at some point. So, yes. Anybody else have something they need to tell us at sidebar, medical or otherwise? All right, so for my folks that have been on a jury before, raise your paddles again, front row. Yeah, okay. Was it a good experience, a bad experience? Don't really remember.
It's good. Yeah, an eye-opening experience to see how the inner process works and go through it. Yeah.
All right, that's number 2. Number 22? Was it an okay experience for you?
It's not bad. It's something new. We consider we come from different countries,
Mm-hmm.
different government system.
Yes, so helped you learn about our system a little more, see it for yourself. Okay, that was a 1-day trial, I'm guessing.
Yes.
It's a good primer. Second row? Yes, number 9, did you have a good experience or otherwise?
It was interesting, to say the least. I think it was done a bit differently than usual, but the judge.
Was it here in Leon County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think the judge had the jury excused every time the lawyers needed to speak with him, which was pretty much every other 10 minutes.
Oh, so it was a lot, you got your steps.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, better than going to sleep in the chair, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, second row? Third row, good experience, bad experience, number 17.
It was a positive experience. It was a 1-day trial.
Yeah. Oh, those are nice for jurors. They're no better than 2 to 3 weeks. I think it's going to be more on the 2 side. Don't hold me to that, but for your planning purposes. All right. Anybody else? Jury service people. Yes, 19.
It was okay. Not something I want to do again.
Yeah, I'm not going to deduce from you saying it was okay that you want to do this. I know it's a big ask and a huge imposition on you, and I don't mean to minimize that at all. I just want to know if it was okay. You know, sometimes juries walk away traumatized or, you know, they argued back there or whatever. So I just want to know if it was anything like that. So you didn't have any.
No, there was no like yelling or anything.
Okay, good. And for all my folks on a jury, without saying what the verdict was, were you able to reach a verdict? The ones that deliberated? Everybody did. Okay. All right. Anybody have any legal training on the panel? Okay. Number 22, you said you work at the AG's office, but I don't think you said in what capacity. What type of work do you do? Okay. And your husband, state of Florida, but what type of work?
He's working public record in
Okay. All right, so I touched on this a little bit already. The burden, and I think the defense will emphasize this, is mine. So that means that I have to prove the case to you with evidence. It's completely my burden, the whole thing. So they don't have to do anything. They don't have to put on witnesses. They can do their nails, read the newspaper, not participate at all, which of course we don't expect they'll do. But they don't have to prove anything. That's really important. So you've heard no evidence right now. If you were asked to render a verdict right now, it would of course be guilty, right? Because you've heard no evidence. And the only place the evidence is going to come from is this table, right? The state. It's innocent until proven guilty. We prove the case. Would you like to hear from the defendant? Sometimes that's a question. Human nature, yes, but you cannot require the defense to prove anything. Everybody understand that? Yes. It's the way our system works. Okay. All right. Reasonable doubt. You heard an instruction on this, and lawyers tangle with this at jury selection all the time and do a pretty poor job. It probably will not be an exception, but the idea is nothing can be proven to you beyond a mathematical certainty, right? If you knew for sure that a thing happened 100%, it's because you saw it with your own eyes, and that makes you what? A witness, not a juror. So you're going to have to make a decision based on the evidence. And it is a very high burden. It's the highest burden in the land, right? It's a high burden, and it should be. But it's not impossible to convict a guilty person through evidence. You're not going to have 100% mathematical certainty because that's not possible. So the example I use, which probably isn't a great one. Number one, did you drive here today?
Yeah.
Where'd you park your car?
Parking garage.
All right. Is your car still there?
I hope so.
You hope so, right? Do you have a reasonable doubt that your car is there where you left it?
No.
Okay. No. Right? Because the evidence is he parked his car there. Did you lock it?
Yeah.
You locked it. Is there any security there?
I mean, yeah, I think so, but who knows?
There's security there. Okay, so he has no reasonable doubt that his car is where he left it. If he gets there and it's not there, he's going to be really surprised. Now, if we change the facts, he left his car there, he didn't lock it. There's no security. There were 2 or 3 very suspicious looking guys lurking around the car when he left. And when he left, he said, you can have it if you want it. I left the keys in it. Okay, now we're starting to change the facts, right? Now he has a reasonable doubt that the car is there. He basically invited somebody to take it. All right, so you as the jurors will decide, is this doubt reasonable or not, right? So I'm gonna say a bunch of words and they're gonna say a bunch of words, but ultimately at the end of the day, when you get back there and you're assessing a doubt, I have a doubt. Well, tell me about it. You talk about it. Is it reasonable? That's your question, right? And you decide what's reasonable or not. Okay? Shaking of head.
Part is can approach it briefly. Juror 24, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm retired from the United States Postal Service as an electronic technician and as a veteran in the United States Navy.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She's a nail clerk.
Do you have children?
I have an 11-year-old boy.
And he does not work.
He does not.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 97.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I have a brother who was convicted of armed robbery.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Also, to inquire as to the other matters that the court previously raised, have you ever served as a juror previously?
No.
As to the attorneys, are you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know the attorneys or any of the persons that are part of their staffs?
No.
Are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
No.
Concerning the names of the witnesses that were previously read out loud, do you recognize any of the names of the potential witnesses?
No.
Thank you. Juror 25, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I am a sales account manager.
Speak up as much as you can.
I'm a sales account manager.
Thank you. And your marital status again?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He works in sales.
Do you have any children?
I have two. I have a 4-year-old and 11-month-old.
And I assume they do not work.
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
5 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
My 4-year-old's father has previously been charged with felony drug-related stuff.
So you don't know the exact name, but something relating to the possession of drugs.
Yes, and distributed.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Going back to the other questions that the court previously raised with the group, have you ever previously served as a juror?
No, sir.
Are you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know the attorneys or their staffs?
No, sir.
Are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
No.
Concerning the names of the potential witnesses that were previously read, did you recognize any of those names?
No, sir.
Right. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue at this time.
For my new folks, any leadership or management experience, maybe in your time in the Navy or elsewhere?
I was a supervisor for several departments when I was on board the aircraft carriers.
Thank you. And number 25, do you manage anyone currently?
Aside from my children.
Yeah,
Not, not currently, but I do have about 7 years in like leadership experience.
Okay. And is that in the sales world?
Yeah, sales, customer service related.
Okay. Did you hear my spiel about reasonable doubt? Feel like you're getting your head around that one a little bit? Okay, same with you, sir. Okay. All right, well then we will keep it moving. Jury decides the facts, and you'll be the judge of the facts, not of the person. We're not asking you to render judgment on anyone. But still hearing that, some jurors sometimes feel like this is too heavy. This is a very serious case. Is there anybody that feels like, I'm not sure I could make a decision knowing how serious the case is for whatever reason? First row, second row, third row guys, no, okay. So your job will be to hear the evidence and to make a decision. Have these crimes been committed? And is this the person that committed the crimes? Judge of the facts. And the judge is going to give you all the law that you need. You don't need any legal training. Please don't do any research on the law. And his job is to sort of referee what comes in as evidence and make sure the rules of evidence are followed in the courtroom. The judge's job also includes sentencing. So you will not be asked to make any recommendations or determinations about sentencing at all in this case. Does anybody feel like I would still be worried about sentencing, even knowing that you're not being asked to make any decisions about sentencing? Number 20, would you be worried about that at all?
No.
Wouldn't worry about it. Can you set it aside? Number 18, or is that something that would weigh on you?
Can set it aside.
Okay. Anybody feel like I would worry about that? All right. Many of you have had some kind of interaction with law enforcement or close friends or family members that have. Have any of those been significant, meaning they've impacted you in some way personally? I mean, if you had a DUI 20 years ago and it was handled fairly, I don't need to know more about that. But if something has really colored your view of the criminal justice system or impacted you personally, we had some folks that had some quite serious cases that friends or family members have been involved in. I want to know, was the person treated fairly? And how has it impacted you? First row, anybody volunteer to say, I've been impacted by crime in a way that has deeply affected me? Okay. Second row, anybody treated unfairly? We had somebody that was falsely arrested. That's a big one.
My brother got pulled over in a vehicle and didn't present ID, told him he was me. He was in possession of drugs.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, they let him go. He was going to be an informant for them or something or other, I don't know. And then when they couldn't get a hold of him, naturally, they issued a warrant for me. Because he used my ID.
Yes, sir.
So once I found all that out and got a hold of the right folks, the system actually worked well for me once they got dash cam and body cam video and was clearly able to see it wasn't me. I was able to get everything resolved. So
sure, but
really
what a
bad
headache to
experience
get
early
there.
on and turned out pretty positive because the evidence did.
Okay.
prove
Anything
that it
about that you think would bleed into your deliberations on this case? Oh, I think the cops are all crooked, all arrests are false, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Second row, anybody else deeply affected by crime? Any crime in your life? Okay. Third row, anybody fall into that category? Who thinks there is a significant problem with the criminal justice system? It's broken, doesn't work well. Just raise of paddles. I'm a little broken. Okay, I'm seeing a couple little paddles. Little broken, not perfect.
Not perfect.
Not perfect. We can all agree with that one, I think. Anybody feel like you have such strongly held views in that regard that you think it could impact your ability to follow the law and render a fair verdict in this case? Seeing shaking of heads. Okay. Anybody had a bad experience with law enforcement? I know I'm asking the same question 3 or 4 different ways, but I just want to make sure I'm catching everybody. Yes, sir, 24.
I was pulled over. My plate came up with a stolen plate from another state. And I had guns drawn on me, and They figured out that it was from another state finally, but when you have guns drawn, it is not a fun thing.
It's a bad experience.
Yes.
Anything about that you think might interfere with your ability to do your job in this case?
They offered a lot of apologies after that, and God said,
Too little, too late.
"Yeah, it was," and I was headed to work, so
Yeah.
luckily I was not late.
You were not falling asleep at your desk that day.
Before you continue, I'm curious.
Did you have on the mail carrier uniform?
I had my uniform on, but I'm an electronic technician.
I see.
Fix machines.
Please continue, Ms. Kaplan.
All right. Law enforcement officers. So several of you have either backgrounds in law enforcement, yourself or a close friend or family member that's been in law enforcement or is in law enforcement. And the reason why we inquire about that is because we want to make sure we have jurors that, obviously you heard my list, there's quite a few law enforcement officers on the list. So jurors that can listen and be critical of law enforcement, so open-minded. If you learn that they have specialized training and experience and are qualified to, have authority on some topic more than the average person, then great, you can believe them more than the average person. But we don't do that just because they're wearing uniforms. So we don't automatically believe everything they say. We don't automatically disbelieve everything they say just because they're law enforcement. Anybody feel like they struggle with that? And the defense may get up and say, so-and-so, your father was a law enforcement officer. Somebody was. Whose dad is? Okay. Your dad isn't a law enforcement officer. Don't you automatically believe what law enforcement says? And, maybe that was true before coming in here. Probably not for you. But the instructions of the court are level playing field. Can everybody apply the instructions of the court on law enforcement? Okay. They can make mistakes, right? They're also not perfect, like the system. Okay. What are undercover operations? Anybody know? Volunteers, just let me flounder up here. Number one, undercover operations, like a law enforcement operation that's undercover. What does that mean?
When the people don't know that the cops are there trying to figure stuff out.
Yeah, like the cops are posing as not cops.
Right.
Posing as someone else. So they're tricking somebody, right? Anybody uncomfortable with the idea that law enforcement is permitted legally to pose as somebody else and trick criminals to get information and to solve cases? Anybody feel uncomfortable with that? What do you think? 13.
I see the benefit of it. I think the technique in which it is executed is the one that catches my attention.
What do you mean?
So if somebody, it all depends on who it is that they're going after, the subject themselves, right? But if a law enforcement officer is posing as somebody in order to try to entrap people.
Yes. Okay. Entrapment would be crossing that line.
Who are not intending to commit a crime, I would take issue with that.
Okay. So entrapment would be exceeding their authority to pose as someone else. But for the sake of this argument, let's assume it's not an entrapment situation, but it is a situation where an officer is posing as someone else.
No problem.
Okay. Anybody feel like that's not fair? That's not cool? What do you think, 11?
I think if there's justifiable means to be there doing undercover work, then I'm okay with it.
Is it necessary though? What do you think? 5.
It depends on the context of it. Sometimes it is necessary. I feel like for police officers because depending on the crime that's committed, police officers not always go in. It depends on, like you said, entrapment. It depends on the context. Of the situation.
Sure.
If you're trying to entrap criminals, whereas if you're trying to just, how do I word this? Depends on the context greatly because you can't legally try to coerce them into a crime.
Right.
Or
hey, I'll give you $50 to take this crack rock over there and sell it to that guy. That wouldn't be okay, right? But what about like posing? Typically, we think of, narcotics operations. If you're trying to infiltrate these higher levels where you really can't have access to investigate those people unless you send someone in posing as a fellow Confederate, right? Everybody okay with the concept? Within limits, of course. Okay. What is premeditation? This is a premeditated murder. What does that mean?
It's like you planned it.
It's like you planned it. Okay, that was juror 23. So what type of evidence would show premeditation?
Bloody footprints, clothes, a weapon.
Okay, how does that show the operation of the mind, though, the intent?
Oh, well, if you find somebody with their fingerprints on the weapon, then that's not admitting full guilt right there. I mean, but that's pretty damning evidence.
Okay, yeah. What about for intent, though? Number 16, what do you think? How do I prove premeditation? I didn't just haul off and kill someone on a whim. I thought about it. I had a conscious intent that crime be committed at the time it was committed. How do I prove that? How do I prove what someone was thinking?
I think we would have to rely on evidence that predated the moment of the attack. So if you had any sort of records or definite plans or things that were found,
Map of the bank, right? That's how they do it in the movies. They roll it out on the table, get the blueprints and that sort of thing. What else? What other type of evidence might prove intent? 15? Can you think of anything else? Conversations. I'm going to kill that guy, right? And that's pretty good evidence that you're planning to kill the guy. What about motive? Motive, would that be important for your consideration, number 7, of intent?
Yeah, I think so. There would have to be some sort of justifiable cause where you could empirically say that would lead a person to premeditate an act of aggression on the victim for X, Y, and Z reasons.
So you kind of want to know why, right?
I think we'd have to know why.
Well, I mean, sometimes you can imagine a scenario where the manner of the killing might prove intent.
Sure.
Shooting once is different from shooting 100 times, right? As far as if you're trying to evaluate intent. So that could be part of it, but certainly motive is very important and jurors want to know why. So the why could potentially be important. Everybody agree with that? What do you think? 12. Any other ideas of what type of evidence? Like, how are you going to prove? You see the problem. How do you prove what someone was thinking?
Right, certainly any records that they've considered it, discussed it, solicited someone to help with it, or done searches about how to efficiently execute the crime beforehand, and that sort of evidence.
Okay. Would you be open to all those types of circumstances to try and show what the person was thinking, as opposed to the type of evidence I laid out right away, which was, I'm going to kill that guy.
Right.
And that's great. But if you don't have that, can you evaluate all the other circumstances?
Yeah, and you have to see if they push you beyond the reasonable doubt.
Yeah. Any other type of evidence? Let's get away from premeditation, but in general, that you would expect to see in a case like this, a particular type of evidence. Number 23 mentioned fingerprints, clothing, anything else like that you guys are kind of expecting?
Financial records.
Gun residue?
Financial records.
Financial records? What kind of financial records? Why would you be expecting that in this case or a case like this?
If, from what we were told earlier about the case and the charges, if you're soliciting it, setting aside money, or transferring money to someone, or
right. So if it's a murder for hire, you'd expect some kind of money to be involved, some type of transaction. Okay. Somebody else down here? Text messages, phone calls. Okay. Yes, sir. Number 6.
If I remember correctly, came from.
I'm sorry, repeating your.
If I remember correctly, I remember hearing coming from Miami to Tallahassee, so like gas station receipt.
Okay. Some evidence of that travel. Okay. What else? It's so fun when y'all help me better. Okay. So you know it's a murder for hire. You know there's more than one person involved. You, though, as jurors in this case, will only be asked to decide the involvement and guilt or not guilt of one criminal defendant. Are you able to set aside your thoughts and feelings about the other people that may be involved in the case and focus your verdict? How does the evidence relate to this defendant? Everybody feel like they can do that? Okay. If the evidence shows that the defendant is not the one that pulled the trigger, does that make a difference? What do you say? Why are you shaking your head no, number 15? Why doesn't that make a difference? Okay, so even if you don't pull the trigger, you can be charged with murder?
Not murder.
But what?
So we can't hear it.
Please speak up, number 15.
Okay, you could be charged with accessory, but you don't think murder. Who else, by a show of hands, thinks if you don't pull the trigger, you cannot be charged with murder? Nobody? Why not? Number 2.
If you're, if you hire someone or something like that, definitely you're not committing the crime personally, but if you're telling someone else to do it and they do it, then that, I think, something pretty close to it, yeah. I mean, maybe
Okay.
not murder itself, but it might be some type of.
Maybe not murder itself, but it might be something close. What do you think? Number 20.
It's the way the law is written.
Mhm.
You don't have to pull the trigger, but you can still be charged with murder. The law allows that you can still be charged with murder with that.
Okay. According to the law of our state, and the judge will give you the law. You do not need to know the law. I tricked you, and I'm sorry. But you can be charged just the same as if you pulled the trigger if you also did some act or said some word to cause that murder to be done, some affirmative act to cause that murder to be done, and you intended it be done. Okay? It's called a principle. So, court reporter and I are going to do a bank heist, and we know when we go in there, the first thing we're going to do is kill the security guard. Okay, that's our plan. We both understand it. That's what we're going to do. But I'm the shooter. She's the bag lady. She's going to get the money. We go in there, we do it, we're successful until we get caught. We can both be charged with first-degree murder of that security guard, the same as if she had pulled the trigger. Is that fair? How is it fair? 23.
Y'all planned it together.
But
Sorry,
I pulled,
say it. I didn't hear you.
Y'all planned it together.
but I'm the one that pulled the trigger. Shouldn't I be worse off than her?
She knew what was gonna happen.
She did. That's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So you agree with that law?
Yes.
Anybody disagree with that law? I do not think it's fair. It should be, as juror number 2 thought walking in here, something close to it, but not exactly the same. Okay. Now that I gave you the spoiler, you won't admit it. All right, so number 2, knowing that now, would you be able to follow that law?
Yeah.
What do you think, number 15? If the law says we can both be convicted of first-degree murder and it's proven, would you be able to convict her of first-degree murder even though she didn't pull the trigger? You would be able to follow that law.
You cannot hear him.
Number 15, please speak up as much as you can.
Yeah.
You would. If there was a law that the judge reads you in this case that you did not agree with, would you be able to follow it anyway, or do you think it would be incumbent upon you to do what your gut is telling you? What do you think? Number 16?
Since we're here to decide if something followed or broke the law, I would go with the law.
Go with the law. Number 8?
Yeah, definitely.
Follow the law no matter what, even if you don't like it?
Yeah, it's not me to decide the law. It's just for us to stick to it.
Okay. It's the legislature's job. We're going to leave that to them. Okay. What is a conspiracy? Volunteers for that one? How about you, number 14? What's a conspiracy?
I'm not sure.
You don't need to know the legal stuff, just what's your idea of it? Come and speak.
A group of people getting together or saying that anything that maybe
Please speak up, number 14.
a group of people. I'm trying to say the definition without using the word inspire.
Yeah.
Through employment, things I'm willing to do.
Getting together to do something?
To make something happen with
Okay.
other reasoning behind it.
Okay.
I'd like to say that it doesn't even have to be a group. You can conspire to do something alone.
Number 8, okay. Is that what you're doing right now? You want to tell us something? Okay. Do you all agree that a conspiracy can be evidence circumstantially? And what I mean by that is, and this is hard because we can't talk about what the evidence is, but I'm asking you to imagine that it could be proven to you that people conspired to do something without an express, we're gonna, go in and kill the security guard without that being expressly stated. Can you imagine other evidence, circumstantial evidence? For example, we walk in and I walk directly over to the security guard and blow him away, right to the head, right? Immediately. And she says in front of everybody, yeah, just like we planned, okay? That would never happen. But, okay, it's not in the plan. The conspirators generally don't write out a manifesto where they say, this is going to be my role, and this is going to be your role, and this is what we're all going to do. But you can infer it from the circumstances, the way the crime was done, the other communications in the case, the other evidence in the case. Can you be open to that? Nodding of heads. Yes. Very good. Thank you. Does it matter how long it takes to make an arrest in a criminal case? You guys all heard the statement of the case. This crime occurred in 2014. Number 6, how old were you in 2014? 9. Can you even care about something that happened when you were 9? Can you, sir? Does it matter how long it's been?
I think as long as the crime that you're being charged for is within the statute of limitations, I think it's fair to be arrested for a crime that you could have committed. Sometimes it takes years to build evidence and things like that.
Anybody feel like it's too long? I just can't consider evidence from 2014. I was 9. Everybody else, can you keep an open mind to evidence and a long investigation? So it is a circumstantial evidence case, and I do a cheesy analogy for circumstantial evidence because what's better, direct or circumstantial evidence? Direct. Everybody knows that, right? So powdered donuts. You have 2 kids. Who's got 2 kids? Well, your kids are too young to do this scenario, but let's imagine they're a little older. All right. So 2 kids, a bag of powdered donuts. They're not supposed to be eating the donuts before dinner, but you walk in and one kid who happens to be the kid that really loves powdered donuts and asked you 20 minutes ago if you could have a powdered donut, to which you responded no, is covered in powdered donut dust. And the kid says to you, my brother did it. What type of evidence is that? The statement, my brother did it. No, it's not. That's direct evidence. Direct evidence. I was here. I saw him eat the powdered donut. Never mind that I'm covered in it, right? That's direct evidence. As opposed to circumstantial, which is, what are the circumstances? Circumstances are, this is a kid that loves powdered donuts. This is a kid that just asked me for a donut. This is a kid that's covered in donut. All that's circumstantial, right? So in that case, which evidence is better?
Direct.
Okay, so can you keep an open mind to circumstantial evidence? It gets a bad rap, but I need you to be open to it. Can everybody nod? I can be open to that. Thank you. All right. Somebody say something? Okay, witnesses. Cooperating defendant testimony. What? I guess I just want you to agree to keep an open mind to it. This is a person who's been involved in the crime, and you absolutely should consider that character of that person and what motivations that person may have in play. You should consider that. But can you keep, that doesn't necessarily mean they're lying, right? They can also be telling the truth. Can you agree with that? Okay. Is there anybody that feels like I cannot keep an open mind to the possibility that a cooperating co-defendant might be telling the truth? What about you, number 6? Can you keep an open mind to that? Is it possible that a cooperating co-defendant could be telling the truth, maybe to try to get something for themselves, but could be telling the truth? 15? 14? 13, why does a cooperating co-defendant come forward?
Be cover their own tracks.
Could be what?
Cover their own tracks.
To cover their own tracks. Yeah, to put it off on somebody else. Okay, good. What else? What else could motivate a cooperating co-defendant? 19? You're on ice, 19. I actually have a volunteer, number 6.
They have like a deal.
They have a deal?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please speak up.
They have a deal to shorten their sentence.
Yeah, they might be trying to get something to help themselves. Does that mean they're lying? No, it could mean that. But it could mean they're telling the truth to get something. Is that right? Do you agree with that, 19?
Possible.
Okay, can you keep an open mind to that type of testimony and weigh it with all the other evidence in the case? You're going to observe the witness. You're going to hear what they say. You're going to see if it fits with everything else. And you're going to make a decision about their credibility based on all that, including the fact that they have this motive or whatever. Can you do that? Everybody feel like they can do that? Okay. Unsavory witnesses. That's a very nice way of putting this topic. So there could be witnesses in the case that you all do not want to have a beer with or a cup of tea with. Okay? Can you keep an open mind to the testimony of someone who is different from you and lives your life differently from the way you live your life? Number 1, can you do that?
Yeah.
2, can you do that? Everybody? If you don't hear a particular type of evidence that you're expecting, can you keep an open mind to the type of whatever evidence that there is and render a verdict based on that? I just don't want you guys to walk in thinking, oh, there's no gun. Can't convict of a murder without a gun. Is there anybody that's like that? There's a particular thing that you require. Inconsistencies. Would you all expect the testimony to be completely consistent or there to be some inconsistencies? Let's say we're going to have a 2-week trial. You're going to hear from witnesses every day, all day for the period of 2 weeks. Are we going to have any inconsistencies? 17.
Can't really guess, but based on the duration, probably somewhere in there.
Okay. Every single one of you went back in the room back there and answered the questions in private. And I was sitting back there, Ms. Dugan was sitting back there, and we were wearing the same outfits all day. If we isolated each one of you and asked you, what can you tell me about what Ms. Dugan was wearing yesterday or the day that you were back there? Let's assume it was all the same day. Do you think we could get some inconsistencies? Might get some blue, some black, dark pants. I think it was, we might get a lot of different answers, right? Does that mean that anyone's lying? Okay. Now, you all will have to weigh inconsistencies, which are going to occur naturally in a case like this. And you will decide, is this a point on which this inconsistency is important and equals a reasonable doubt versus this doesn't matter at all, right? Can you do that? All right, so all crimes have elements. The judge will give you the elements of the crimes, and I will be responsible, and with Ms. Dugan's help, of proving each of the crimes were committed. And that means proving each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 7, what does a killer look like? Yeah.
Please speak up, number 7.
A little louder, Pete.
There's no default for what a killer would look like in just appearance.
No default. Really? They can look like anything?
Yes.
Who disagrees with that? Can a killer look like anything? Number 1?
Yeah. Anybody. Can you take?
Anybody. Can it look like your grandmother? My young people? Number 5. Can a killer look like a granny?
I mean, it's all you can picture, but like anyone is capable of has the capacity to kill someone.
You could keep an open mind to the possibility that a grandmother could be a killer. And that's kind of a tough one. Can everyone keep an open mind to that possibility?
Yes.
For my folks that have been divorced, any custody battles? Raise your paddle if you've been involved in a custody battle. Okay, so just divorces. Anybody in a particularly messy divorce? Ugly divorce? Highly litigious divorce? Anybody go to court for their divorce? Did go to court, okay, but it was not particularly nasty.
She never showed up, so it was very.
You won.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you guys haven't personally experienced this, but does everyone agree that those types of issues, domestic issues, divorces, custody battles, those are things that are highly emotionally charged? Yes. Okay. May I have a moment to confer, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
For my folks that have been on a jury before, what is a hung jury? Number 22?
The jury cannot reach a decision.
Because the jury has to be what? Unanimous. And that means it has to be the verdict of each juror as well as the jury as a whole. So, my shy guys, can you speak up and make sure this is your verdict? Not sure I've identified exactly who you are. I think number 6 is a little bit of a shy guy, and you already told me you could do it. Who else considers themselves a little shy? Nobody?
At first I am, but once you get to know me.
Okay. Are you going to return a verdict that's your verdict?
Yeah.
What if you get back there and everybody's against you?
I mean, this is someone's life, so I don't really care about it.
Okay. I would encourage you to listen to your fellow jurors, and if you
Sure.
change your mind, great, because your mind's changed, and it's then your verdict.
Right.
But I just want to make sure I've got folks that aren't going to be like, it's Friday night or whatever, Everybody promise to do that? All right. Anybody have something you feel like you need to tell me? I didn't ask the right question. I didn't call on you. Something you think I should know about you that's related to the topics we've touched on. All right. Thank you very much.
For the defense inquirers, we are going to take a brief break for about 10 minutes. You'll have an opportunity to stretch your legs, use the restroom, or look at your phones or devices if you need to. This break will be for everyone, but that is both in the box and also in the gallery. While you're on your break, you're not to speak to each other concerning this case or at all. Do not speak to anyone else concerning this case as well. We will resume with the jury selection at 1:30. You may use the restrooms and leave the courtroom at this time.
Can everyone here agree that 12 heads are better than one? Shake your head.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now, it's important right now for you to understand that. We're not trying to trick you. There are no right or wrong answers. We want to know what you believe. Now, during this process, would it be wrong of me if I were to ask you for your each individual own worldview? You know, we all have our own biases, resentments, beliefs. And I need to know, and I'm going to ask you to share with me, whether or not you're going to carry that with you into the jury box. Now, there's a concept that has gained momentum recently, and that is the concept of implicit bias. Does anyone here know what that is? No? Okay, well, I'm gonna try to explain it briefly. Now, we all want to see ourselves as fair. Can we agree to that? Yes? Okay. We all want to believe that we're rational. Can we agree to that? Now, unfortunately, studies have shown that despite our best intentions, none of us are free from these biases. Implicit bias refers to unconsciously held beliefs that don't necessarily reflect our conscious belief. So, for example, you walked into the courtroom either Tuesday or Wednesday, and you saw a gentleman in a black robe. When we see someone like that, we can assume that they're a judge. And you made that decision pretty quickly. Is that correct? Okay. So what if you were to walk into a supermarket and there's a big burly guy with a long beard, clad in leather, and he's walking to a motorcycle? Let's see. Number 5, when you see that, do you see someone who's adventurous?
Yeah, I mean, that's the ride a motorcycle.
How about dangerous?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Now, you're making a quick judgment when you see someone like that, right?
Yeah, that's an implicit bias, right? Like,
I'm sorry?
That's kind of almost an implicit bias, right?
Yes, yes. Now, in that same token, you all walked in, whether it was yesterday, Tuesday, or today, and you look over at the defense table and you see my client, Mrs. Adelson, do you wonder to yourself, I wonder what she did? Number 2, you think to yourself, I wonder what she did, or I wonder what she is accused of doing?
I don't look that far into it. I mean, I don't know her from the next person, so I would just treat her like another person.
Okay. What about number 9?
No, sir, I didn't have that question.
Well, which one did you ask yourself? I wonder what she did, or I wonder what she's accused of doing?
Neither.
Did anyone ask that question of themselves or say that to themselves? Number 23.
Yeah, I was wondering, you know, what she is accused of.
Okay. I saw a paddle over here. Number 25. What did you think?
Yeah, like initially, I mean, it's just human nature to be curious. It's like, I wonder what this person was accused of doing.
Now, do any of you have anxiety or are claustrophobic that if you're in lengthy deliberations that you might want to just leave the jury room? Anyone at all? Now, going back to implicit bias briefly, does everyone here agree, let's start on the first row, that you will make an effort to be conscious of implicit bias when you're considering the evidence in this case? Second row. Third row. Thank you. Now, when we were back in the jury room the last couple of days, some of you answered some of the questions. I think I might be able to, or I believe so. And you recall that we asked you to clarify that. First row? Okay. Why do you think we asked you that? Anyone?
Engaging our witness.
Because sometimes, I'd say just about every day in our lives, we face bias because we have a perspective of what the world should be. And we can only deal with bias if we can consciously are aware of how we feel and what's going on around us.
Thank you. Does everyone agree with that response? I need verbal.
Yes.
Thank you. So if a witness were to say, I think I saw this, is that the same as them saying, I saw this?
No.
Another important point, and I want to go to number 6. If you are selected as a juror and you hear the evidence and testimony, you go back into the jury room, are you able to say to another juror, well, that witness didn't say that they saw it. They said that they thought that they saw it.
Yeah.
Or they didn't tell you what somebody said, but what they think they overheard.
Yeah.
You can point that out.
Yeah.
Number 12. Could you do that as well?
That's my duty. That's why I'm here.
I'm sorry.
That's my duty. That's why I'm here.
Number 11.
Good.
Number 16. Yes?
Yes.
Number 17.
Yes.
Ms. Kappelman covered the leader, so some of what I was going to cover has already been addressed, so I'm not going to repeat it, and certainly not here to waste your time. Number 23, would you say that you're naturally skeptical?
Yes.
Okay, when I ask that, what do you think that I mean?
Like, today's going to be a great day. And sometimes you're like, yeah, this something can go wrong. You better not, put all your eggs in one basket, so to say, and think everything's going to be great. You have to be open and know things can go wrong.
Do you question when somebody says something to you? Would you question whether or not they're being honest?
Yes.
So how do you determine whether or not they're being honest with you?
The normal things, look a person in the eye, if they're fidgeting in their seat or, not able to stay still or, they have conflicting statements or whatever.
Let's see. Number 19. Would you agree with that? Are you skeptical? Are you naturally skeptical?
Depends on the situation.
Give us an example.
Oh, well, like he said, if it's going to be a great day, I have to keep an open mind because I have no idea if it's going to be a great day or not.
You trailed off at the end.
I have no idea if it's going to be a great day or not.
Are you hopeful?
Not really.
Today might be a bad example. Now, you previously served on a jury. You said it was in California?
Correct.
Things are a little bit different out there?
A little bit, yeah.
In trials, I mean.
Well, the way you guys did this time is different. I'm assuming it's because it's sensitive information, so.
You said that you didn't want to have to do it again. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
But it wasn't a bad experience?
No, I was not, I don't know, it was different than I was thinking, but it wasn't like horrible.
Let's see. Number 13. How do you avoid misunderstandings with people?
Through conversation.
Can you give us some techniques?
Primarily through asking questions to not only hear what they're saying, but then to get at what they're intending to communicate as well. both verbally and then non-verbally.
So it's important to listen.
Yes.
Number 14. Do you agree? Any other examples of how to avoid misunderstandings? Anyone at all? I'm going to call it yes, number 16.
Being aware of what you've actually been told versus what assumptions you're making.
I couldn't hear you.
Being
Sorry.
aware of what information you've actually received versus what assumptions you've made.
Okay, so avoiding assumptions. Okay. Number 12, I saw your.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it's good to confirm your understanding of what someone has said, if that's possible.
So in other words, repeating back what somebody has said to you to confirm that you understood it the way they intended.
Exactly.
Okay. Number 23. I'm sorry, number 11.
Yes, sir.
When you were falsely arrested, how did you feel about the criminal justice system?
I was a bit irritated with it at the time.
Okay. How long did it take to correct?
About 3 weeks in total. I was bailed out immediately, so I only spent about 8 hours in a holding cell, but about 3 weeks of back and forth before I was fully cleared.
It's actually pretty quickly.
I thought so, but I was rather persistent.
Number 23, you agreed that that was a pretty quick turnaround?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. By a show of hands, does anyone think that the state could make a mistake? Yes. What about law enforcement? What about the state's theory of a case? Does anyone think that the state can be wrong in their theory of what happened?
Yes.
Did anyone not raise their hand? 23?
Oh, no.
Oh,
I raised my
okay.
hand.
Just making sure. Now, does anyone know people who keep large amounts of cash on hand? That's number 26. Do they have a distrust of the banking system?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know at least my generation, my grandparents and my great-grandparents certainly had a distrust of the banking system. The Great Depression, people lost everything, right? Okay. I think we're starting to get into a point where I might not be able to relate with some people. So, number 6, do you think that it would be inappropriate or illegal for someone to keep large amounts of cash? Let's see. Number 24. Have you ever made or received a personal call while you were around other people?
Sure.
What did you do so that those individuals didn't hear your conversation?
Usually asked to be excused.
You walk away?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
What if you couldn't walk away? How do you convey what you're trying to convey?
Then I usually ask if I can call back to the person.
So you would either try to walk away or you would continue the conversation another time.
Right.
What if neither one of those were options? Would you be vague?
Yeah, because if I'm trying to get, especially if I was working, a lot of times I couldn't take a phone call, so I wouldn't answer it. So.
What if the person that you're with is the one who gets the call or makes the call? How do you know what's discussed?
You can, a lot of times hear what they're talking about.
But what if you can't hear? They walk out and you can't hear. Do you know what's discussed?
No.
Now, if the person comes back and tells you what was discussed, do you know whether or not that was true?
No.
By a show of hands, has anyone ever said something that they regretted? Thank you. I know that nobody, and correct me if I'm wrong, but nobody here has ever worked in law enforcement, correct? Okay. Has anyone received any courses or done any type of law enforcement training? Even those that were in the military. Number 13.
Yes, somewhat.
Can you tell us?
Sidebar, it would have to be a sidebar.
Okay.
Due to the nature.
Understood. Anyone else? What about private security, private investigation? Anyone? Does anyone here like to travel? Got a few that don't. You don't like to travel? Number 9?
No, sir.
Okay. For those of us who like to travel, let me pick on somebody. Who raised their hand? Number 25. Is it generally less expensive to stay in an Airbnb or a hotel for a lengthy trip?
I guess it depends on the area, but I guess recently Airbnbs kind of seem to be cheaper.
Now, there were a few people, and I didn't see the hands that have been involved in a divorce. Actually, number 11, you've been divorced?
Divorced?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have young children at the time?
I did.
But was it amicable?
It was.
Anyone not have an amicable divorce who's been divorced? Okay. Did you say things about your ex or soon-to-be ex that you didn't really believe?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, it was pretty cordial.
Oh, it's pretty cordial. Okay.
For me on my side.
Oh, on your side.
I was pretty nice.
What about the other side?
Yeah, so
Not quite as much?
I would no.
Do you know how she spoke about you during the divorce?
Yeah.
Was it nice?
No.
And that same note, by a show of hands, has anyone ever spoken poorly or said mean things about somebody else? Pretty much everyone. Does that mean that you hated the person? Anyone? The fact that there are no paddles up tells me that doesn't mean they hated them. Okay.
I think it means we're just not at time.
Thank you. By a show of hands or paddles, has anyone jumped to a conclusion before? You hesitated.
Well, I don't like to admit, but I suppose I have.
We're human. We tend to do that. It's not just analytics. We also have emotions that come into play. And that's how we interpret things, right? Now, for all of us who have jumped to conclusions, was our initial conclusion always correct? No. By a show of hands, has anyone had a knee-jerk reaction? Said something in that moment? Pretty much everybody? Okay. Number 7. Did you later realize that you misinterpreted what was said?
There have been times.
You're human. By a show of hands, has anyone ever planned a party? Now, I'm a visual person, so I wanted to list out some things that I wanted to talk to you about. So we're going to start with some definitions and concepts that I want to see how you interpret it. We're going to talk about the presumption of innocence, the burden of proof, jailhouse snitches, and we're also going to talk about some of the legal concepts that you're going to be asked to determine. Now, I think we've made it pretty clear. The law is going to be coming from the bench. I want to make sure that you can follow the law and that you understand what you're supposed to be doing. So I'm going to call on somebody new. Number 18. Can you tell us what a presumption is?
When you are making an assumption.
Is it an assumption? Now, it's just like the presumption of proof of innocence. You're not making an assumption there, are you? It's something that you believe up until a point, right? Yeah. Okay. Does everyone agree with that? So, for example, you're supposed to presume that Mrs. Adelson is innocent up to the point if the state can prove their case beyond the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. What does that mean? What is beyond a reasonable doubt? We're going to get to that. Now, Ms. Kappelman already talked a little bit about what direct evidence is and what circumstantial evidence is, right? Does anyone feel like we need to go over that again? Number 17?
No.
Okay. Now, something else that came up. The state indicated a moment ago that evidence comes from the state, indicated their table. Evidence actually comes from the witness stand and in the form of exhibits, things that are presented to you. It's important for you to understand what I say, what Ms. Fulford says, what either the prosecutors say isn't evidence. It's argument. Number 20. You understand that?
Yes.
Number 14? Yes. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
So if you interpret evidence different than we argue, what are you supposed to do?
Discuss it.
I'm sorry?
Discuss it.
And you're going to discuss it back in the jury room. Good. Does everyone agree with him?
Yes.
I have one confused look. Number 19? So if you interpret something different than what the state or defense argue it to be, what are you supposed to do?
Discuss it, like you said.
How do you determine whether or not the state's right or the defense is right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Can anyone offer any suggestions? Yes.
Asked to review the testimony.
What else?
Reviewing it.
I'm sorry.
Evidence.
Okay, so look at the evidence again.
To that point also, the court will give you specific instructions on how to weigh the evidence when we reach that point. You may continue.
Thank you. Now, presumption of innocence, we touched on it briefly. It's important. You must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. As we sit here today, you've heard no evidence. Mrs. Adelson is innocent. The presumption stays with her as to each material allegation in the indictment unless it's overcome by evidence. So by things that you're going to get up there beyond and the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Does everyone agree with that legal concept? Shaking the heads. Yes, thank you. It's the state's burden to prove that. So a few moments ago, I asked if anyone could define reasonable doubt. there's a definition. The judge is going to give it to you. We'll probably go over it throughout different points in the trial. But I find it easier to use some examples. Because presuming someone is innocent is not how our mind usually works. So let's see. Number 5. Let's say this morning on your way in, you're pulling to the parking garage and you see a motorcycle cop pulling somebody over. What do you think? What do you think happened?
You presume they broke some type of traffic law or something.
You don't think to yourself, I wonder why that cop pulled that innocent person over, do you? Did anyone think that? Thank you. You probably thought, glad it wasn't me. That guy was speeding. That's the way our minds normally work. You see someone get pulled over, you're like, oh, they ran a red light, they were speeding. And as I said earlier, you may have done that when you walked into the courtroom this morning. Now, just because you think that way doesn't mean you're not qualified to serve on the jury. But it does mean that we can't have that kind of thinking interfere with part of your deliberative process. Does anyone here think that because law enforcement arrested Mrs. Adelson and the state has decided to charge her, and that we've got all the way here to trial, does that make you think that she is guilty in any way? And I'm going to start with number 22. Does that make you think that she's guilty in any way?
In a way.
In a way?
In a way. Because why the state wastes a lot of resources, time, and money to convict someone that might not be guilty.
Does anyone agree with number 22? Anyone else?
To an extent.
I'm sorry?
To an extent.
To an extent? What do you mean?
It wouldn't, in my mind, make sense for the state to spend, I'm assuming at this point, maybe 10, 11 years going after a person that they didn't believe was guilty, or that they had no reason to go after a person for that long.
Thank you for your honesty. Does anyone else agree with that perspective?
I don't think that it necessarily makes her guilty verdict, but I do think that to make it to trial at this point, there has to, at some point in our legal system, been enough substantial evidence or witness testimony or things that they found for it to be got to this point and not run out along the way. It's like, hey, there's not enough here. So there's something, but the burden of that, again, is on the jury to figure that out.
So with that in mind, is that belief that you have, is that something that you're going to carry into the jury room?
I think it's a belief that I carry into the jury room that we have to listen to that evidence and decide if it's credible or not. That's why you have a jury.
But I guess it was a poorly worded question. The fact that you believe that it's gotten this far, does that gives you some idea that Mrs. Adelson is guilty?
Not that necessarily, like I said, not that she's guilty verdict, but that there's credibility to some evidence that potentially may point that way, which is why we're sitting here today.
Okay.
I wouldn't just assume that it's just all farce.
Okay. Would you say that you're pro law enforcement?
Sure.
So law enforcement conducts an investigation. They believe that they have probable cause. They make an arrest. You give that some weight.
Yeah.
You also said earlier that they could be wrong.
Sure.
How do we determine if they're wrong?
Or what we're doing right now.
And just to be clear, The defense doesn't have to prove anything to you.
Right.
Okay. Does anyone think that it's not fair that the state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence and testimony that the defense doesn't have to do anything? So let's go continue with the discussion.
Hold on one moment. Juror 26 have their paddle up.
I was just gonna say that, somebody accused me of something, I'd want to speak up and say whether I did it or not, because I want to defend myself. And I want that opportunity to say, yes, I did it, or no, I didn't.
And that's fair. Now, concept in our legal system is the defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. The judge is going to instruct you that if my client chooses not to testify, you can't hold that against her. Can you follow that instruction?
No, yes, definitely, yeah, just personally, I think that, there should be some kind of response, but you're obviously responsible for this.
Certainly. And I think that's human nature, that if someone says, well, you did this, we want to speak up and defend ourselves. But in a courtroom in this country, defendant doesn't have to do that.
I think there's a time and place to speak up about things.
I don't disagree. Are you going to hold it against Mrs. Adelson if she doesn't testify?
Absolutely not.
Would anyone here hold it against Mrs. Adelson if she chooses not to testify? So let's go back to what beyond a reasonable doubt means. I'm going to give you another example. We've been in here for a while. There are no windows to the outside. So we walk outside when we're done, and the sidewalk and the road is wet. Is it reasonable to think that a fire truck drove down the road and sprayed everything to get it wet? Anyone thinks that's reasonable? No. That's not reasonable. In that context, can somebody volunteer what would be reasonable?
It rained.
Wait, we're in Florida. Does that happen?
Every day.
So we're defining what is reasonable. Does reasonable mean likely to happen? Is that what the judge is going to instruct you? Number 2. So would you disagree with the statement that proof beyond a reasonable doubt means most likely to happen?
No, yeah, it's not most likely to happen. There's rarely like the case where it has every single aspect of evidence to it to fully convict someone. So fully be able to.
I've been using these examples for a long time, and I think this is the first time that I haven't had to come back and say no, because most people would agree with likely. Standard is not most likely. It's not probably. It's not most convincing. So there are different levels of proof. And I think that you heard either the judge or Ms. Kappelman at some point talk about this. So at the bottom of the scale is reasonable suspicion. That's what's typically enough for an arrest. Or, enough for an officer to stop someone, pat them down. Probable cause, what's necessary to get a warrant. Okay, so now, where on that scale we are, who knows? But that's enough to get a warrant, enough to arrest somebody. You got preponderance of the evidence, which is a civil standard. It's more likely than not. And you have clear and convincing evidence. That is what's required for the state to take your children from you. And at the top of that scale, beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That's the standard. So when you think about the state's burden of proof, how do you think about that from an operational standpoint? What is the state required to do? So let's go back to the chart. Who have I not called on? Number 8. Is the standard that you're going to be carrying forward in that jury room the side which convinces me the most?
No, your side doesn't have to convince me of anything. It's only the state that needs to provide evidence.
Can both the state and the defense make arguments that you disagree with?
Oh, sure. Everyone makes
That
arguments.
you believe the evidence does not support?
They could, yeah.
What are you going to do at that point?
Reconsider the evidence, deliberate with my peers.
And if the state has only proved something probable or possible, what are you going to do?
Well, it really needs to, I gotta get the abiding conviction of guilt. So I really need to feel that conviction that your client would be guilty after seeing all the evidence and testimony.
But that's exactly my point. If the state doesn't do that, you stop. It's not guilty. You understand that?
Yeah, that's what it said.
So in the definition, one of the words that you're going to see in there is exclusion. The state has to exclude every reasonable doubt. They have to eliminate it. Does anyone here at all, starting the first row, believe that they're going to have a hard time holding the state to their burden? They have to exclude every reasonable doubt. Anyone in the first row? Second row.
So when you say that, you mean that the state has to discount every other possible, like exclude to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt? Like prove to me that it's not possible?
No. Don't use the word possible.
Okay.
So if in argument, the defense were to say, give alternatives or a different explanation, and you believe that to be a reasonable doubt, if the state doesn't exclude that, then what is your response going to be?
Okay,
Does that make sense?
gotcha, thank you.
Does everyone understand that? I can make it real easy.
Before you go to the next.
No, I can go past it. Yeah. Not to the next slide yet. Okay, so one of the things that the court's going to instruct you is that a reasonable doubt arises from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. So this is another place where I like to use a hypothetical. And for this one, we're going to adopt the bank robbery hypothetical that Ms. Kappelman was talking about earlier. So the hypothetical is someone goes in and robs a bank. Witnesses identify the defendant. There's obviously surveillance video showing somebody that is consistent with the defendant's features. So
Please approach. We are going, or excuse me, prospective jurors, we're just going to take a brief break for the moment, give give you an opportunity to stand up and stretch your legs if you need to. I recognize that we are going through this process and it has been lengthy. If you need to stretch or take a moment to do so, you have the opportunity right now. 5 minutes. Be quick.
Right.
We'll have to go get him.
All right, I gotta go. Was probably wondering, why would Jackie Fulford object to what Josh said? Well, here's what happened. Jackie probably looked and saw jurors either sleeping or not paying attention. He walked up to the sidebar and said, "Judge, I think the jury needs a break. They don't seem to be," I saw a couple nodding their heads, and the judge, being as nice as he can be, didn't say anything, but said, "Let's take a 5-minute break." That's my best guess what happened. And so it's interesting, you know, sometimes when you get too slick as a defense lawyer and you ask questions, he got burned by it because the one potential juror said, "Hey, if they spent 11 years and they charged her, they must have some kind of evidence that they wouldn't waste all that money." That's a killer, because that's going to be in the mind of every potential juror sitting in that chair. Everyone. So while you're trying to get rid of people like that, you end up putting that message in the mind of every potential jury there. And some of those jurors don't know it might have been 11 years, but they do now. And they do know now that, well, maybe because, you know, there must be something that they spent all this money and time to prosecute this woman. You have to be careful what you're asking of her. Did not, my girl Bird, there's no one talking right now, so I'm not talking over any judge or juror. If I did, I apologize. I'm not so sure about this. I see what they're doing. They're doing their opening in this. They're giving a leeway to the jurors what their defense is going to be. Reasonable doubt, circumstantial evidence, immunity, witnesses, all those things.
Okay, so I'm gonna start that hypo over. So reasonable doubt can arise from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. And so that hypothetical, the bank robbery, someone goes in, witnesses identify the defendant from the stand. Video evidence shows the defendant on the surveillance. Closing argument, the defense attorney gets up and argues that the state didn't put on any evidence to show that it wasn't the defendant's twin brother. How do you know it wasn't his twin? What kind of doubt would that be? Let's go to number 20. What kind of doubt would that be? Does anyone agree with her? Number 23, you grimaced. Oh, I'm sorry. Keep confusing these two. The chart's different. Number 11.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know.
That's speculative. There's been no evidence the defendant has a twin. Now, the defendant took the stand in that case, testified that he has an identical twin brother who is a bank robber, and oh, by the way, I have an alibi. Now it's evidence. You understand the difference? Yes? Okay. That is a doubt which attaches to the evidence from the witness stand that was admitted during the trial. Reasonable doubt. Now, what would the state have to do about that reasonable doubt in order to convict that defendant? They'd have to exclude that doubt, which attaches to the evidence.
His fingerprints versus his brother's.
We're going to get there. Thank you. So let's go back to that hypothetical. In the surveillance video, and the witnesses testify that the robber's wearing a mask, so no one can identify him. Whose fault is that? Is that the state's fault? Number 8, is that the state's fault?
He's wearing a mask.
Yeah. They can't prove who it is. Whose fault is it?
The burden would be on the state.
Right. So there's no identification. So the lack of identification is what? Reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that same hypothetical. You got a mask. Robber's not wearing gloves and he touches the table, he touches the glass door. You can see all that in the surveillance video. Goes to your fingerprint question. But reasonable doubt can arise from the lack of evidence. In this hypothetical, the detectives never bothered to dust for prints. Would everyone agree that that would be a lack of evidence which bears on a material element of the offense, identity? Would everyone agree to that?
Yes.
And that the state has failed to exclude that by not gathering the evidence. Does anyone disagree with that? Now, go back to the same hypothetical. Surveillance video shows that the robber is on his phone. The witnesses tell law enforcement that the robber was talking to somebody. Law enforcement later seizes that robber's phone, but they never search it to determine if there was a text or call made. Would everyone agree that there's a lack of evidence there?
Yes.
Another way the reasonable doubt can arise is based on a conflict in the evidence. In the hypothetical that I just gave you, can someone identify any potential conflicts? Can you?
Not off the top of my head.
What if they were to dust the table or glass for fingerprints, but it's not conclusive?
What if the guy was somebody who visited the place earlier and could be seen doing the exact same thing?
Now the state, before we move on, does everyone agree that witnesses that are going to come and take the stand are not perfect, they're not actors? Does anyone expect to see what you would see if you watch a TV program or a movie? Number 13, you were smiling.
I am. I think before stepping into this whole process, there's an idea in your head that's put in there by culture on what it all looks like. But when you step in, it kind of is shattered when you go into the jury selection process right away. So, yeah, it's the difference between make believe and reality.
And this is what?
This is reality, not entertainment.
Judge is going to instruct you on how to weigh the credibility of witnesses. Now, the state brought up a point, this is something that happened 11 years ago. Does anyone think that if someone doesn't have an accurate memory, that that's something that's going to matter here? Number 22. That's going to matter?
If the person doesn't have accurate memory, yeah, it would be matter because it will distort the whole information of evidence being provided to the juror.
Sorry, say the last part again.
Say that the information that you can provide to the juror will not be accurate.
How do you determine if someone is giving you an accurate answer? Would you compare it to the other evidence?
You cannot really tell.
I'm sorry.
So you cannot really tell unless you have the like the videotape or something that you can go back and review.
One of the instructions the judge is going to give you is you can believe or disbelieve any testimony from any witness. Okay? Ms. Kappelman talked a little bit about co-defendants. I'm going to talk about something else. Informants. I call them jailhouse snitches. Why would a jailhouse snitch cooperate with the state? I'm going to call on somebody I haven't called on yet. I think I've called on everybody. Number one, what would motivate a jailhouse snitch?
Special treatment?
Okay. Like what?
I don't know. What kind of amenities can they give? Maybe less time or comfort?
In evaluating the testimony of an informant or a snitch, should you consider what benefit they got in determining whether or not they're being truthful? Number 8, I saw you shaking your head or nodding.
Well, I mean, somebody can be getting a kickback and be telling the truth at the same time.
What do you mean?
I mean, they could have seen something bad happen and get a reduction in the sentence for telling on them. It doesn't mean that the person did something bad or did not do something bad.
So they could get the benefit, but it doesn't mean that what they're saying isn't truthful?
Yeah, I mean, they could be lying or telling the truth. Just because they got, a benefit or anything doesn't weigh on that other side of the equation in my mind.
Take a briefly approach.
Yeah, I don't think he gained any advantage with this jury by calling them snitches. People don't like to be called snitches, and defense lawyers do. But these people were in a place where they saw something or heard something, and you can denigrate them as a snitch, but they may have relevant evidence. And I think he may have lost a few points there with that jury.
Hi, Tim.
Hey, Joel.
I've missed the earlier stuff. Is this the way he's been doing the voir dire since
Yeah.
he started?
Yeah, it's been really painful
Yeah.
and long, and he's not ingratiating himself. He's kind of a bit condescending.
That's
He's
what
all
I
over
thought.
all over
you
the
know.
board.
I mean, if you're going to ask someone what would lead this to happen or that to happen, then the kind of pushback after the answer, I think, could be a little off-putting or make the juror feel a little uncomfortable, and maybe for some reluctant to answer. And I don't know that helps him with any of them.
You're right, because you want people to open up.
Yeah.
You want them to feel, he's making them feel bad what they say, so none of them are going to speak up. So he's
Right.
really not
I
getting
remember
answers.
I'm reflecting on faculty evaluations I would get. You ask a question, I give the answer, and then you push back and want more. Law students don't like it, and they're in a class where they're learning. So I really do think it is a little off-putting for the jury.
Yeah,
I know what he's trying to do, but
Yeah.
there's a smoother way to do it.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem to be really galvanizing with the jury.
Yeah.
And it's more like he's lecturing.
Right. So while we're waiting, I assume, I think I heard that the jailhouse informer will be able to testify, and the other informer who overheard is also going to be able to be called by the defense.
That's what I hear, because they put Mickey Easterwood on the defense witness list.
Okay.
So I think the judge ruled it goes to the weight, not the admissibility, and they're going to use her to impeach those two.
Okay.
And now he's talking about snitches. So
Yeah. Right.
you would assume that they're going to testify.
Interesting. I wish we could have heard the arguments for or against.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Yeah.
You missed one point. He asked one juror how they feel, and she goes, and the juror said in front of everybody, well, it's been 11 or 12 years, so if they must have something to prove she's guilty. They wouldn't waste all this money bringing her now at this point, which is terrible. Now all the jury panel has that in their mind.
Yeah. And nobody said anything, including the judge, evidently.
And he didn't ask to go to sidebar. He didn't ask for a curative instruction. He didn't ask for a mistrial.
Going back on the topic of informants or snitches, we had one opinion that just because they testify doesn't necessarily mean that they're being dishonest or honest. Okay, so we don't know. How do you determine whether they're being honest or dishonest?
The other evidence is presented as well as their body language.
You got to weigh what they're saying against the other evidence, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you were to learn that the state can offer a benefit to an informant or a snitch, and it could be financial, could be favorable treatment, or anticipation of favorable treatment, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being unfair and 10 being completely fair, where do you find yourself? And I'm going to go number 7. Is that fair or unfair?
6.5, 7.
Number 6. Number 5.
Probably 5. Find it either fair or unfair, depends on the situation.
Number 22. It'd be balanced.
Yeah.
Number 4. Yes. Number 24.
5.
5. Number 2.
Would you repeat that question?
On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being unfair and 10 being completely fair, where do you find yourself? If you were to learn that the state compensated or gave a benefit to an informant.
That would be fair.
Okay. Number 1.
Scale of 1 to 10?
Yes.
6.
Number 8.
Initially, I feel like it's unfair, but when you think about it, no one does anything for free, and there's going to be a lot of risk to, coming out against a lot of folks that also could be in jail. So
it's a balance?
Yeah, it's a risk versus reward, and I think the higher the reward, the more of a risk someone is willing to take for that reward.
Does everyone agree with that?
Oh,
yeah. Getting a lot of head nods. Okay. Number 9.
I'd say it's about equal. 5.
23.
I agree with mostly what he said. If it's.
Are you referring to number 8, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Number 11.
Number 5.
Number 12.
I'm gonna have to say 4.
Number 13.
I think I'm in the 4 or 5 range.
Number 14.
I think I'm like a 7. I think it's fair.
I'm sorry?
I'm like a 7. I think it's fair.
Okay. Number 25.
I'd say it's a 4 because the state then has more influence to pressure, whereas the other side would not have that same advantage.
Number 20. Can't read my own handwriting. Ma'am?
I'm 25. I think you said she was 25.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yes. Thank you.
About 5.
About a 5?
Yeah.
20?
5.
19?
5.
18?
Is it legal?
It's legal.
Then it's fair.
Number 17?
Go with 7 as well.
16?
It'd be hard for me to say, just that general circumstance really depend case by case.
Okay. Just a moment.
I didn't like that question, but he's at least getting information as to whether those later jurors are more likely to match what an earlier one said or really be independent and give a new number or make a different comment. And I
Yeah.
suppose that's useful, but that's hard. Are you going to be a 10 in confidence or a 1?
Yeah, he's dragged. I don't know when he started. I missed part of it, but he seems to be dragging this out with no end in sight.
Yeah. Well, that's the way they did a lot of the motions. So.
And that's why I think this trial is going to be delayed. I think that's their style, and they don't realize they lose jurors, they're losing the judge, and ultimately going to lose the case.
Does anyone think that the defense should have the same benefit there? The defense can do that as well? No? I'm sorry?
Could you explain what you mean?
Could the defense offer a benefit to a witness? If I were to tell you that we can't. Number 24. Is that fair that we can't do that?
I know that cannot. Yeah.
Right. Is that fair?
I don't know. I just know it's the law. You cannot.
Right. Number 14.
I think it's fair because the burden's on them to prove their case.
Fair. Now, has anyone here heard that a description of the role of a juror as having a duty to deliberate about the facts? Anyone? Getting some slight head nods. And once you decide the facts, you apply the law to those facts. What does deliberate mean? Let's see. Number 19, what does deliberate mean?
Oh, I wouldn't ask that.
You trailed off at the end, I'm sorry.
To discuss the case with the fellow jurors in the jury room.
Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
What does it take to deliberate? Do you think carefully? Consult with each other? Getting some head nods? Does anyone here, bless you, anyone ever just getting engaged in a family discussion around the dinner table? Show of hands. Are there informal rules for that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Number 7. What are the rules at your house?
Well, my dinner table has a 8-year-old, 6-year-old, and a 2-year-old. So right now the big rule is don't talk over your siblings, and everybody gets to tell their part. Everybody gets a voice and gets to be heard.
And I've had children that age before. It can be somewhat difficult to wrangle them. How do you encourage them to follow those rules?
Sometimes with stern authority, but most of the time with the illustration of, hey, you want everyone to listen to you when you're talking, so you need to be quiet while your sister talks. I try to model that for them myself too.
So you redirect them. Sometimes you got to be stern, but you try to redirect them and you try to use your own methods of showing them an example. Now, for those of us who have older children, let's see. Number 11. I know what it's like to have 4 children. How do you determine whether the family discussion was successful?
Well, I guess if we were all still speaking to each other, and the discussion took place, it was a success in my house.
I can relate. Now, would it be accurate to say that the end result, the conclusion that is reached, coincided with your initial conclusion?
Not necessarily.
Now, if you felt strongly that your way was the right way, would you be capable of standing up to them and saying, I believe this, I hear you, I respect you, but I disagree?
Absolutely. And that's exactly how it was in my household. You have the right to your opinion as well, and let's all try to understand each other and respect each other in that regard.
So in other words, can you accept that sometimes we just don't reach an agreement?
Absolutely.
Now, number 6. I think you touched on this a little bit earlier, but if you are engaged in that conversation and you disagree with everybody else's conclusion, but it's 6 o'clock on a Friday and you're hungry, are you going to change your opinion so you could go get something to eat?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Does everyone remember why that statement causes me concern? Are you going to change your opinion? Anyone here willing to change their opinion if they believe that their interpretation is correct? Anyone? Getting crickets.
I'll change my opinion if the evidence suits it. My opinion's not set in stone or anything.
Well, let's back up a little bit. If you believe strongly after having this discussion that you're right, are you going to change your opinion so that everybody can go home?
I mean, there'd be a lot of peer pressure. I could see that, but I mean, me personally, my opinion goes out in publication and all kinds of stuff that we stake our reputation on that as PhDs. So only good concrete facts really change my opinion.
So short answer would be no, you wouldn't change your opinion.
No.
Would anyone change their opinion so that they could go home? I'm getting shake. Okay, great.
Who would answer that yes?
Are there topics that you should not discuss when you're back in the jury room? Anyone want to volunteer an example?
Anything you may have heard secondhand inadvertently through somebody, work, home.
What about whether the defendant should testify? Is that something that you should discuss back there? What does it mean if the defendant doesn't testify? Should you discuss that? Number 7, should you discuss that the prosecutor decided to charge Mrs. Adelson? Well, you said earlier that if we've gotten this far, that it means something, right? Should that be something that you discuss?
No, I just think that's something that gets us to the trial. The only thing we're discussing is what happens in the trial.
Does it matter what clothing I wear or my client wears? Is that something that you should discuss back there? Trying to find somebody to pick on for this. Number 13. Can you give me a definition of something that's, an example of circular reasoning?
It's an argument that plays back upon itself. So the argument is used as the evidence or proof that the argument is true.
I'm going to give you an example too. I like that. I don't think everyone's going to agree with me on this, but good guys don't make mistakes. Law enforcement officers are good guys or gals. Therefore, law enforcement officers are good, Let me back up. Good guys don't make mistakes. Law enforcement officers are good guys. I'm a law enforcement officer. Therefore, I don't make mistakes. Circular?
I agree with that.
It's not accurate, is it? Do we want to avoid that type of reasoning when you're deliberating?
Yes.
Anyone disagree with that? Does anyone think that law enforcement officer who testifies should be believed over somebody who's not a law enforcement officer?
No.
Anyone? Number 17?
No.
No?
No.
When you're back there, would you be deliberating if you automatically accepted as truthful without the exercise of any skepticism the testimony of a law enforcement officer, number 17?
Ask me again, please.
Would you automatically believe testimony of a law enforcement officer without exercising any skepticism?
No.
You wouldn't be deliberating, would you? You're just accepting what they tell you. You got to question what is said to you, what is presented. Do you agree with that?
I did.
Does anyone disagree with that? Just going to accept what is presented by the witnesses. Anybody? Good.
I think he's going to have more trouble with that than the state.
Now, back to you, number 8. When you're deliberating, you have concluded your conversations. You believe that you're right. You said that you're capable of standing your ground, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what about the reverse? You go back there, you believe steadfast in your position, but then somebody else adds something that you hadn't considered. Are you going to then consider that as part of your deliberative process?
Yeah, that's the whole goal. Sure.
One of the instructions that you'll get from the court says that you should use your common sense. Is common sense a process or is it a result? Let's see, who do I want to use for this one? Number 2.
Well, I'd say it's a process.
And so if common sense is a process, should you automatically accept the state's conclusions without discussing it? What should you do?
I mean, common sense might be common, but it's not always the answer. So you could have something different. So you need to be skeptical of everything. Even common sense can be wrong.
Are you capable of saying if someone's common sense result, their process leads them to one conclusion, but your common sense process leads you to another? How do you resolve that? Or can it be?
Go back to what you assume is common, the common sense, and kind of discuss what's so common about it. What are you hinging the common part of it on? Like, what do you actually think is so reasonable about it?
Thank you. Number
26. Go ahead.
I don't think we can, in all fairness, always trust our common sense, because I think we all want to say with common sense, but circumstances change, and when circumstances change, we need to rethink whatever our common sense is telling us.
It's fair. Does anyone agree with that? Getting some nods. Anyone disagree with it? Now, you've heard the court read the charges against my client, one of the things I want you to understand is what's going to be necessary as you are evaluating the evidence. Ms. Kappelman asked, how do you determine someone's intent? Does everyone remember that? It's not just, does somebody always say what they intend to happen? Shaking your head? How do you determine that? With their words?
Yeah, that's part of it they take into account, but how they would benefit from it from body language, what they're telling you, compare that against other evidence and what other witnesses said.
Now, what's clear is throughout the case, everyone understand that you don't reach a conclusion until you don't start deliberating until after all the evidence. Okay, so when you get to that point, all the evidence has been presented. At that point in time, you guys then have the opportunity to go back and discuss what the evidence means. Does everyone understand that? Shaking the heads, yes. Now, if the state establishes that there's a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel, and that Daniel Markel is dead, does that mean that it was done by the criminal act of my client? You need to be able to separate my client from the other individuals. Does everyone understand that?
Yes.
One thing that we definitely want to discuss. Principle. Ms. Kappelman discussed it earlier. The important thing to take from this is the state's going to have to establish Mrs. Adelson had the conscious intent for Daniel Markel to be killed. How do you determine if someone has that? Number 5, how do you determine if that happens? How do you determine if the state can prove that?
There have to be some sort of evidence, like witness testimony, writing, something along those lines, that there was premeditation, some sort of plan.
Now, in the principal instructions, the state's not going to have to prove that Mrs. Adelson was present. Have you heard the term guilt by association? Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
Shaking the head, yes. Now, there's going to be testimony that my client's son, Charlie Adelson, was convicted. Does that mean, and I want to, anyone, does that mean that my client has any involvement, that she is guilty? Shaking your head, no. Anybody saying yes? Is that conclusive in any way concerning Mrs. Adelson? Shaking of the heads. Let's see, number 7. Is that a factor that you're going to consider when you're evaluating the evidence?
Can you ask it again?
Sure. The fact that my client's son, Charlie Adelson, has been convicted of these charges, is that something that you're going to consider when determining whether or not my client is guilty?
Sitting here right now, no, but if the state uses some sort of, I mean, it would just be determined on if the state has a connection or if they present some evidence, that would have to be considered.
Is it conclusive?
No.
So what you're saying is the state would have to have evidence connecting Mrs. Adelson to her son's actions.
Sure, yeah. Just can't do
They
anything
would
on it.
have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yep.
Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Anyone disagree? Just because he's been convicted doesn't mean that my client is guilty.
Here we go.
Yep. You know, some of what it appears that he's trying to get at is not unreasonable, but the way he's asking the questions to get there is just awkward. Define, deliberate. I mean, that's essentially what he said.
Right.
You know what he's trying to get at. Will you listen to, will you listen to others? Can you be persuaded by others? Are you going to, those sorts of things, but there are ways to do it so it doesn't sound like you're giving somebody a vocabulary quiz.
Yeah, and the judge doesn't like him trying to tell him what the law is and the instructions that the judge is going to give him. So I understand what he's trying to do. He's letting them know that, but I don't think any juror is not going to understand. Charlie's going to get up there and testify for Donna, and no one believed Charlie. So why should we believe him now?
Right.
He was convicted, right?
Well, these jurors, some of the answers are really very, very smart. He's asking questions in the abstract, yes or no, when the answer is going to depend on, the other evidence. And he's getting jurors who are saying that to him.
Right.
No, right now, but I'm going to listen to the other evidence. There are ways to do it. He's done a lot of trials, hasn't he?
He has.
There are ways to do it without sounding so. And the other thing is, he's clearly trying to establish rapport. But when he says things like "I can relate," it sounds artificial.
Yeah.
It's words, but. I don't, at least now I'm not in the courtroom, but I don't get the feel that it's sounding genuine when he does it. So it's worse than if he wouldn't say things like "I can relate," because it's not, for me, not coming across as relatable.
He's not the kind of guy coming across to that jury that a juror would want to have lunch or have a drink with, right? And it always helps if the jury, even if they disagree with you, but they like, hey man, I like this guy, I kind of trust him. But your facts and your case are terrible. That's better than, I really don't like this guy. He's condescending, kind of a jerk, and he's got bad facts too. So,
hey, listen, I would tell law students all the time, when you're going to be up in front of a jury, the first thing you want them to do is like you. You want them, if they're going to decide the other way, to feel bad about it. You don't want them to feel, hey, great. The facts and the evidence are such, and I don't like you, so I'm really glad that I don't like you and the evidence is coming out that way. So you really want to try to be, relatable. And I think he may well be, but it's not, to me anyway, it may be different in the courtroom.
I think he'll do better on cross-examination.
We were discussing other people's responsibility. There's only one person that's going to be on trial here. Does everyone understand and agree that your feelings about anybody else and whether or not they have any responsibility have nothing to do with Mrs. Adelson's responsibility? Everyone can separate that. Focus your conversations only on Mrs. Adelson. Does everyone agree? Let's see. Looking for somebody with older children. Number 11, I'm going to pick on you again.
You shouldn't say pick on.
Right.
Kids ever lie to you when they were growing up? Say it again.
Absolutely.
How did you determine if they were lying?
I had pretty good kids, so normally they felt guilty enough to come tell me that. But typically, as a parent, it's fairly easy to pick up on when your kid lies to you for the most part. The older they got, the more difficult that was. But
so your children are adults now?
Correct.
They ever lie to you as adults?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Have you caught them yet?
A few times.
Sadly, that was his
You're
best question.
16. How do people react when they're scared?
Very much depends on the person. Someone's going to have a lot of big emotions. Someone else might kind of go into a fawn response.
People don't react the same.
Sure.
People don't react the same when they're scared.
Correct.
Everyone agree with that?
Yes.
You know, I grew up in Miami, and I had a friend whose family was featured on a reality TV show after Hurricane Andrew. He quickly discovered he didn't like that type of attention. Anyone experienced something similar where they've been in the spotlight and they didn't want to be there? Number 16, you're shaking your head yes. You've been in the spotlight before, you didn't want to be there?
Something like was on local news as a kid, didn't like that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Yes, a little bit. Like when I was a child, I was on local news and got very shy during that.
Okay. You wanted to get away, right? Does everyone understand that that feeling you want to get away from unwanted attention? Yes? Now I'm going to ask you something I don't normally ask in jury selection, and I apologize if I offend anybody. By a show of hands, anyone familiar with Judaism? Thank you. Are there important life events that happen in the lives of Jewish children? Was your grandmother at yours?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. My grandmother was at mine. I'm going to bring up something else that's a little unique. And who was familiar with Judaism? Okay. Let's see. Number 12? That's you? Oh, 14. I don't know why I can't keep this straight. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Actually, I'm going to skip that. Let's see. During the course of the trial, there are going to be some photographs shown of Mr. Markel. Is anyone particularly averse to gory scenes? Nobody? Number 9? Can you talk to us about that?
I get fairly squeamish about that kind of stuff. I'm not passing out the sight of blood, but other stuff that are more gruesome is just a bit unsettling.
Is that something that you wouldn't be able to review that evidence?
I should be able to review that evidence.
Should be?
Yes.
Or will be?
Will be able to.
Okay. Is that going to impact your ability to be fair in evaluating that evidence?
No, sir.
I want to ask a somewhat provocative question. At this point in time, does anyone here believe the state actually knows what happened? Anybody?
Say that again?
Do you believe the state knows what happened? Sure. As we sit here today, now remember, prosecutors were not witnesses to this case, correct? They are going to present arguments to you, correct? So as we sit here, do you believe that they know what happened? Or do they believe what happened? You understand the distinction? Does everyone understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Do we know how many jurors he's addressing right now?
No.
Because I don't think I've heard, I think I heard one time a woman's voice respond, to volunteer. And I was trying to track, and I didn't do it very well, how many times he had particularly addressed a question to a woman who was in that group.
Yeah. Yeah, the women don't seem to be speaking up too much.
Yeah,
And
well, that the research, at least older research, supports that. But I don't remember him directing questions either. I'm going to pay more attention. Maybe people in the chat have a better idea of that. Not a good thing to do, though, because women who are not volunteering, but who do not feel that he's making any effort to seek information from them, may be forming a conclusion, or at least starting to form a conclusion about him as the defense lawyer.
oh, they've already made that decision. I can tell you that they look at you, and then when you spend as much time as he's done already, they've already made their decision about him.
Yeah.
Now they haven't seen Jackie in action yet, but they see her sitting over there looking frumpy, not saying anything. But they've already formed their opinion on Josh.
Yeah.
And they know that's what they do. The same way they have with Georgia and with Sarah.
Right, but what I'm talking about is the particular feeling as to attitude about women, respect for views of women, all those things.
2 heads are better than one becomes 3 heads are better than one. Your
I
Honor.
wouldn't have mentioned that he grew up in Miami. You don't do
I
that
wouldn't
in a
either. I was
small
surprised.
Tallahassee
You
area.
need to make any inquiry of juror 26.
Yeah, were you able to follow the discussion when I was doing my presentation? As far as we talked about principal theory, I gave my circumstantial evidence demonstration with the cheesy donut example. Anything that you felt like as you were sitting out there listening, oh, I would definitely interject at that point? Or has your mind been numbed so much at this point you can't harken back that far?
I was listening to everything you were saying. One thing I would have interjected at the moment, I was thinking, I want to say this one. I couldn't say it, but I would always consider a person's character when I as to whether I believe them or not believe them.
So in the context of, oh, you're going to hear from some witnesses who've been convicted of felonies, who live a different lifestyle from you, that kind of thing, is that the discussion where you were having that thought?
I try to be open-minded, and I think there are all kinds of people, not everyone. So I don't want to prejudge a person because I don't know what the circumstances are. That's why I want to ponder the evidence and decide from that point.
Okay, so can we agree then that although that's those types of characteristics or character, as you said, are something to consider, they're not the end all be all, and you can keep an open mind to the testimony. Does it fit with the other evidence in the case? That sort of inquiry.
Definitely, I think considering everything is important.
Okay. As opposed to being the type of person that, oh, I hear they're a felon, I'm done. I can't hear anything they have to say.
I think that's a very negative thinking to think that way.
Okay. Anything else during my time up here where you were bursting at the seams to share something with me? Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
You see, she's so much more likable.
At this point, can join me in
and she's the prosecutor.
along with the court reporter. For everyone else that is going to remain in the courtroom at this time, I'm going to instruct you once again, do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. If you do need to stretch your legs or use the restroom, you may do so, but you do need to return to this courtroom. We're in courtroom 3G. No one is to take a tour of the courthouse by themselves. Please come back to courtroom 3G as soon as you finish with the bathroom, using your phone or stretching your legs if you need to. If the parties can please join me in the jury room.
Did they get lunch?
No, they came in at 11. They got
Oh.
a 15-minute break, and then they took a 5-minute break because they were dozing off, I believe.
Okay.
So they're lucky if they get a jury by today.
Mhm.
Openings will be tomorrow.
I thought when I heard that last night, when I watched the show last night, that that was an extraordinary timetable that he was suggesting they might be able to meet.
No chance. No chance at 1 o'clock for
Yeah.
openings.
Yeah.
And they started right at 11.
Well, I'm sure. I mean, he's very timely. So did anything strike, I mean, I missed a good part of it. Did anything strike you that you talked about before or didn't talk about before? I'd be really interested in hearing your perspective.
Well, I missed some of it, but I think the key thing is that we never heard the rulings on the in camera, but
Mhm.
we did get the witness list from the defense and the state. And on the defense witness list was Mickey Easterwood. Now, Mickey Easterwood is the one that's going to impeach Byrd and Drina. And they
Right.
put her on the list. So I'm assuming what the judge ruled, I may be wrong, Joe, it goes to the weight, not to the admissibility.
Right.
You
Right.
can cross-examine, and they're going to call Mickey Easterwood to impeach them.
Well, I really, as I said, I really wish I had heard it all because this is the ruling that worries me of everything that I've seen so far. I have, I have confidence that the state and the judge are being very, very careful before they, before the judge allowed it at all. Tim, I've had a thought about the way the state responds to motions for quite a while. And not some of the silly ones, or some of the, let me just preserve the record for appeal, or let me let you know in advance so that if I have to make an objection at trial, you already know about it. But a couple of the more substantive ones, including in particular, the motion about excluding the testimony of Bernhardt after she had spoken to Jason Newland or whoever
Right.
the investigator was. The state doesn't typically write an answer to a motion. And I'm not happy with that sort of way to do it for a couple of reasons. And it may be the law professor in me, but one reason is I believe firmly that if you have to write something out, you get a better grasp of the argument you want to make and the flow of the argument and what the points are that are important, no matter how well you've got it framed, in your head and ready to go, that the act of really organizing on paper helps. But even more than that, I don't think it's fair to the judge to hear one side of an argument and then the other side will come orally when it's being argued. I think the judge has the right to hear it in advance, so he's got a better picture of what both sides are before he's going to hear it and rule on it. Now, he could require that they put something in writing, no doubt, but I just wish the state on the really more serious substantive motions would do it in writing, both for their sake and particularly to make it easier for the judge.
A lot of times the state does not respond in writing, and they rely on going there. And I don't know if that's because they want to keep their options open or if they just don't have time to respond. But that happens a lot. We'll file a motion, and then they won't respond, and we'll have a hearing, and then they just orally respond.
I know. I just don't think it's good practice for the more important, the more substantive motions. And they may not have time, but the defense is in the same boat. If you're on the defense side, you've got to take the time to write the motion. And the state certainly has at least as many resources as the defense in order to put pen to paper and respond. The more I've been thinking about it over the course of this trial and the last trial, the more strongly I believe that they should be writing answers to the important motions.
And Tim and Joe, in terms of pacing, hi everyone, this is the COE. In terms of pacing, so obviously it doesn't look like opening statements is going to happen tonight.
Right.
But we do think there will be a jury by the end of the day.
I think they will have a jury by the end of the day.
Yeah, it looks like Zellman is finished with his voir dire. So now the question is just getting down to the 15
Yeah.
that are going to be left. So that shouldn't take that much time to do.
Well, it depends how many strikes they have. They're going to go back there and they're going to start going, and he might let them back strike. So then they're going to have to bring new people in that are in the gallery into the 21.
Right.
So it could take another hour and 20 minutes, but I think we'll have it by 5.
And in terms of the style of questioning, and apologies as I've never watched the full jury selection process before, what about the style of Zellman versus Georgia, and does that impact the jurors in any way?
Oh, of course. Absolutely. I mean, look what happens in advertising. They don't put ugly people on to sell things, right? And a lawyer, defense lawyer, and a prosecutor are selling. What are they selling? They're selling their case. So if you come across well and a jury likes you and you're personable, they may not like your client, but you want them to at least trust you, that they can believe at least part of what you're saying. So when you cross-examine a witness and look at him, they say, oh, maybe he's got him, versus I don't like that guy. He's horrible. I don't believe him. Maybe he got him, but he tricked him. I mean,
Agree.
Yeah.
Agree. The only thing I would add to that is COE, the style of the questionings really in many ways relates to the rapport you're establishing with the jury. And if the questions sound pedantic, if the questions sound formal or stilted, you're losing an opportunity to make a connection. What you want is a more conversational style, something that the jurors are more familiar with, something that establishes, hey, we're all in it together. And I don't think the way he was asking the questions was doing that at all. And at some points, and Tim and I talked about it a moment ago, he would ask a question and then push the juror because the answer wasn't good enough or clear enough, but partly it was because the question was too abstract. And that is also off-putting, because particularly if you volunteer and then you give an answer and then the lawyer comes back at you and wants more and wants different, that's a little tough too. So I do think the style of the questions matters.
And people are saying that not only the style, but even the wording was often confusing. I mean, again, these are people that are coming in here. Everyone has a different background. They're new to the case. They may be new to the court system, the legal system in general. So even the fact that some of the questions were confusing, I'm sure was probably off-putting or maybe even just a little weird for them to absorb. But talk about that, Tim, and how important the questioning is in terms of the wording and what you're actually trying to get across.
Yeah, it is, because you know what, a lot of people don't like lawyers because they like to talk down to people. And if you break it down to people who are not lawyers and so they can understand the question, you're going to get a better response. And if you just give legalese, they think you're trying to trick them. But if you break it down to something they can understand, like, hey, if this witness has been given a deal, you think you should question their veracity more than a person that's not getting a deal? They can understand that than versus snitches and informers. And I think he just went about it the wrong way.
Yeah. And he got a number of jurors who, in response to the question, said they didn't understand it. Could he rephrase it? Could he restate it? Which underscores that the questions were either too complicated or not clear enough, or too legalese and not everyday language.
Yeah, I missed the point why he told the jury he was from Miami.
It just was a throwaway. I don't think there was anything. It was just a kind of, I think, if I had to guess, he was trying to make himself more human with them and say, you know, here's where I spent most of my life. But he picked, I think, the wrong background information to provide that, you know, I'm one of you.
Yeah, you don't do that in Tallahassee. I remember when I was a federal prosecutor and the judge, if the Miami lawyer came up to Tallahassee, the judge would always say, oh, this is Mr. So-and-so from Miami, to let the jury know this is this high price lawyer from Miami. It never went well.
I said before, the times he tried to establish rapport for me didn't work. And he tried with one juror to ask about number of children. And then he said, I have 4, I understand. And it just didn't sound natural.
And what about the timing? I realize they've had a few short breaks, but it feels, or maybe it's just me projecting, but I feel like it's been very long for the potential jurors to be sitting there taking all of this in.
It is a long time. And it kind of reminds me, one time I was giving an argument to a judge, and it was a long argument. And the judge says, listen, we got 2 jobs here. My job's to listen, your job's to talk. I just want you to know I'm done with my job. So I immediately knew, shut up and move on. But lawyers don't understand that. It looked like he had a little sheet that he was going down, and he should never say, I want to pick on somebody.
No.
Because you're singling out and you're putting that person on the spot in a courtroom in front of all these people. A lot of people don't want to say the wrong thing, and they might remember that down the road.
Well, and pick on has 2 different connotations. One is I'm just choosing you. The other is, I want to, in a mild form, I'm harassing you. Don't pick on me, kind of thing. So the language is not good, even if he wants to say something like that. I also don't know why he did things like, well, I'm not going to do this question, telling them what his thought process was in the development of the questions and what he was talking to them about. I mean, clearly he's got a script, but I wouldn't have emphasized, hey, I have a script here. But I will add that the jury doesn't have to like him.
No.
The jury doesn't have to like the length of the voir dire process. The jury doesn't have to like the fact that some of the questions sounded a little condescending, to be able to render a fair judgment and focus on the evidence that shows Donna's guilt.
I still think the juror, whatever juror gets on there, they're going to base their verdict on the evidence, and they're going to know this is a high profile case. They know, by the way, it's been done, and they're going to see packed courtrooms. So they know this is a big deal. They know it's a murder case. I think the jury is going to do their job, and I think they're going to try to come to a verdict based on the evidence, which we hope they do, and we hope they make a verdict. And I don't think they're going to hold it against Josh. I mean, if the state messes up and doesn't prove their case, Josh can still win this thing. But if the facts come out like we think they're going to come out, he's got a hard sell selling that story.
And I saw in the chat there were a couple of questions, Tim, about whether he will conduct his cross-examination the way he did this voir dire, and you addressed it a little before with regard to him being better at cross. Do you want, since we've gotten a couple of questions about it, do you want to add to that at all?
Yeah, I think Josh will have a script. He'll know his questions. He should know by now. He's had a transcript of all these people that have testified in previous trials. He should know the weak points. He should hit those weak points, not open the door. And he's had enough trial experience to do that. I think he may go too long because sometimes they feel you have to go too long. But I think he'll be more effective than Dan was on cross.
Mm-hmm. Well, this little break is taking more than 5 minutes.
Oh, no, it's going to take longer. They're in the back going through the jurors.
Yeah.
And they're probably doing for cause again, making their arguments. And then they're going to start, and they might already start picking jurors and going number one and going back and forth each side.
So
sorry. This question is from SP74 from Aspen. She's asking how many of Zellman's questions came from the jury consultant?
I bet a lot did. And I think some are just Josh's normal questions that he does. The whole thing about reasonable doubt, everybody does that. Because, when you have bad facts, you want to argue the law, right? You want to say they got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, show to them how high that standard is. It was interesting. They brought out that Charlie was convicted of murder. So they're going to call Charlie. It's anticipated Charlie's going to come testify, and her defense will be the same double extortion theory.
Well, I it was interesting listening to it the first time. I guess it will be interesting listening to it the second time.
And this question from Natasha Freeman: what is her defense attorney's ideal jury?
Oh, I wrote it in an article and I mentioned it last night on the show. They want a skeptic, right? And during his voir dire, he asked one of the jurors, "Are you a skeptic? Do you?" And that's what he's looking for. When that person said, "Yes, I'm kind of skeptical," don't worry, George is going to cut that juror immediately.
Yeah, and that was what I was just going to say. It's a two-way street. The more you pursue the factors in jurors that you want, the more you have alerted the other side as to the juror with the factors you like that they're not going to keep. So, it's hard when you can't see, when you're not in the courtroom, you can't see them to keep track of who's saying what. And I didn't listen to it from the beginning, so it was impossible for me. But for anybody in the chat who's been in it from the beginning, if you were keeping a little score sheet with the juror numbers and what they were saying, you could engage in a little game with yourself and see which jurors you would strike for each side and how close you come to what Zellman and Kappelman actually do.
It's going to be interesting when they see Jackie, her style. She'll be, to say this, that Josh is more personal than Jackie is an understatement. So wait till you see her style. You talk
Whereas
about
on the
attacking.
state side, however personal Georgia is, Sarah will project even more so.
Yes.
So,
Sarah and Georgia are very likable.
yes.
And, we've seen prosecutions where the prosecutor is not likable at all. But when you get experienced, talented prosecutors that are personable, and they have a good case, it's tough to beat them.
yeah. I'll be interested in seeing whether Georgia or Sarah actually do the cross on Donna. I remember saying last October that I thought, that if I were they, I would give serious thought to Sarah, because Sarah comes across so much softer. And for any jurors who might feel some sympathy to an older defendant, I don't know how well that Donna will be able to project that, but to the extent that's even possibly true, it seems to be Sarah's demeanor and attitude and the way she approaches things might soften that and make it easier to really go after Donna. I think either of them will do a really great job. I'm just going to be interested to see which one does that cross.
She is. She comes across, yeah. Those people in that jury, they would certainly have lunch or have a drink with Georgia and Sarah.
Right.
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 The judge got frustrated, but this is a capital case, and they have a right to pick their jury. They have a right to ask their questions. He's pretty easy. I don't think Hankinson would have put up with a lot of the stuff that went on. He would have move on. Next question.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be interesting. Judge Hankinson would have limited openings. He would give you a limited time. This judge let them do what they want. I think Georgia said 30 to 45. And, the defense really didn't say anything. So I posed question last night. Is it possible that the defense will waive it and not give their defense until their side of the case?
Yeah. They talked about that a little, but it was in the context of a couple of the judge's rulings on what evidence he was going to permit the state to use. Right. And I know it's an option for the defense, but all the research that I know about trials and juries suggests that it's not a good idea to wait.
I will tell you, in 30 years, 39 practicing, but as a defense lawyer, I've never had the courage to do it.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to give up that to take with the jury. They'll make their minds up before you even tell them what the theory is.
Exactly. And that's what all the research shows, Tim, that in opening, when you're trying to embed or at least get the jury thinking about your version of how the thing happened, that the side that is better able to get the jury thinking in the way they think the events progressed is starting out with an advantage, and to wait just allows that to really be embedded in jurors' minds. So it's interesting to me that they might even be thinking about it.
Yeah.
Unless they think they have some big surprise they want to offer and they don't want to let the state know in advance, but I don't even think that's a good enough reason. However, we'll see.
Tim and Joe, I'm hopping in here. Trucking 360 is asking why you think Geek Squad was never called to testify.
You mean about the TV in Wendy's house the day
Yes.
of the murder? Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think they needed him then. I think if Wendi is prosecuted, that at that point he certainly should be called, because he could talk about the what transpired in the house, why she made the call, whether he had told her clearly this TV can't be fixed. I don't know that it's as critical. I know it's not as critical to Donna's case or to Charlie's case with regard to the elements that have to be proved for them as it would be in trying to move to showing Wendy's guilt. And so that would be my best guess.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be important for any of their defense. Although, wasn't it the mom that ordered the Geek Squad? Didn't she set it up, the mother?
Yeah, isn't there some evidence? I thought I saw something recently that there might be some evidence saying that Wendi claims she made the call, but I guess and he's not going to be called, so we won't know at this time anyway.
I liked watching the comments of the viewers and subscribers, because just think, they're not sitting in that chair and they're getting bored and tired and monotonous. So they're not average, because they're so much more involved in this case, but that gives you a cross section of how they're feeling. Just think how these jurors are that don't know the case, don't want to be there, and how they felt about jury selection.
And I do have some updates from inside the courtroom, not from Joel, but from one of our members who is there and is sitting next to Joel. They said that the jurors were reacting very emotionless. They were deadpan with Zellman when he was out there questioning them. Very few smiles. A lot of them seemed zoned out. She's referring to the jurors as a very respectful bunch. She said that it was actually almost joyful when Georgia was questioning, and that they were a lot more attentive to Georgia's questioning, and that the style seemed to resonate more with her.
Yeah, that's exactly what we thought,
Mhm.
And yeah, the defense is going up. They're walking up a big hill with this case. And by putting on Charlie to be a witness and admitting that the jury didn't buy Charlie and he got convicted, we're going to put him up here too, and hope you'll listen to him, and maybe together with these two, you'll believe it. That's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah.
All right, they're starting to call back the jurors one by one into the jury room. I'm getting some text updates here on the side, but we do have this question here from Tara Wells. How does Wendy's immunity affect the possibility of her being indicted? And does that really complicate a prosecution, assuming they have more evidence?
Well, it does, because you're going to have what's called a Castigar hearing, because she was compelled to testify. Anything she says cannot be used by the state. They're going to have to prove all the evidence was not being compelled, which can be problematic. Judges normally will sway towards the person who was compelled. So that does kind of complicate it. But if they had a lot of evidence, they could, of course, if they got direct evidence, they may not use anything, but it does complicate it. It doesn't mean she can't be prosecuted. So,
Yeah.
Joel, do you want to attack that?
Yeah, the rules are clear. because you can't be, you've got a Fifth Amendment privilege not to be forced to testify and potentially incriminate yourself. If you are going to be forced to testify, then your testimony has to put you in the same place as if you had never spoken at all. So obviously then anything you say can't be used against you, because if you'd never testified, you wouldn't have said anything. Anything that they find out because you testified can't be used against you, because again, obviously, if you had never testified, there would be nothing that they could have derived from what you said. Anything you say before you were given the immunity is clearly open game, because you weren't forced to do anything. The issue is that you're being forced. And the forcing comes from the subpoena that says you must get on the stand and talk. So the rules are clear. The part that will be difficult is on the facts. Was any evidence that they want to use independent of anything she might have said? And memories are different. Timing may be a little off. That's where this will get more difficult. Assume that she's on the stand and she says the body was buried in the backyard, and they go out and look for the body, but 5 minutes before she said that, somebody was in police headquarters saying, I've been worried about this, and I want you to know that I saw her with a shovel digging a hole in the backyard, and it looked like something the size of a body was being put in the hole. And the police go out at that point and look while she's testifying. That would be an independent source, but on the facts, you're going to have to show it happened before she actually said it on the stand. So it's the facts that make it complicated, and it is the reason. And so because of this, it is the reason why in Donna's trial, and Charlie's trial, and the trials before, that Georgia is very careful about what she asks Wendi, because the more she asks, the more possibility there will be for Wendi to say, you can't use that in my trial, because the reason why you're using it is you've heard something from me when I testified.
So Harvey was at court today. They showed him outside the courtroom.
Well, he was there yesterday making the
Yeah.
antics with his hands.
Wearing some fancy hookah shoes, the tennis shoes.
Yeah.
So, well, good for him. He's supporting his wife.
Do we know how many people are actually in those first two rows on Donna's side? I mean, the judge, I think
we can get that tonight. Joel might be able to
Okay.
do that tonight.
That's probably true.
I'm curious to see how many people they have there.
Right.
There's not going to be any openings today. The openings will probably be tomorrow.
No, because we're almost at 4.
I mean, the jury's been there. They got there. That's like 5.5 hours by the time. Yeah, they're not going to do that.
Yeah.
He's not going to feed them tonight. I'm wondering if he's going to feed them lunchtime, because, them getting out, going to lunch downtown with a Metro Deli, there's really not a lot of places to go eat. And you don't want the jurors going where the witnesses and family people are.
Yeah. Well, I think you should have fed them tonight or given them a voucher.
It costs a lot of money to feed 15 people.
I guess.
He's not sequestering them, which probably a good thing.
You have to show a lot to sequester a jury.
I know.
Pretty inconvenient. Can be major inconvenience.
I don't think, Joe, we've ever had a jury sequestered in Tallahassee that I recall.
Not even for Bundy?
Well, Bundy wasn't tried here. They moved it.
Oh,
they did a change of venue. And I think he was tried down in Miami. But no, they didn't. They haven't had, since I've been here, 1987, they haven't had a sequestered jury.
Do you think, it doesn't seem to be happening, but I was wondering whether Zellman was going to make a motion about the jury pool because of that statement that was heard you know,
They might be
after
doing that. They might be doing that in the
now.
chamber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They wouldn't do it in front of the jurors.
Yeah.
Anything else, Ileana, you can think of?
It appears we've lost Ileana.
She's got so many things. I thought she'd be rounding up kids at this time of day.
It's almost 4. Is that when kids get out of school in Tallahassee?
Well, no, Ileana's down in Miami, so.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. I keep reversing where they are. Well, then that's the question. They get out of school at 4 in Miami?
They probably get out around 3.
Yeah, and I don't see any, I'm looking through what's left of the chat that I can see, and I don't see any questions in here.
Hi, guys. I just popped up a question. Apologies. I have kids in the background, so I have to keep moving locations and hiding from them. So we have this question from Bill Davis. He says, why was capital punishment not sought in this case? Did it have anything to do with the case being largely circumstantial?
I think that's for sure. That they didn't even get death penalty on the shooter. It'd be a lot harder to get someone that was a co-conspirator who didn't, actively participate in the actual murder. And I think this is a circumstantial case.
Couple of times, Tim, a question has come up about why Donna's got headphones on.
I don't know. She had those small ears or earwax problem. And I don't know if she's saying she can't hear. They want headphones on her. I'm really happy that right now the courtroom microphones are great. You can hear everything really well, much better than Charlie's trial.
And that's everyone, not just the judge, because yesterday I found that it was easy to hear the judge, but not quite as easy to hear on occasion, the lawyers.
And several people have asked if you guys could discuss the last question that Zellman asked.
I'd be happy to if I could remember it.
Yeah, give us what was it again?
Chat, if you guys can remind us of the last question. Apologies, it's been a long day. Some of us have been going for 6 hours. So if you can remind us of the last question, and I'll have Tim and Joe address it.
Sure.
And then we do have Abby Crossing there in Tallahassee in the courtroom. And she said they just called back a second juror into the deliberation room.
So what that means is they're moving for cause and they want to ask this question and see if they can clarify his answers to make sure he's still a potential juror. They don't want to use a peremptory. It may have been the one that said, well, she's here. The one that said, I believe law enforcement more than I would non-law enforcement. And if he might have moved for cause, the judge says no. And they go, okay, let's bring him back. And Georgia may have objected, and they're going to try to see if he can be reinstated or.
And they also have the juror who made the comment about 11 years.
Yeah, yeah.
That they're going to have to deal with.
For sure. Georgia must have loved that response to the whole jury. And that's pretty brave of that person to say that. Either they want to get off the jury or they're so outspoken they didn't realize how bad that sounded. But these people aren't lawyers and they might be the first time this guy's ever been in a courtroom. So Joe, they had asking the jurors about if they had prior jury duty, whether they served, it was a criminal, whether they were the foreperson, and did you reach a verdict?
Right.
So I was telling people that means they want to know if you're a leader, if you were able to get along and get a verdict. And one juror said, no, we weren't able to get a verdict. So the defense wants that person.
Right.
And Georgia's going to cut that person.
Right.
This question from Corey A. Who do you anticipate will open and close for both parties, for both the state and the defense?
Tim, do you remember, my memory from the last trial was that Sarah opened
Open.
and then Georgia did
Closing.
closing. Yeah. Is
Right.
that right? Is that? Yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that Josh will do the closing and Jackie might do the opening because I'm pretty sure Jackie is going to do Donna. And you do Donna towards the end, you can get worn out. So you want someone fresh to be able to do the closing.
Mm-hmm. And with regard to Sarah doing the opening, for those of you in the chat, Joel did an interview, I think it's maybe 3 years ago now, with Georgia Kappelman. And she talked about the different styles between her and Sarah. And Georgia said she's more big picture. Sarah is very good at the details. That came through, I think, in the opening last year when you really are trying to set up, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, and do it in a really refined, organized way. And I thought she did a really good opening the last time around.
Yeah, Sarah.
And it also gives her a chance, because she didn't do the voir dire, to establish a relationship with the jury before the evidence starts coming in. So I think it's a good strategy.
Sarah's very effective, and the juries will listen to her, and they believe her. Did we ever find the question that these people? Does anybody remember what Josh asked the last question?
Yeah, so they're saying it wasn't necessarily a question, but more of a statement about whether or not they believe Donna just because the prosecutors are stating what happened.
Oh, I thought the question was, do you know if the state knew what happened? Right? Something like that.
He asked that, but he also asked a question.
Yeah, do you believe the prosecutor knew what happened?
Right.
I think he's trying to infer that the government doesn't know, they're guessing, so you shouldn't guess. It really wasn't a question, but it was a statement that he was trying to get out to them, hoping that they'll end on that note and they'll think about that throughout the trial.
And I'm answering a question here for Jackie, who is asking us to describe what Donna is wearing because she can't see the feed. And this is for you, Jackie. Donna is in a pink and white pinstriped button down. The collar is tucked in, and she's wearing a cream sweater with some cream stitching on it that you can see. It's very subtle. She has her hair down, and she's wearing headphones most of the day, with her headphones sort of tucking her hair back. So she looks, I'd say maybe a little bit more polished compared to yesterday, but she still looks fairly simple. She has no makeup on. She's very calm in her expressions. She's nothing like we had seen, in previous hearings where she was very expressive. She's obviously not in a jumpsuit. So I feel like today she definitely aligns more with the grandma aesthetic that maybe they're trying to hone in on.
And I'll add my fashion sense to it. I think the headphones actually make her look better than when she doesn't have them on.
And actually, for those that can see here, I'm going to pop this up for you guys and show you a photo of what I was just describing. I know a lot of you guys also listen, so that description hopefully was accurate, but here we go. I will share this screenshot if I can. All right, while I'm working with my computer that appears to be freezing, Tim and Joe, talk to us a little bit about what's going on right now. We know that 2 jurors went back to the deliberation room.
Mm-hmm.
I just got a text that they were brought back. How slow or quick is this process, and what's happening inside of there?
Well, when you go back there now at this point, the judge, the first thing asks you, do we have any challenges for cause? And then you go through the challenges for cause. That's why they probably brought these two back in. And the judge has either ruled the people didn't leave the courtroom, so he didn't excuse them. And then they'll start, what happens is then they'll start, okay, we're going to start it right now. And they switch off first the state goes, then the defense, and the state, right? Like a snake. Juror number 1, the state, you accept or reject. Then go to the defense. And then if defense cuts it, you get an X by the defense. Juror number 2, defense. And that's how they go down the line till they get 12 and then 3 alternates.
Okay. Tim, is it possible that they might still be taking issues of that might be initiated by a juror after the voir dire, whether something private or something that occurred to the juror that now the juror wants to share?
Yeah, that's always, you never know. I've seen a lot of things happen in that room.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they could be, but they only brought 2 back, which means it doesn't look like they got any more for challenges for cause. So they would not bring a juror back if they're using a peremptory challenge. Now, you know what I didn't hear? In some cases, you know, people have crimes or done things they'd rather not discuss in public. They let them come back, but I never heard that part. I may have missed that. If you've ever been a victim of a crime and you want to speak in private, we can do it privately. And I've had that because sometimes people were, you know, sexually molested. They don't want to say it in open court. Or they're a victim of an armed robbery or somebody was killed and they don't want to talk about it. I didn't notice that in this one. Maybe if the people watching heard anybody say that, that would be another reason to bring him back.
Right. Have you ever known a trial in voir dire in a major felony case where that question wasn't asked of potential jurors?
No.
Yeah, I didn't either, but my experience is not as broad as yours.
Yeah, they always ask that. If there's something you want to tell us, but not in open court, just raise your hand and we'll have you come back individually.
But not necessarily.
Okay, so if someone says someone did want to speak privately, okay.
Yeah, that was what I wondered maybe.
Yeah, that should happen.
See, and those of you who can see this, don't you think I am correct that her hair and actually her face is framed better with those headphones on?
Yeah, and without the glasses looks better.
Oh, that's right. I didn't even notice the glasses are off.
Yeah, the glasses are off, so it's a very different look than the previous 2 days. I feel like the glasses really make a big difference. I know a lot of people say that with Joel, but I think with Donna, that is also the case here. And this is, again, a screenshot from our feed earlier, so excuse the numbers up there. That's
so do we think the glasses were just for show, or she's got contacts now, or she's going with blurred vision during the trial? Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, I think, I don't know what I mean, she might be looking at notes, but she really doesn't know these jurors. And she's going to rely on what they tell her she must be back in the room, right? Do we get that? She should be back in the room with the lawyers. Is that right, Ileana?
I think Ileana is gone. Does anybody in the chat
Sorry, guys, I'm on the phone with Carm. Yeah, if anyone in the chat can let us know, Abby.
She should be back there with the lawyers because she's the one ultimately decides which juror to strike and to keep.
I cannot imagine that she'd want to be sitting in the jury room with blurred vision. I had 3 options for this, and that's the option I just cannot believe she would do. I think it would, for me, it would drive me crazy. Even if I weren't taking a direct role in anything, it would drive me crazy to not see clearly.
Yeah, she did have the glasses on earlier. I think she's been taking them on and off throughout. Okay. But there was a long portion of it with her not wearing glasses.
Okay. Maybe we'll be able to tell when she has glasses on and off how interested she is in a particular proceeding. Glasses on mean yes, glasses off mean no.
And Donna
We'll have
is
a
back
tell
there
from
with
her.
them.
Excuse
Yeah,
me,
she
I'm
has
sorry,
to be
see, I
back there.
I
Yeah.
interrupted.
Oh, sorry,
Apologies.
sorry. No, I'm communicating with some friends in the courtroom, even though my husband's there. He's just not responding to my texts. But they do say that Donna is back in the deliberation with the attorneys and with the potential juror and the judge. They're also telling me that the first two rows are marked off for the defense, but only Harvey alone has been sitting in the first row. The second row was entirely empty, so they did allow some media and some other people to sit there. But that so far, those two rows have been for Harvey and Harvey only.
Well, it's good they let people sit there for two reasons. One, because there are people who want to be in that courtroom, and I think the more access you can provide, the better. And two, I think it would be a really bad luck for her in front of the jury to have two rows marked off and only have one person in the two rows behind her. So. I thought that table, Tim, I heard you say that when you're doing the voir dire, that
Yeah.
that's typical to have defense, state, defense, the defendant, court reporter, whoever else back there. That just struck me as a little uncomfortable to be sitting at a table, even though it's a large table, with your adversary on the other side. When you're, doing something like what's happening at the trial.
Yeah, this courtroom is actually bigger than most, and so sometimes they don't go back in chambers, depending on the size of the judge's chambers.
Mm-hmm.
Then they got to move all the jurors out of the courtroom and then get them all back so they got the right one in order, and that can be cumbersome.
I guess that's true. I'm accustomed to different courtrooms and jury room configuration and deliberation rooms and jury rooms and judges' chambers configurations.
Yeah, the difference is that the calling Wendi by the defense does not give her any immunity, which would allow her to take the Fifth Amendment. The courts do not allow a witness to take the Fifth Amendment on the stand. A lawyer will inform the court, and the court will then tell him, I can't force her to testify. You're not taking the Fifth in front of this jury. I don't need jurors getting confused what happened. So that's not going to happen. They already had a hearing on that. I don't know what's going to happen. We should all look and see after Wendi testifies, the judges are going to say, can we excuse this witness? And I'm sure Georgia's going to say yes. And I'm sure the defense, hopefully, or they should say, well, Judge, we'd like you to keep her under subpoena. So in case we're able later on to do a proffer to show that we might have evidence that would not invoke the Fifth.
Yeah, I think they better do that.
That's the proper procedure.
Yeah.
And I'm not telling the defense what to do. I'm just telling the audience what the proper procedure would be.
Well, no, but you're helping. I mean, that's not something that assists. First of all, we should all be interested in seeing the trial, is done in an appropriate way and gives the defendant the protection she's entitled to. But it's not simply a defense-oriented comment because, that is an issue that may be an appealable issue, and you want to not have appealable issues in a case when there are ways to avoid or at least mute them at trial, and that helps everybody. It helps the state certainly as much as the defendant. So
yeah, the prosecution not only has to get a conviction, they have to protect their conviction.
Right.
And
so this will be interesting. Harvey's in Tallahassee in the courtroom. Wendi will be in. Charlie will be in. Donna obviously is there, and Robert will be in.
The whole
Adelson family will be together again since maybe the 75th birthday when Robert came in for that, or the memorial service.
I think that's probably right. The last
that's
time they've been
11 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And they may actually be in and around the courthouse at the same time, depending on how the order of witnesses goes, although Robert may be just rebuttal, so that may not work as well. Well, if Robert's just a rebuttal, it's possible that Donna and Charlie and he will be around the courtroom at about the same time.
Well, Charlie's in custody.
Yes, but if he's testifying
Yeah.
and he's towards the end, and then Robert is maybe the first rebuttal witness, it's possible that in that same day they would be in the same building. But wow, a family, at least for 4 of them, as close and as into each other's business as the Adelsons were. And this will be the first time in 11 years for 4, maybe 5, to even be in the same city together. And then ironically, the city is Tallahassee, where at least 4 of the 5 never wanted to be ever.
Yeah, they didn't. Yeah. What's that? Well, I'll get this saying wrong. You did your whole life and traveled to prevent the road you end up on. So it's interesting, some of the witness lists. It's pretty interesting. All the June's coming back. The one crazy guy, what was his name? That was friends and a roommate.
Oh yeah, Brian Fitzpatrick.
Brian
Is
Fitzpatrick.
he,
Yeah, he was a little aggressive on the witness.
he was.
When he was there. I see Oscar's coming back. And it should be this should be an interesting trial.
I don't think it should be. I'm sure it will be.
I think it's a good law school class. You might be able to get some questions on a law school exam from some of the things that have occurred.
And I just want to hop in here for a minute. If you're just watching us now, there are probably not going to be opening statements tonight, and that's because it's already 4:16 p.m. in Tallahassee, Florida, which is where the Leon County Courthouse is. Donna Adelson is on trial for the murder of her ex-son-in-law, Dan Markel. Many people keep asking about whether or not the Markels are there, and unfortunately, they are not there yet. Ruth and Phil originally were anticipating the opening statements to begin tomorrow, so they hadn't planned on being here today. Luckily for them, I think they will make it in time for opening statements. So that is the silver lining of everything going a little bit slower today. I think it's probably very important for them to be there. Tim and Joe, as this process is happening right now, obviously it feels slow for us, maybe just because we're just sitting around waiting. But what about for the jurors? I'm sure it's still a slow process for them. And what can we expect in terms of the rest of the day? I assume the court usually ends around 5 p.m.
That's right. I'll tell you what to look for. When they come back into the room and they say they have a juror, and then they say, okay, I'm going to read these numbers off and you're our juror. When they read one number, one of those jurors is going to say, oh shit, to himself and not be happy. Happens every time.
Yeah. And there'll be a lot of people in the chat who've been called to jury duty. So it doesn't take me or Tim saying that it's a long day, because anybody who's done it, you sit and wait, you sit and wait, and you sit and wait, and then you can be called up and you still sit there forever, and you're not even, you don't even get the particular questions because the jury is impaneled and they didn't need to get to you, and you spent your entire day. And this this group was not even allowed to talk to each other to protect against any issue of a jury that was not objective. So they couldn't even pass the time by chatting with a neighbor. So a long day. There's no question it's a long day. And for us, you can get a glass of water, you can get a cup of coffee, you can walk around the room, there are at least some distractions. Plus, for some of us, it's interesting to watch anyway, but I don't think there are many jurors who feel that way. I mean, they're probably looking at their watch and say, I have to pick up the kids from school. I could be doing this, I could be doing that, and here I am sitting.
It's really hard for Georgia to predict how long the trial will be, because she really doesn't know what the defense is going to do, who they're going to call. They've got a couple experts on there, and they do have some witnesses on there. So it could take longer than she estimates. And so we don't really know. I say it's going to be at least 2 weeks, right? I think at least 2 weeks.
Yeah, because isn't Labor Day in the middle of this?
It is,
Yeah, so you're going to lose at least one day then.
right. And they don't normally go really past late hours because of scheduling and conflicts in the courtroom. They will once the jury is deliberating.
Mm-hmm.
So they're usually going to break between 5 and 5:30 every day.
And Judge Everett promised them that. He said there might be a day that, because of what's going on, will take a little longer, but this is the way it's likely going to be. So.
Oh, Nadia Waldman, you see her comment? She would get kicked off the jury. She'd say she'd go into chambers and tell Donna to her face, "You're guilty."
So she'd get a momentary a moment of pleasure, a moment of, her getting her own
Yeah.
back there.
Well, can you imagine going back to Donna? Why'd you do it?
Yeah, that's right.
Wouldn't that be awful?
Someone is asking how many potential jurors are out there from which the 15 are going to be picked. I have no idea. I wasn't here for most of it, and I don't know, the typical way Florida does it or Tallahassee does it. So, Tim, this is clearly a question for you.
They had 21 in the box. I think 2 got challenged for cause, and I think they moved those 2 into the box. So you got that first 21, but then the other jurors are all in the courtroom, right? They're back on the whole other side. So you just go back up that row. And the problem you have with that now, Joel, is if you don't get enough, they move those jurors into the box, and then both sides can question them individually more.
Well, I'll tell you, having been called for jury duty a couple of times and never getting past the second round, I would have been happy to be asked questions. It would have at least made me feel as though I did something productive with the day, and I've never even gotten far enough to be asked questions. And I was always sure that after the questions, I would never be allowed to sit.
Yeah.
But I would have liked to at least gotten some questions and been able to answer a few.
I got in one jury with Georgia, and I got into the box where they're asking questions, and Monica was the investigator for the defendant, and Clyde, a lawyer I've known, said, "Do you know anybody here?" I said, "I know Monica, I know Clyde," and they struck me.
Of course they struck you. As though you might have made it as a long-term criminal defense lawyer in Tallahassee, that wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah.
Now, Tim, what happens if they don't seat a jury today?
They will.
Okay.
I think the judge is going to keep them till they get the jury. And
Okay,
they may go longer, but I think they're going to go till they get a juror.
Abby inside the courtroom is saying that 2 have been dismissed from the 110, and Joel just texted me on the side saying absolutely nothing has been happening. We're just waiting.
Well, that's about right. And you got 110 people in that room, you're going to have a jury today. Because both sides are going to run out of strikes. There's no more challenges for cause. You're going to end up with jury. You may not like the jury, but you're going to end up with a jury.
And I will say, although I'm not contradicting Tim at all, because I'm sure his experience and both as a lawyer and with Tallahassee and with that courtroom and with this judge would be they're going to pick. But if by some incredible happenstance they don't, they'll continue tomorrow with this until they get the jury.
That's
That
right.
would be what would have to happen in the morning. The first thing they have to do before they can do anything else is to get the fact finder picked.
Right. Yeah, you're right too. I think they'll get a jury. It may be 5 o'clock, it may be 6 o'clock, but
No,
they're going to get a jury.
Not quarreling with you at all, but since the question was what would happen tomorrow if they don't, I figured I would at least give them the,
No,
but
I didn't.
No doubt
I didn't
that
think
you're
that
right.
way.
Yeah, no doubt that you're right.
Yeah, I think they'll get a jury. And it's so funny. Joe, how it usually ends up. You're so concentrated on those 21 in the box, and you got your jurors, and then the state kicks off some of the people, and next you get those people in the front or the next row, and you don't know anything about them.
Mm-hmm.
All you know is they say their name, and then you're so tired you don't really ask any questions, and they end up being on your jury.
Yep.
Because you don't have any peremptory challenges left.
It's an interesting process. New Jersey, at least when I prosecuted there, did it a little differently. You didn't have to exercise the peremptory until later, and so you had a better chance of knowing who was coming later in terms of being. They would sit them in the box, but you exercise the peremptories, knowing more about, and you could put somebody there and then later decide. Go back and say, now I want number 3. I'm going to exercise a peremptory there, which made it a little easier for the lawyers.
Sometimes judges do not allow back striking of jurors, and that's difficult because you think you got juror number 1 good, and then all of a sudden the state goes, okay, I'm gonna strike number 1. I'm like, oh shoot, we thought we had that juror. And some judges don't allow back striking.
Yeah.
I don't.
But you also have the problem, you strike somebody and then somebody else gets, is there that you would prefer as between the two. You would rather not have that one, and there's nothing you can do about it.
That is the thing you worry about the most.
Of course.
Not having 1 or 2 peremptory challenges left to cut really bad jurors. And you got to treat them like the golden ticket, right? And even though my client says, I don't like this person. Well, you don't like that person? Wait till you get to the 15th person. You're really not going to like that person. And then they'll say, oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Now, we do have a few questions about the challenges and strikes. Jimmy McNetty asking how many preemptory challenges are common. And then Patty R here also asking, because this is such a high profile case, do they get more strikes than a normal case?
They should get 10 each, and they do not get any more. And then they'll get probably one strike for the alternates. Each party will get 1 more strike for the alternates.
And what about Judge Everett at this point? Does he get any strikes?
They're called strikes for challenges for cause. He can, on his own, say, I'm going to strike this person for cause even before either side, because he knows they can't be fair. He's got to make a fair trial too. The judge is being judged also, just like the conduct of the lawyers. He's going to be judged by the appellate court.
Have we gotten any more news about where they are in terms of, is it number 3 that's in there or number 6 is in there? Do we have any information at all? I mean, this is like watching a game be played without seeing the game.
Yeah, it's like a weather delay, but you don't have the bad weather.
Yeah, but it's worse than a weather delay, because here we know something is happening. We just don't know what is happening.
Well, that happens, and they might be getting close to a jury.
Yeah, but we have no idea.
No, you usually don't know until they come back out.
Right.
And then if they come back out, they may release some people, call more people into the box and do more questioning, or they may say, they may have a jury. I don't know if they'll get a jury on the first 21 because both sides get 10 strikes.
Yeah.
And you got to think the defense is going to cut at least 5 or 6 of those people.
Well, I think they should do it the way you would do a boxing match, and you would say, okay, round 1 is over, round 2, and give you an update as to where we are with each round. It would make me happier, and I'm pretty sure it would make everybody who's in the chat happier. But evidently, judge and county and system don't really care about me or the chat. It's very sad.
No, jury selection is so important. It's so regimented, and you can only do so much.
I know.
You got to do it by the book. And a lot of appellate issues can come from jury selection. Say
Exactly.
they strike a black person. Judge, we challenge for cause unconstitutional base. We want a race neutral reason, right?
Right.
And then you get into that fist fight.
Right. I know. I'm just giving you my wish, not what the reality is,
Oh,
or
I
why
know.
the reality is the way it is.
Yeah.
And this is an update from Abby, who's sitting next to Joel, but Joel is so cold he can't type. Abby said the courtroom is hot. Joel says it's freezing. Either way, I'm now reaching out to Abby instead of Joel. But Abby says that number 6 and number 9 are back out here reseated, and no one but lawyers and the court reporter are back there. And Donna Adelson, of course.
Yeah, the same people. Yeah.
But they haven't brought in another, that sounds as though they haven't brought in another juror to be questioned.
No.
So, we really should time it. They've done 2, and how long is it taken for them to do 2? And it's 4:30 now.
What time did they go into chambers?
That's what I said. We really should have timed. I have no idea. I get these good ideas after it's too late to be able to do it.
And people are asking about the plan for STS in terms of the coverage. So we're obviously live right now, and we'll continue to be live as long as jury selection is going on. When they wrap tonight, we'll wrap. And Joel is slated for a show for tonight. I'm not sure what time because we're sort of playing things by ear. We did have a lunch live that was posted. Obviously, that never happened since lunch was several hours ago and no one seemed to take a lunch. But we will do an evening show tonight to get you guys all caught up. And Joel will give us his color commentary on everything that was going on inside the courtroom that we couldn't see. I'll also post a link, I believe it's already up right now, for opening statements, which we think should be happening tomorrow, Tim, maybe tomorrow
Yes.
morning, midday
Yes.
morning.
I think they're going to start at 9:00.
Okay. So we're hoping that starts tomorrow, but either way, we do have that stream up right now. So if you want to go and turn your notifications on, you can do that. That way you won't miss a thing. But in terms of our show tonight, we're sort of playing things by ear.
Leo Wren, my tea is Arizona green tea with blueberry. And I'm only telling you that because you don't live in Tallahassee and you're not going to buy my quantities that I drink. So, Joe, I wish you were here in town tonight. I'm going to dinner with Joel, Monica, Jeff Burlew, a friend named Abby, and we're all going to go have dinner at 7:45.
Oh, I wish I could, but
And the
couldn't do
2020
it.
lady, the lady
Yeah.
from 2020.
Yeah. I'm very sorry about it. I was sorry about it when I knew I wasn't going to be able to get down there. Problem was I could have gotten down there for a small part, but I knew I couldn't for the whole thing, so I didn't try. Well, you all have a great time. Just because I can't do it, I'll be a very big-hearted and generous person and wish that you all have a good time, even though I'm missing it.
We will send pictures. We'll post pictures.
Okay, thank you.
I think I'm picking up dinner, but that's okay.
Well, you're the big shot, defense lawyer with all the bucks.
I know. Jeff told Joel that he can't go to dinner where Tim goes. I said, I'll buy dinner.
My nephew worked in the, development when he was in school for Nebraska. And he was put in the press box the first year for football games. And he
Right.
was so excited because he got to meet the media people and he just thought it was just great. And then he talked to the other interns after the game and
Yeah.
found out that if you were in one of the suites, you were given, tips. You might be given $50 or $100 and you could take all the food home. And he was less happy that he was covering the media after that. And after 2 weeks, they put him in a suite.
Wow.
So
I expect they'll have the jury. The lawyers will be in the courtroom at 8:30, and the jury will be there at 8:30 or 9, and then they'll start promptly at 9. That's normally.
So Abby just said, Abby Crossing, they went into the room at approximately 3:45. So we're about 50 minutes in.
Dixie Doodle, that's a good comment. I only drink Camus at home because I buy it and I don't want to pay the price in a restaurant. It's way too expensive.
Trekking 360 says opening statements will happen at 2 a.m. once the jury is seated. And I will say, okay with me, because, the later it gets, the more awake I am.
Mandy Strong, you are my girl. That is exactly what I do. I drink diet green tea and blueberry. It's all I drink. And when I go up to New England, sometimes they run out and it's really frustrating. Publix has it though, but don't tell anybody, Mandy. Very healthy, no carbs, no calories.
So Tim, did I hear you correctly, that Judge Everett didn't put any limitation on the opening by the defense?
I was reading a transcript of one of his last pretrials, and he asked Georgia, and she said 30 minutes. She goes, maybe 45. And then the defense never gave a time. They never said. They said, depending on your rulings, Judge, depending on your rulings.
That I remember.
Yeah.
How long, does anybody remember how long Rashbaum went in Charlie's trial? That one seemed to me that have started in 1 year and ended in the next.
It was lengthy.
This comment here is from Joel Waldman. He is inside the courthouse. He's also the host of the show. And he says, "Hi all, no one in court is allowed to speak right now. People are biting their own hands to try to stay awake."
So he's cold and biting himself, and he hasn't eaten.
He's also asking if anyone has any questions. So if Joe or Tim have questions for Joel, let us know and we'll communicate via chat. Big thanks to KT. And Lauren S. is predicting that deliberations will be quicker than this jury selection.
I agree with that.
Well, ask Joel. We think we know that how many have gone in so far. Can he give us an accurate count? How many they've actually processed?
I think only a few went in.
Yeah, well, we know the time now. So if we can find out how many went in.
What time did they go in? What was it?
It was 3:45, I think someone said.
Oh, so they're almost an hour in there.
Yeah, when we got that, I said 50 minutes. So, yeah. And also ask him if he knows if there is any juror in there right now. Or is it still just Donna and her lawyers, court reporters, the judge, and the two prosecutors? Well, here's an easy question for you, Tim. Do you think Rashbaum will show up as moral support for Donna?
I do not believe so. I think his lawyer will probably tell him to stay away from the courtroom, stay away as much as possible. Because he's he's part of the whole thing about a conflict and getting a new trial for Charlie. Last thing he needs to do is show up at her. I don't think Judge Everett wants to see Rashbaum walk in the courtroom again.
And probably he would just as soon never appear in a courtroom that in which Judge Everett is presiding. So
Yeah.
they probably both.
Oh,
have the
here we
same
go,
attitude.
she says.
Here we go. What?
I think they're coming out of the room.
Okay.
It's nice to have people in the courtroom.
It is, and that's Abby Crossing. She's an STS member, and she's also saying that the judge is coming out to excuse. So we should be seeing some action.
Ileana, is she the one I'm adding to the dinner tonight?
Yes, she's amazing. We love her.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Joel says back in session.
Okay.
Numbers that have been excused at this point, you will be free to collect your things and you will not have to return at any other point during this process. Oh,
let's see how
much court reporting gets
So he did not say we have a jury.
Yep.
He said he's excusing. That means they're going to fill in and keep questioning.
Madam Court Reporter, sorry to get ahead of you. At this time, I'm going to announce the numbers that have been excused, and you will not need to return for any further jury service in this matter. We give you our sincere thanks for honoring your summons and participating thus far. Juror 24, you are excused. Juror 22, you are excused. Juror 6, you are excused. Juror 7, you are excused. Juror 8, you are excused. Juror 9, you are excused. Juror 12, you are excused. And Juror 26, you are excused.
That's 8 out of 21.
Watch your microphones.
That means there's 13 left in the box. So they might have a jury.
Juror 19, you are excused.
Oh, he kept going.
And Juror 16, you are excused.
So it's 10.
So we got 11, right?
Mm-hmm. And they need 15.
Right.
Every time you say in the box, I think of ice hockey.
Yeah, the penalty box.
And that's a penalty, that's right.
We are also going to reconfigure the box at this point as well. Juror 5, please shift down next to Juror 2.
So those first.
Juror 23, take the seat to the left of Juror 5.
Okay. Those are the jurors.
Juror 11, take the seat next to Juror 23. Juror 13, please come down to the first row and sit next to Juror 11. Juror 14, please take the last seat on the first row. Juror 17, please shift down to take the seat on the second row closest to the wall. On the second row. Yep, that's it. Juror 18, please take the seat next to Juror 17 on the second row. Juror 20, please take the seat next to Juror 18. Juror 25, please take the seat next to Juror 20. When you hear your number, please walk up and take the first available seat. Juror 27.
So we've got 9 in the box.
Juror 28. Juror 29. Last for the second row, Juror 30. The seat closest to the wall on the third row, Juror 31. Juror 32 to follow. Juror 33 after that. Once you are seated on the third row, if you can hold up your paddles so I can ensure you're in the right positions. 31 closest to the wall, 32 next to her, thank you, and 33 right there. Juror 34, please come up as well. Juror 35. And Juror 36.
So Brittany, I'll tell you that this process goes much quicker than the first part because they have less strikes and it's going a lot quicker. Should be in less than an hour, I would think.
Well, and they've also handled the for cause.
It will be another few minutes before we resume. If anyone needs to use the restroom, please do so at this time or stretch your legs. We will get started as quickly as possible. Once again, you are not to speak to each other or discuss this case while we are still going through this process. We will resume in a few minutes.
Tim and Joe, people are asking about why it matters where potential jurors are sitting. Like, why is he asking them to be in a specific seat?
Because those first jurors in the front row and the back row are on the jury.
And we're waiting for how many more to be seated?
They gotta pick 3 more and 3 alternates.
And for those of you that missed it, we have Abby Crossing. She's an STS member. She is in the courtroom giving us updates. She's sitting next to Joel, who is there, but he's taking notes because he's going to be giving us a full recap tonight. If you've never heard Joel's notes, Joel likes to create nicknames for jurors and give us a full breakdown, descriptions. Just prepare yourself. So that's probably what he's working on right now. So big shout out to Abby for being so helpful. And obviously Joel is doing a great job there. They are giving us some updates here via chat that we're pulling up when we can.
So they need to finish. Our dinner's at 7:45. So.
Well, Joe's also going to try to get his show in.
I know. Maybe we'll do it from the restaurant.
All right, here's a breakdown that Abby gave us. 10 dismissed, 11 left, 4 left to seat.
My numbers didn't add up like that.
Neither did
Are those the
mine.
numbers?
That doesn't seem right.
Wait, can
We
someone
had
confirm it?
9. What?
I got 9 in the jury box.
So did I. I got the same 9 you did, Tim.
All right,
But
we're
I
gonna
like
do-
her numbers better.
Okay, let me ask her to double check. Okay, here we go. We have Joel's numbers. Let's see if they add up. Okay. He says 11 jurors are in. They need to pick 4 more. 3 will be alternates.
He's got the same number she does.
Okay, I trust them.
Mm-hmm.
That should go quicker.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we
See,
have a
the alternate. When you get to the alternates, you only get 1 strike. So that'll go real quick.
And this here is from Jazzy. Thanks so much. She's asking, do you think the state will try and strike older jurors around Donna's age?
Ask Abby what the makeup is on the jurors already in there. And what's the breakup male, female?
That's a good question. Great. Somebody in the chat is worried about juror number 14. And since I wasn't paying attention, I wasn't here for a lot of it. I don't know what juror 14 said or didn't say that would lead to a worry.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, and Abby said the same thing. Surprised they kept 14.
I guess 14 had verbalized, if I'm following the chat correctly, 14 had verbalized that they were not often in support of law enforcement.
Okay.
We'll have Joel confirm that later today. He also said that he had guns drawn on him by law enforcement in a previous verbal or physical altercation. I'm unsure.
Okay.
Sometimes they're afraid to strike because they don't want to be seen as doing a inappropriate strike. So.
Yeah, I see it in the chat now. Bad experience with law enforcement.
It skews male. That means there's a lot of males. Is that what that means?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know Abby's lingo yet. Maybe after dinner I'll get her lingo.
Abby is from Los Angeles.
Okay.
Okay.
We don't know each other, but we have mutual friends from LA.
Okay.
Or, well, we know each other now, but we didn't know each other growing up. But we have mutual friends and we played each other in sports.
Small world.
How many male, female? Do we know? So I got 9, but they're saying there's 10.
They said 11.
Yes, you can wear sneakers into the courtroom. You can't wear a hat. You can't take a phone. Phone's got to be off.
And Tim, what about this? Julia is saying males are great for the state.
Let's think about that. I don't think they're bad for the state. Women judge other women much more harshly.
Mm-hmm.
But with the kind of evidence you got, the males are going to see through Charlie real quick. It might be good for the state. You got Georgia and Sarah that are attractive women, and they're credible. FBI, Pat Sanford's a credible witness. So I don't know if it breaks down male female.
Mm-hmm. I'm more interested in the, young versus older.
Yeah, me too.
Somebody in chat said by the time we get out of here, it'll be too late to make your reservation. You're going to have to go for pizzas. Pizza
No,
instead.
I'm going to transfer it to my phone and then go to the restaurant. I'm more worried about walking my dogs and getting them fed than. Susan Lynn said she's an old lady and she hates her.
Well, I think you and I agree, Tim, that the older jurors would be more hard on her than the young kids.
I agree with that. It's really good to have people inside the courtroom. And I tell you, this is really good to give the analysis, see what's going on, let these people see what's happening, how it's happening, and Joe giving great information. It's great that so everybody knows what jury selection process is going, how's it going, and how tedious it can be. Men in their 30s, Sprinkler man in his 50s.
There's a pastor who still might be seated. Is that what I'm reading in the chat?
That would be good for the defense.
No, pastor was juror number 1, and he's gone.
He's gone. Okay,
I
so
was gonna say-
Chad is not correct.
Georgia's not keeping a pastor on the jury. I love pastors on my juries. Very forgiving people. And teachers. Very forgiving people.
At the law school level, I don't think students would say that.
I agree with that. Having been there and done it, I agree. Nurses are pretty good, very forgiving people.
Librarians,
Probably.
social workers.
Very open-minded.
Yeah.
You sure don't want an accountant on the jury if you're the defense. They're strictly by the numbers.
Yeah.
It's black and white.
Mm-hmm. Engineers too.
Engineers can question a lot, but if you have a good scientific case, they can be
Right.
very good.
Right. So I guess our eyes in the courtroom don't want to tell us how many older versus younger jurors. Or maybe it's too hard to tell.
I guess so far, well, she said men mostly in their 30s, and then Sprinkler Man being in his 50s. I'm not sure about the women. We can ask her, but she did say that there were more men than women so far. Beth Warren here with a comment saying men in their 30s. Weird in my opinion. What about you guys? What do you think about this?
Well, 30s would be real because if they were college students, they would probably get out. Older people, it looks to me like someone's cutting all the older people because you should have some older people in that jury venire.
Well, somebody is saying she didn't think anybody after 70 is on this jury.
For our
this year.
newly seated jurors, starting with 27 and going through 36, I'm going to need to ask you some of the same questions that were asked to the group earlier concerning your prior jury service, any connection to the attorneys or the defendant, and also some brief biographical data from you. Once we've accomplished this, the attorneys will each have an opportunity to speak with you as well. I am not going to reread the law to you concerning the presumption of innocence, the right to remain silent, and the burden of proof. The law is fixed. Nothing has changed with it. Does anyone have any questions concerning the law that was previously read for jurors 27 through 36? Please raise your paddles if you have a question as to what the court read. Very well. I'm now going to ask 27 through 36 as a group, have any of you previously served on a jury? Please raise your paddles if you have. Juror 28, please tell us where and when you previously served on a jury.
County, approximately 18 or 19 years ago.
Do you recall if it was a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal.
Do you recall the charge or the type of case?
Robber. Aggravated robbery.
Without telling us the verdict, did the jury reach a verdict?
Yes.
Were you the foreperson of that jury?
No.
Did anyone else have their paddle raised for having previously served as a juror? No other paddles are being raised in response. As to the attorneys on this matter, are any of you, and I'm referring to jurors 27 through 36, related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know any of the attorneys that were previously introduced this morning?
No, sir.
Right, no response has been given in the affirmative. Concerning the defendant, are any of you, 27 through 36, related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant personally?
No, sir.
Concerning the names of the potential witnesses that were read earlier today, as to 27 through 36, do any of you know the witnesses that were identified by the parties?
No, sir.
And now I will go through your biographical information. Juror 27, what is your occupation or type of work?
Owner and operator of a online marketing agency.
Right. You'll never get advertising better than this. Shout out that name. Go ahead, give us the name.
E-Vision Media Group. E-Vision Media Group.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
Physician assistant at Capital Legal.
Do you have children?
Yes, 2.
And what are their ages and do they work?
22 and 12. The 22-year-old does work, full-time student at UCF and is working at student housing.
And the 12-year-old is just at home?
Just that.
Yes, sir. How long have you lived in Leon County?
13 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Close friends, yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, my brother was indicted, federal indictment of fraud.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, my aunt was murdered, say 17 years ago, and a close friend of mine was also murdered.
Thank you.
The last one? A close friend of mine was also murdered.
Juror 28. What is your occupation or type of work?
I'm retired, environmental manager.
What is your marital status?
Widow.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir. 1, 26 on Saturday, Sunday. Works for Civic Tech.
Right. How long have you lived in Leon County?
About 21 years, sir.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or any relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 29. What is your occupation or type of work?
Project manager for a civil engineering firm in town.
Right. Once again, no better free advertising than what you have right now.
DRMP.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She works with the Department of Health.
Do you have children?
Yes, 2, 8 and 12. They do not work.
Do they owe you money?
Probably owe them money. But no.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
All my life, 40 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, close friend.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My wife's uncle was shot and killed probably 10 years ago.
Right. Thank you. Juror 30. What is your occupation or type of work?
I'm unemployed, but I'm a social worker.
If you can say that again, they could not hear you.
Unemployed, but I'm a social worker.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Off and on for 11 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Her parents auto theft.
Thank you. She said her parents' auto theft. For everyone on the panel, if you can remember to do this, please speak up and speak clearly so you can be heard. Juror 31. What is your occupation or type of work?
Data analyst, Department of Transportation.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
A year, 8 months.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
My brother has DUI.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 32, what is your occupation or type of work?
I work part-time at a restaurant.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He's the owner of a restaurant in town.
Shout out that name.
Carrabba's Italian Grill.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir, 2. I have a 17-year-old and an 8-year-old.
Right. Does your older child work?
He does not.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
8 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes, sir, retired.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I have a brother that was charged with DUI.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, we had a masked individual try to break into our home earlier this year.
Thank you. Juror 33, what is your occupation or type of work?
Deliver and install appliances.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
1.
What is your child's age?
9.
I assume they don't work. How long have you lived in Leon County?
They are born.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends, relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror 34, what is your occupation or type of work?
I operate our 2 family-owned businesses, for the record reporting and bouncers in Tallahassee.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He is a law enforcement officer of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Do you have children?
I do.
What are their ages and do they work?
16 and 13, and no, they do not work.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
36 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Other than my husband.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 35, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a delivery truck driver.
Couldn't hear that, Your Honor.
Delivery truck driver. What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
Customer service coordinator for a truck company.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
3 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 36, what is your occupation or type of work?
Excuse me, I'm a little under the weather. I'm a fiscal specialist for the state of Florida. I actually work for People First.
Okay. You're not contagious, are you?
Oh, I hope not. It's just like cold air.
Go ahead and put that mask on then.
I want to try to hear me.
What is your marital status?
I'm single.
Do you have children?
I have 1 son, the age of 10.
And I assume he does not work.
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
I would say, I've been in Tallahassee for the last 17 years. I had went back to Fort Pierce, Florida for a year or 2 for school, and then I came back. So I've been.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir. My step grandfather was a state trooper, but he's retired now. That's the only office that I'm aware.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Not me, thank you God. But yes, I have it. My dad, my sister, and my brother. This was years ago. I'll say back in 2004 was my dad, and then 2005 and 6, my sister and brother.
Have you, any close friends, or a relative ever been a victim of a crime?
Not me, a friend has been, and that was basically, she was a minor, and I had to basically be summoned to vouch that someone violated.
Judge.
I'm
sorry.
If you can repeat that, go ahead.
So it was I'm just say a friend of the family. I was subpoenaed because she was minor, and I witnessed her being abused, and I'll just put it that way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Once again, for our newly seated jurors, I am not going to read the jury instructions concerning the burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent. These concepts are static, they are fixed. The law has not changed on these matters since we've started the process. Is the state ready to inquire?
Yes, sir.
You may.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah Catherine Dugan. I'm representing the state of Florida in this case, along with Georgia Kappelman. I know y'all are tired, hungry. It's 5 o'clock. I'm going to try to be really quick. I want to go over just a couple of concepts with our new folks to see if y'all have any strong feelings about any of them. But if any of our original folks that are here in the first and second rows, if you have anything that you want to add, change your answers on, an idea that popped into your head, just raise your hand and let me know. All right, so Ms. Kappelman talked about reasonable doubt. The state's burden in a criminal case is we have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. We have to prove a crime was committed and that Mrs. Adelson is the person who committed that crime. And we talked about the definition of reasonable doubt. It's not a forced doubt, something you're making yourself believe. It's not a speculative doubt or a possible doubt. We could all sit around and come up with maybe this happened, maybe that happened. The doubt that you're having has to be reasonable. Does everybody understand? Okay. And we talked about why it's beyond a reasonable doubt, because it's impossible unless you're a witness to be convinced beyond all possible doubt of anything. Okay. Hearing that though, do any of our new people feel that I understand what the burden is, but it should be higher than beyond a reasonable doubt? I would personally have to be convinced beyond all possible doubt in order to reach a conviction in a criminal case. Does anyone feel that way? First or second row or third row? Okay. And who decides whether the doubt you're having is reasonable to believe, given all the evidence in the case? Who decides that? You guys do, right? Okay. And you do that thinking back on everything you heard in the case, using a totality of the evidence that you heard. We had a couple of people in when the defense was asking questions that some of you mentioned, Mrs. Adelson, maybe she did something to be charged, but and while I understand what you're saying, that's not something for you to consider in a criminal trial. The law is that she's innocent until proven guilty, and that it's the state's burden to prove the charges beyond any reasonable doubt to you all through the evidence you hear from the witness stand. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, so that's something that should not be considered. The evidence in the case and whether it meets that burden is what y'all consider, okay? And speaking of evidence, if you're picked as a juror, your job is going to be to focus on that evidence. That could be physical evidence, like a picture you can hold, or it could be testimonial evidence. That's going to be a lot of what y'all are hearing. People are going to be coming up to the witness stand that may have knowledge or information about the case, or people who investigated the case. You're going to be listening to the words that they say, watching their body language, so that you all can determine the facts of the case and what happened here. And then you're going to apply what you've heard to the law Judge Everett gives you and render a verdict. One thing that Ms. Kappelman touched on is that it's not the jury's job to decide the sentence. Knowing that, though, is there anybody who feels that I just would not be able to reach a verdict if I didn't know what the sentence is going to be? Anybody on the first row or second row? The third row? Okay. Another thing I thought about is, obviously this is a first degree murder case. And when you hear first degree murder and you talk about possible sentencing, sometimes people think death penalty. That's not something that's on the table in this case, or could ever be a possible sentence here. So just want to make that clear for everyone when we're talking about that, okay? And I didn't see anyone's raised hands. So everyone is okay leaving this sentence up to the law and to Judge Everett, and you all decide the verdict, right? Okay. We talked about the principles instruction. You guys heard the law on that, even though maybe you're not the person who pulled the trigger in the bank robbery example that Ms. Kappelman did with the court reporter. If you had the intent that trigger be pulled, if you did an act or said some word that encouraged or assisted the person who did the shooting, then you can be considered a principal and treated as if you were the person who pulled the trigger and did the shooting. Does that make sense? Yes. All right. Now, okay, so I have another example that if you are, let's say during a football game, if a quarterback throws a pass to a wide receiver, okay, the wide receiver catches it in the end zone, it's a touchdown. If scoring a touchdown is a crime, who is a principal to that touchdown? What do y'all think? Let me see. What do you think, Ms. Tolbert?
After what you just said, I'm confused, but I will say, I guess the guy catching the ball would be the one in trouble.
Wide receiver. Catch the ball to make that touchdown happen. He wants it. He's running, trying to catch it.
Hey everyone, COE here. It appears that the audio is having some issues. That's not on our end, that's on their end. So we're trying to get that fixed.
You don't know?
That's tricky because it just confused me.
Okay. Is he doing an act or saying a word to assist that touchdown?
The person blocking or the person throwing the ball?
The person blocking.
He's doing his position. He's doing what he's supposed to do in the game.
Okay. Okay.
It's confusing.
I gotcha. Okay, so if the person blocking is doing an act of blocking so that the touchdown can be scored, and he wants that touchdown to be scored, is he a principal?
Because he's allowing it to go.
Okay. Does everybody agree with Ms. Tolbert there? Oh, she's...
It looks like there's a problem with the feed right now, which is too bad because I would have liked to hear the answers, and I'm sure you would have too, to the football analogy between the quarterback who threw it, the wide receiver who caught it, the blocker who blocked so that it was possible for the quarterback to throw or the wide receiver to catch. What she's clearly trying to do is establish that each of the three are part of the activity that leads the touchdown being scored. And therefore, whatever the extent of their role in leading to the touchdown, they're all culpable, or in this case, they're all responsible for the touchdown. But it would have been.
Sorry, Joe, I'm just jumping in. I think there was an issue because someone's name was stated that shouldn't have been stated. So for those of you that are writing the name in chat, let's just delete it. I'm sure they're going to have to address that. But obviously, we don't ever state any of the jurors' names. We don't show any jurors. There is a pool camera that's being run by Court TV, so they're in charge of it. But again, if people say things out loud, it's not really the pool camera's fault if things are said out loud that shouldn't be said out loud. So
And
I
that
just
was Sarah
that.
who mentioned the name when referring to one of the jurors. She didn't say number; she used the name. I noticed that. So what are they doing? Deciding not to permit it to be streamed because of that, or having a conversation about it to remind everyone? Do we know?
I'm not sure right now. I'm waiting for Abby and Joel to give us an update, but it appears that they're addressing it. And in a situation like that, Joe, what would that mean? That they're automatically removed now, or?
I don't know of any situation where this has come up. I don't see why it would need to be an automatic removal. I don't know whether the juror would feel that with her name mentioned, that she's now, feeling fearful, or she didn't want her name to be mentioned. It may be that what they will do is at least pursue that with the juror and find out what the juror's feeling is about it. But it's too bad Tim isn't here, because I've never seen this occur.
Oh,
And
Tim,
of course,
I see Tim in the background. Tim, if you can hear us, give me a thumbs up if you can come in. Here we go.
okay.
Oh, there we go.
I guess I missed something walking my dogs.
Yeah, Sarah mentioned the name of a juror in asking a question. And we all heard the name. And the COE said that the people in the courtroom said they're now in some way or another addressing it. And her question is, what happens now with regard to that juror?
So Sarah, instead of going by the number, she said Mrs.
She used the
Smith.
name. Exactly. I heard it, and I'm sure everybody else in the chat heard it.
Well, I would think what they would do is they would bring that juror back into the jury room to see how she feels at her name. Would she feel more uncomfortable not sitting on the jury, knowing her name has been announced? And then they'll see what the other parties see. But if that juror agrees, this is a perfect way for that juror to get out now by saying,
Right.
I don't feel comfortable being in Tallahassee knowing, and this is a murder case, and I don't want to be on this jury.
Right, and that's what I was guessing, but I'm glad you're here, because you were in a much better position to answer that question.
And Abby is in the courtroom and she's giving us an update here. She says, the stream seems to have stopped, but nothing has stopped in here. So it appears that everything is still going. Abby, if you can give us an update, please, and let us know what's happening. She's texting me on the side. Hold on. She says the stream stopped, but literally nothing stopped. Everything is still going. The judge corrected her kindly. Sarah did apologize to the juror.
Yes, she will. Yeah.
And nothing has stopped, even though the stream has. So it appears this is still going on. So what we're going to do now is, should they decide to allow the stream to keep going, we'll obviously pull it up. We're going to keep this up. They now just have their stream. Court TV, the pool camera, now has their stream facing towards the seal of Florida, and that's what you're looking at. The audio has been turned off, but should the pool camera be allowed to keep going, we'll obviously be able to hear the audio and see the visuals. In the meantime, we'll now have to rely on Joel and Abby, who are in the courtroom, to bring us new information as we wait for the jury to be seated.
So what's the first name or last name she used?
Last name, it was Ms.
Colbert or something
Yeah,
like
although we don't,
Yeah.
let's
we're not saying
let's
it on
not
the
say
air.
it.
We're not
Oh, I'm
publishing
sorry,
it
Miss
again,
T.
but yeah,
Miss
it
T.
was Ms. and then the name.
Okay. Yeah, Sarah wouldn't do that on purpose. And I can tell you, when we pick jurors, we normally do it by their last name. We don't use numbers. Only because this is a high profile case, they're doing numbers. Normally you would use last names.
Do they have name tags on, Tim?
They will have a tag that says juror.
Just juror.
That's it.
Because, I mean, it's one way to sort of establish a relationship with the juror, to remember the name. So I certainly can imagine someone naturally doing it. It's
You always do that. That's
Yeah.
right. That's right, Joe.
But it's too bad, because she was doing her football analogy, and I really, the quarterback throws the ball, the wide receiver catches the ball. You've got somebody who, tackles a defensive player to allow the wide receiver to catch the ball, and she was going into the levels of responsibility And I would
Mhm.
have been interesting to hear how the jurors dealt with it, but we're now we're not hearing anything.
And I am being told that they are continuing with the questioning right now. She's asking potential jurors about the impact of the crime and how they feel about that. So the questioning has continued. We're just not able to hear it or see it. People are also asking how Joel and Abby are able to text. There is a media room. You are allowed to use your phone for notes and for media purposes. There is a sidebar right now. That's the latest update. So I'm not sure what they're addressing, but obviously, as soon as we get any information from Abby and Joel, who are in the courtroom, we will update you guys as well. But we do have a question here. And this is for either one of you, Joe and Tim. Just catching up on today's stream. Is Donna wearing the headphones to appear, quote unquote, elderly and weak? Apologies if this was already discussed.
I think she might be doing it because she can't hear. I mean, I don't think it makes her look weak, and she's not going to get any sympathy because she's got a headset on.
No, we're accustomed to headsets much more so than, even 5 years ago. And as I said earlier, I think it makes her look better. So certainly not elderly or weak.
And
so
we have some notes coming in from Joel. Just want to update everyone here. Judge Everett is saying that he does want jury selection done tonight and that he will now be calling in deputies to work until 8 p.m. Eastern time, possibly later, but that they do not want to leave tonight until the jury is seated.
Is he going to feed them? They
That's
started
fair.
at 11 and they're still going, and he's planning to go through to 8 and not let them take a half hour to eat a meal?
Tell him I changed my dinner to 8. Do I got to change it to 9?
I'm more worried about the jury. I mean,
Yeah, that's a long time. But the problem is with these new jurors, now Josh gets to go up and ask questions again too.
well,
And
then
how
they're not going to be
typical-
done at 8.
Well, and I was going to say, like, how typical is this timeline? I do realize that the day started later for them. They did not start at 8 in the morning. Like sometimes jury selection starts earlier. But this is a pretty long day. It's tedious. It's sitting there. It's a lot of just waiting around. And then you have to be on when they ask you questions. Is this a typical day in terms of, being asked to stay until possibly 8 p.m.?
It's not. And I was surprised when he had him come in at 11. It wasn't like they were doing pretrial hearings or anything at 9 o'clock. He should have had the jury come back at 9 instead of 11. Why did they waste those 2 hours? I don't get that. He should have had them come in like at 9 o'clock and we could have been done by 6. But that is a long time. They're not feeding him. I know the snack bar closes, I think, at 3. So it's not like they can even go to the snack bar. Oh, no, Jet, I'm going to have dinner. Don't forget, I'm having dinner. I'm not worried about this jury selection. I'm not participating. I'm only an analyst. Yeah, it's a long time.
So why do you think, I understand he wants to get this on schedule and get going. I understand that perfectly. But it just seems to me to say that they're going to be there until 8 and they haven't eaten is not a happy way to start a trial with jurors.
No, it's not. And then you expect them to be back at 9 o'clock in the morning to be bright-eyed, bushy-tailed for the openings.
Yeah.
So, every trial has something happens.
Right.
But I don't know. Maybe he'll order food in. I doubt he's going to order food in for him. You only do that when you got like 12 or 15 jurors. He's not going to feed 180 people. He's not going to feed 80 people.
Well, then I really don't understand it. I think that's quite an imposition on the people sitting there waiting to find out if they're going to be called. I mean, they've already spent the whole day there.
Yeah, I hope people don't really pick on Sarah for what happened. It was an honest mistake. And I can tell you 9 out of 10 trials, when you pick in a jury, you use the last name.
Yeah.
You don't use number.
Well, on this of those that gave their backgrounds, I couldn't, for most of them, I could not hear what the answer was they gave. And a couple of times, neither could the lawyers. But one of them is a male project manager. I think he said civil engineer and accountant. Had a close friend who was a victim of crime, and his wife's uncle was killed. It struck me that the state would be very interested in him without knowing any more.
The defense is going to cut him.
Yeah.
And Joe and
then-
Tim, we do have some updates here. So
Okay.
Sarah is continuing to question the new jurors, including one man who looks to be in his 30s, whose aunt and friend on separate occasions were murdered. Sarah asked him if the loss of his aunt in that way. Oh, no, honey. Sorry, give me 1 second.
Mhm.
I think what he was, I don't know what his answer was going to be, but that's the civil engineer accountant, I'm pretty sure. Number 29. Because my notes showed.
There's a number. There's a number guy.
Yeah, my notes showed close friend uncle. Then there were several women who were in this group. They had a woman, and I didn't hear. Maybe somebody in the chat heard. And I think she said analyst for the state, but I don't know where or what. Otherwise there wasn't very much information she gave. Somebody else is a part-time worker at a restaurant. Her husband is the owner of 2 businesses, and I couldn't hear what the businesses were. She has a law enforcement friend, and she and her husband were the victims of a possible B&E earlier this year.
Well, the good thing, Joe, is that at this point, Josh usually has asked most of his questions, got his point across to the whole room. He's not going to ask all those questions he did before, I don't think.
Let's hope.
Yeah.
Let's hope. If I were he, I wouldn't, for a couple of reasons. One of them being if they may be held over until 8 o'clock with no meal and he goes through a long recitation again, I do think he risks them starting out really not being happy with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't think Sarah went very long, did she?
Well, I don't know if she's still going. Oh, she's
No, they
completed.
say she's
No, they started at 5:10 with her.
Okay.
And there was at least one pause, so she didn't go very, very long. She started out saying she knew they had a very long day and she was not going to take much time. And at least to my ear, spoke much more quickly than her typical way of speaking in order to get through what she had to say.
That was a smart move by Georgia, letting Sarah do this part so she can introduce herself to the jury too. I think Josh is gonna do it for the defense. So.
Yeah, I thought so too, that it was a good idea for Sarah to be able to get up and do some. And it may be that that Georgia, after the first round, was happy to have a little break.
Yeah.
So.
Do we know if they excused that juror, Miss T?
We do not know. At least I don't know. There was another male who I think is a media consultant, but again, I was having trouble hearing the juror responses. His wife is a physician's assistant. They had a close friend who's in law enforcement, and he had a friend who had been murdered.
Yeah. Third juror dismissed.
Oh, okay.
Juror 36, whose last name was doxed, is still in the box.
36 was dismissed?
No, still in the box.
Oh, do we know the number of the one who was dismissed?
Juror number, didn't say the number.
Okay.
I would think if someone's what do you say? His good friend or family was murdered? I think that person.
Friend.
I think that person be excused. The defense would cut that person.
Right.
And she
Their
might play
aunt
that
and
part.
their friend were both murdered.
Yeah, they're gonna say they don't feel comfortable sitting. And I think the judge would do it for cause.
Mm-hmm. There was one juror or potential juror, Tim, who was really interesting. Every question he was asked, it was a very terse yes or no answer. And in fact, the yes or no answer was about as staccato as you could get with an answer.
That juror probably wants to be a juror.
Well, if so, I'm not sure the tactics were very good because he called attention to himself by how staccato and how brief and non-disclosing his answers were.
Juror 36 cleared her whole calendar for this.
Oh.
We'll have to carry her out of the room. That's funny. That's the juror you don't want on the jury.
Yeah.
And Abby giving us another update. Now the person they are going to take is the 40-year-old man with kids whose wife was shot.
Huh.
What do you mean they're going to take?
Abby, can you please clarify they're going to take? I don't know if you can hear me, actually. Let me type that.
They're going to have to go back in the room again to do the selection. So
right. Well, if they gave us numbers, I had a little information about each of them, that at least of what I could hear, and I bet some people in the chat do, and certainly Abby Crossing and Joel and people there in the courtroom would have some good information as to them.
Good evening. What I'm trying to do is go through my outline to pick out the key topics I want to address so that we're not here for another hour and a half.
Good.
You guys have other places you would like to be at this hour, as do we. Did everyone hear when I discussed the concept of implicit bias earlier?
Yes.
Yes. You all agree that you will make a conscious effort to be aware of that if you were selected as a juror and in your deliberations.
Yes.
Okay. By a show of hands for the new ones, anyone in a leadership position? Okay, we got quite a few. I'm sorry.
He almost did it. He almost mentioned his name.
Okay. Do you have staff that work with you?
Yes, I have 2 staff that work with me right now. That I've owner operated for the last 13 years. So I've had a staff of 10 at times.
Okay. How do you, when you're a leader, try to draw out other people so that everyone is involved in a conversation?
You want to set up a process or a system to do that. You want to set up a process or system to do that. I think it's the easiest way that works to get everybody drawn in, kind of let everybody know. Let's have a system where we delegate. Everybody has a time to speak or give it a toss, and then we collectively come back.
And so, as a leader in that type of scenario, you would make sure that everyone's voice is heard.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Even the ones that don't really want to speak.
Everybody has to be heard.
Everyone has to be heard.
Correct.
Okay. Ma'am, what was your number? No. Yeah, 28. Thank you. I didn't have it written down properly. You raised your hand when I asked about leadership position. How do you avoid a misunderstanding
To clarify, I'm retired now, but I was still leadership.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
When you were working, and it would apply now too, how do you avoid misunderstandings when you're in a group setting?
Repeating what somebody said, making sure there's active listening.
Guys?
Communication. Going back to people, making sure that they repeat what's been said or repeat the question.
So in other words, not just listening, but comprehending. Okay. Does everyone agree with that?
Excellent.
Yes. For those new individuals, would you agree that we're all human, we make mistakes? That includes law enforcement, includes the state. Number 32, you said that your family was recently victim of a home invasion type of incident?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that, I assume that you all were home?
We were not. We were actually out of town and our cameras picked it up. So we called law enforcement as soon as we saw it and they came out and did their thing.
People arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you guys weren't home.
Yes, me too.
Did you do anything, heightened security after that?
I mean, we already had things in place for security, so we haven't taken extra measures on top of what we already have.
Is that something that you think about on any sort of regular basis?
Sure, yeah, of course.
Now, would that or could that be something that you would think about if you were selected as a juror in this case?
No, I think they're two different situations.
Yeah, one's a burglary, one's murder.
Number 29. Said that your uncle was murdered. Your wife's uncle, I'm sorry. How long ago was that?
About 10 years.
10 years? Was that here?
In Greenville.
In Greenville.
30 minutes away, east.
Were you all close to him?
I guess she was because it was her uncle, but not really. He was kind of in and out as far as just maybe an odd uncle. I don't know. You know, he was there, but I don't know that he was like super close. But the whole incident was a shock. But I mean, I don't know that I never really knew him to know like if he was involved, if it was he placed himself in a situation, or whether it's just wrong place, wrong time. I don't really know the details.
So you weren't very close to him, so this isn't something that you would carry into the jury room. Okay.
That's the civil engineer accountant that you just heard.
Number 27, I'm gonna come back to you on that. You had 2 family members that were murdered.
Family member and a very close friend.
Okay. How long ago was that?
I thought 17, but it's actually closer to 20 years ago.
And your friend?
6 years ago.
You still think about him?
Yes, my close friend, very much so. I was like that from my aunt, but we were close, but my friend, we were actually best friends.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Obviously, my client is charged with murder. And so you could anticipate that I'd be concerned that your experience with your friend and your aunt could impact how you feel in this case. When the state asked you about that, you said, I don't think it will bleed over. You don't think that it'll influence you. I don't think is kind of equivocal.
Yeah, medicated honest at that point, because I can't say right away that, it is absolutely wrong. But I don't carry that bias into the courtroom. I went in with evidence of the case and make a decision based on evidence.
But as you sit here, you can't say to me, Mr. Zellman, I'm not going to think about that at all.
Yeah, that'd be I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, you said that would be not.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Now, and you've heard the state say this a few times, and we probably addressed it when we were back in individual voir dire. The court's instruction is going to be that you can only rely on the evidence that's presented in court. But as you sit here, you can't tell me that I'm not going to think about that.
No, I can say that I would absolutely only rely on evidence of the case. When you're asking about thinking about the past cases of my aunt, or past incidents of my aunt, our best friend, and just as a human being, as the case goes on, if I saw pictures or images or something, I may have a thought about those too.
And that actually brings up a good point, sir. This is a murder case. There are going to be pictures from the crime scene, from the medical examiner. For those new prospective jurors, are you comfortable having to see some of those pictures in this case? Is anyone uncomfortable? If I can get a show of hands. Not that we like having to do this, but is anyone uncomfortable? No hands. Thank you.
Okay, come on, wrap up.
I'm going to go through briefly some of the hypotheticals that I used to discuss the burden of proof. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. Did everyone hear the bank robbery hypothetical that I addressed earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Number 33. So with that hypothetical, the first one, where the witnesses to the bank robbery identify the defendant, the surveillance video depicts the defendant, and the defense attorney gets up in closing argument and says, the state didn't prove it wasn't my client's twin brother. What kind of doubt is that creating or raising? You remember what we discussed earlier? What was discussed earlier with the prior panel?
Yeah.
What kind of doubt did we discuss? Anyone else remember? Number 27.
Speculative.
And speculative doubt is not what?
Not reasonable doubt.
Number 33 was the potential juror who answered everything yes, no, and nothing else.
Has anyone ever had a knee-jerk reaction? Jump to conclusions? Okay, I'm going to go on number 30. You ever jump to a conclusion before? You realize that you were wrong? In that moment, did you say something that you may have regretted?
Yes.
You realized that you were wrong.
Yes.
Everyone else have similar circumstances happen?
Yeah.
Boy. Judge Hankinson would be saying, is that all the questions you have?
Yeah. He said it was going to be quick. He didn't even pull out the questions he wanted to use while he was sitting there before he got up, and now he's shuffling through papers.
Yeah. You lose focus, you get tired, and he realized it's a futile event. Just pick the ones you don't like. You only need to pick 3. You get one. We should have this done in 30 minutes.
But I am sympathetic to him in the sense that if he thinks he needs the time, better to do it and
I
leave
agree.
it up fumbling than to rush through and miss something he needs to cover. I just
agree.
wish he were better organized at it, but whatever it takes, it takes.
But this is how I was telling you, in that second round, sometimes these jurors get in because you spend so much time with that first group, the second ones get in and you don't ask them any questions because you feel pressure to move on.
Right. And I'm with him entirely not to succumb to the pressure and do it in the way he thinks he needs to.
Right.
Even though even sitting
Number
here, it's getting tedious.
32, you indicated earlier that you had a family member who's retired law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
My husband's uncle is retired with Leon County Sheriff's Department and
I'm sorry.
and also worked for the governor.
Okay. Are you close with that individual?
Yes.
Do you hold is their opinion of you important to you?
Sure, yes.
Now, would you have any concern if you were selected as a juror in this case, heard all the evidence, and returned a verdict of not guilty, how your husband's uncle would feel?
No.
Okay, thank you. Same question for number 34. No concern? It's your husband.
They're cutting those two. Be curious to see how many challenges that defense still has left.
Still has, yeah.
Number 14, no, 20, sorry, 29. Yeah, my numbers are all messed up.
This is the clerk's friend and
Friends
uncle.
of family law enforcement?
Brother-in-law works for FDLE. He's Capitol Police. Know you, at least one of his mine are retired law enforcement.
Any concern about what they would think of you if you found somebody not guilty? Even of murder?
Sure, yes, sir.
Thank you. Number 27, you had?
Yeah, it's several friends, but they are several friends. They all work on back in Sarasota County.
Okay.
But no concern.
You're not concerned?
No.
Okay. Anyone else have their hand or paddle raised to law enforcement? Did we talk to you about that? Well, we can't talk to you about it again. So, but specific as to the new people. Sorry.
No backstory.
As to the new people, anyone been divorced? No divorces for the new people? Good for you.
Good for you.
I haven't been so lucky.
Oh my God, really?
What does that do to the people in the panel who have been divorced?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know why he went back to 29. If
For the
he's
new
got one
people.
strike left, you would think it would be 29. He's the analyst, got the close friend killed, the wife's uncle killed, the relative in law enforcement. He's an accountant and a civil engineer.
They're not keeping him.
This,
So why spend
this
more
said
time?
earlier for the prior panel,
Try to get it for
not
coffee.
something I would normally ask, and I apologize if it's offensive in any way. But just for those new people, can I see a raise of hands of anyone who has any knowledge of Judaism?
Here we go again.
There's certain events in our culture that are important in life events, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Can you give us some examples?
Referring to Judaism specifically?
Yes.
Bar mitzvahs is what comes to mind.
So now
Bar mitzvah being
Or a bat mitzvah for
Yes.
girls.
okay. Thank you. Anyone else familiar with Judaism?
I don't understand that question familiar with. It's so general.
They're going to make Judaism a big defense for Donna.
How do you feel about, some call them jailhouse informants or jailhouse snitches? How do you feel about them?
I can't say that I have an opinion.
You can't say you have an opinion?
Opinion about them.
Okay.
Or I haven't formulated an opinion.
Why do you think that somebody would, a jailhouse informant or a snitch would testify against somebody? What would motivate them?
I don't know, maybe they want to do the right thing, or maybe they get a quid pro quo out of it. They get something.
They get something in return?
Yeah, possibly like a lighter sentence, or I don't know, maybe they get like, I don't know, more benefits.
I'm sorry?
More benefits in jail, I don't know.
So do you judge their testimony more critically as because they're getting a benefit?
Not necessarily.
That's what the
Number 28. How do you feel about that?
Don't have an opinion on it, really.
The fact that they might be getting a benefit, is that something that you would consider in weighing their credibility?
I think I'd be more cautious to what they present.
Does everyone agree with what number 28 said? Be more cautious in what they say?
Yes.
Anyone in the new group disagree with that? Ma'am, do you disagree with that? Yes.
I would
No?
also be more comfortable.
I can't hear you.
I would also be cautious. Maybe one.
Thank you. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Please be it.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
We are going to take another break. Once again, I am going to instruct you not to speak to each other. You are definitely not to discuss the case. If you need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, you may do so at this time. Please return to the courtroom as quickly as possible after you've done so. The attorneys and the court reporter can join me in the jury room.
We should have a jury by 6:30.
Let's hope.
They only need 3,
Yeah.
and then they get 1 strike. Alternates you can pick in about 8 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You get a strike. You want number 19? No, you want, okay, done. Wow. So yeah, so Judaism is going to be, they're going to make a big play on Judaism. Yeah. And I think that's why maybe they hired Josh to be a lawyer in the case, because he's Jewish.
I don't disagree, Tim. I just don't understand the question.
Yeah.
Anybody familiar with Judaism? I mean, and he didn't pursue it.
No.
And so what does it get you to have some people say they know something about it?
I think everybody has a general
Exactly.
understanding of Judaism about, bar mitzvahs and, holidays, Sabbath, and
No, I didn't understand the question the first time he asked it. I still don't understand it.
Right.
Joe, can you repeat the question, please?
Which, the Judaism question?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he said, is anybody out, something like anybody out there familiar with Judaism?
Yeah, that seems odd.
Yeah, what does he, and then he takes the answer and then doesn't follow up a little with it.
Yeah, the one, she knew what a bar mitzvah is, but no more other questions than that.
Yeah. And the first time around, I don't even think he followed up that much.
Right. Jared made a good point that a devout Jewish person would be offended by the comments she said about putting the kids in Nazi uniforms.
Right.
That would tell those people what kind of person this woman is.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jared made another, he's not here, but on STS maybe a week or two ago when he was talking about Jewish like when they were serving shrimp. And he made the very, very clear and obviously correct point that shrimp is not even Jewish like. So, but I don't know. I mean, I assume they're going to bring it up and they're going to talk about, because that obviously was one of the differences between the Adelsons and Dan Markel, you know, the different view of the faith that each had.
Yeah.
But I don't think that question helped get them there.
Yeah, because I don't even think Donna were devout Jewish people. It was more like Dan was more devout.
Yeah, Dan was more devout, and my view, living in this area where, you know, this population where I am is heavily Italian, Catholic, and Jewish, and we have a lot in common. But my picture of Donna, the Adelsons, is what would be called social Jews, not really faithful to any particular tenets at all. Certainly not keeping kosher or anything like it, you know, keeping
Right.
2 sets of plates and staying away from shell food, any of that.
They're certainly not Hasidic Jews, that's for sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Jared's great to have.
Yes, he is, and he's right. But what did they get out of the question that said, "Are you acquainted?" and then not following up? Nothing.
And then he said, our religion.
He did.
And from Miami, so. And Charlie certainly didn't live a strict Jewish lifestyle.
Well, none of the Adelsons did. Charlie didn't lead a strict any religion lifestyle.
No, it was have a good time.
Hedonist. Mm-hmm. Oh, hedonist. That's probably right. That is the noun. I thought hedon sounded a little wrong, but you know, it conveyed meaning to you. So thank you.
I wonder.
Wait a minute. There's a person in the chat that I was saying that Reformed Jews are simply social Jews. No, I wasn't saying that at all.
I'm surprised he didn't ask if any of them are Jewish.
Yeah. But I will say, if anybody took what I said to me, and I was saying one, you know, let me just say Reformed Jews were just social Jews. I didn't mean to say that, and I wouldn't have said it because I don't believe it. So.
You know, I don't know if they asked this, a question we always ask in jury selection. Does anybody, because their religious beliefs, feel they can't sit in judgment of another person?
Mm-hmm.
And you'll be amazed how many people raise their hand when you ask that question. Jeff Lacoste said there were 8 atheist Jews. Does that mean they're Jewish, but they don't believe in the religion? Is that what that he's saying?
Somebody in the chat, because I said social Jew, said secular Jew, and I think that's probably a better way to put it. it is not necessarily following any of the stricter traditions, but
Mhm.
following the some of the rituals or some of the the dates during the year, like Hanukkah and other things,
Right.
but are not religious in the sense whether Reform, conservative, or more, or out to Hasidic,
Is that
not
how they,
following it that
is that
way.
like when they say a cafeteria style Catholic? You pick and choose what
Yeah.
parts you believe in?
Uh-huh. Well, I don't even know that it's that. It's the identity with Judaism or with Israel, and all of that is compared to a particular way of adhering to or being observant with regard to tenets of the faith. But I should stop now because since I got into trouble once already trying to explain it, and I'm probably not doing it well this time either.
Yeah.
But clearly Dan was observant in his faith.
Yeah, Jared thought, he made a comment saying that he was trying to say, is anybody Jewish, by asking that question in a roundabout way, and that might be right.
Well, on the faith, I know something about. There are Catholics that go to Mass on Easter and Christmas, would identify as Catholic with regard to a question if they were hospitalized,
Yep.
but don't follow any of the other pieces of it, but would identify as Catholic. I mean, I think in all faiths there are people like that.
Oh, 100%,
yeah.
100%.
And it's also part of growing up in a faith and in a tradition.
Right.
That's really important. Is anybody in the room who can tell us how many potential jurors have been brought to the room with the table in it to be questioned a little more?
I think they may excuse the person for cause who were killed. I think they'll be excused for cause without having them to come back.
Hmm. Too bad. If that's number 29, that's too bad because I liked him.
Yeah. Potential jurors are asking to go home. I'm sure. I'm sure the deputies want to go home.
Well, it's hard to believe there's anybody in that courtroom right now who doesn't want to go home.
See, the audience looked pretty sparse.
Yeah. Gallery, court personnel, lawyers on each side, potential jurors, those who have already been picked, judge, Donna. I mean, okay, Abby Crossing said that all the jurors are in the room and the lawyers, Donna, and the judge are back there by themselves.
Yeah, they're picking the next
They're
2
picking,
or
yeah.
3 jurors. I still don't know if we got 11 or 10 or 9 from the first go round. Potential jurors are talking to each other now. We got
But he told them not to.
We got bedlam in the courtroom now at this point. It's 7 hours later. We've got 11, so we only need 1 more. Is that right, Abby? Wow.
Well, then you need 3 alternates, though.
Yeah, but the alternates are quick. You don't get extra strikes.
All right.
You get one. So the next, you're only going to go through 5, right? You need 3. You both get a strike. You get through. So you only get the next 5 are going to be alternate. They're breaking rules already. Yeah. Well, those people are in the gallery, hopefully, that are talking.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the bailiffs are too tired, or half the staff probably left. What's a good bar walking from the courthouse? Hmm.
I wonder why he didn't ask something along the lines of, you know, I don't want to know about your particular faith or whatever, but is anybody, and I'm wording it badly now, would be offended at the idea that someone would make fun of someone's belief or non-belief system? You know, those sorts of questions, which wouldn't have had to focus directly on, do you know, are you familiar with Judaism? Because I suspect, and somebody in the chat said this, that you don't have to be Jewish to be offended that someone would, the Nazi uniform business, use that as a potential threat. I mean, against someone who does have a religious faith, or even someone who isn't Jewish would be offended by it. So it seems to me there were ways for them to get at what they wanted to get at about, that bias without asking that general question that I don't think got them much information.
Mm-hmm.
So.
2 jurors are sleeping, Abby said.
The ones who've been selected or the ones who are waiting to find out?
In the gallery.
In the gallery. Well, yeah, because they can see the writing on the wall. They're sitting there all day. They're sitting there now. They're hungry and they want to go home. And there probably is no chance they're going to be on this jury.
Yeah, the ones in the gallery are probably not going to make it back up there.
Yeah.
But we don't know how many strikes they have.
No, we don't, do we?
That's the only problem.
Mm-hmm. Abby Crossing said Joel's missing. She's going to go try to find him.
Joe's got to be worn out.
Mm-hmm.
And, when you're sitting in there not doing anything, it's harder than participating.
Right. And not being able to do anything for fear that you're going to get the judge's attention and then be in trouble.
To be fair, I just texted him and asked if he left. He says he's in the media room because it's warmer there.
Yeah.
Still cold?
Yeah, they keep that room cold. And I think they're trying to adjust it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty big courtroom.
Yeah.
So what time do we think this will realistically go to?
I think they'll be done in like 30 minutes.
Well, that's 15 minutes later than your
guest. By the time they come back, and then he selects them and then tells them what time, and then
gives them their don't talk and that whole speech. Yeah.
And then they got is this the jury? Yes. Defense, is this the jury? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to swear you in.
People are asking if we have a show tonight. So we are trying to figure that out. We don't know when this is going to end. We also have people inside who haven't had food or water for hours, which same with the jurors. They're all obviously exhausted, but this is only the beginning, and we have a trial that we all want to be well rested for.
Right.
So we're not going to try to overextend ourselves, but if Joel does have it in him to come on here and give us a 15, 20 minute recap of everything that he saw inside, we'll gladly do that. But I'm trying to check in with Joel to see if we want to do that. Either way, again, we're just sort of standing by like you guys, waiting for all of this to sort of be finalized.
Thank you for the information. Wonderful.
Yes, thank you very much. You're much better COE than the judge and the lawyers about telling us what's going on.
Right.
And thank you to Joe and Tim. For those of you guys that don't know, they are both volunteering their time and their expertise and their perspective. And we're very blessed and lucky to have them here explaining everything to us. And for many of us, it's the first time that we're seeing this entire process. And while it has been very long, it has also been very interesting. So thank you so much to both of you.
Oh, I get the same pay as last year?
Yeah, you tell Joel.
Yeah, I'm buying dinner.
And I'm not even getting that.
We owe you a dinner or 10.
It is, I mean, from the perspective of the citizen who comes in to do his or her civic duty, it is not a convenient or quick process. I mean, we really ask of people who are serving on juries in voir dire, and the people who spent the whole day and are not going to be on the jury. Maybe most of them are happy about it, but I suspect some of them feel, hey, I spent the whole day here. I would like to at least be able now to hear the trial. We ask a lot, and I think it's a great tribute to our system in America generally, that people are generally willing to do it, you know, and to give their time and do what's really important for everyone. State and defendants alike.
We do have a stop, Stacey. I'm talking. We do have another question here, but before that, I just wanted to thank everyone for being here. There have been some people that have been with us for 7 hours and 56 minutes. Wow. There are 8,700 of you across various platforms. So thank you if you've been with us for 1 minute or for almost 8 hours. Please remember to hit like and subscribe if you're new. If you are not new, thank you again for being here with us. Thank you to all of our STS mods who also volunteer their time. They're incredibly helpful, they're kind, and we are very grateful for them. A big shout out to Joel and Steve Cohen, who have been in Tallahassee. Shout out to Abby Crossing, who didn't know that she would be reporting for us. And a very big thanks to Space Coast, who is often undervalued because you guys don't see him, but he works double the amount of hours that we do because he has to prepare everything ahead of time. And when this is done, he goes back and edits everything for the audio platforms. So a big shout out to Space Coast and to all of you guys. Thanks so much. But we do have a question here from Baby Cakes 420. She's saying, question about the judge letting the potential jurors shout out their biz, especially the restaurant. Doesn't that open up jurors for more biz if they vote this way? Just seems to open the door for persuasion. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. I don't think the judge thinks that much into it since they're not identifying them, but they shout their business and construction company. The one restaurant is, I think it was Carrabba's. I don't know. I think it was the spouse that owned it or something, ran it.
Spouse, yeah. But the judge made, I think probably Baby Cakes 420 noticed it, not speaking for Baby Cakes 420, because the judge said to those who had their own businesses or work, you know, say it again clearly. You know, he didn't say you might drum up business, but here's your chance to publicize or advertise.
I think the jurors get $15 a day.
Yeah.
And parking. That's what they get.
And you can't count parking because that's a legitimate expense that they have to pay. They're not walking home with parking money. It's just that they're not out of pocket for it.
Right. That would take up to $15.
Mm-hmm.
Tim and Joe, people are asking what people are doing right now. What's going on right now?
They're doing the same thing they did before. They're trying to get the remaining 12 jurors and 3 alternates. And they're going to go back. They're going to start from the next ones that got put in that box. And let's just hope that they get through this panel and we don't have to go do more. Because then if they don't come back with a jury, shoot, it's going to be a while. It could go to 8 o'clock if they bust this panel up and kick these people off.
Tim, you made a 6:30 prediction that you moved
still
to
got-
6:45.
I
We
got
will
11
not be
minutes.
happy if you're going to move your prediction to 8 now.
Well, I still have 11 minutes for my prediction.
There you go. Well, you made 2. You've got 11 on the first and then
Well, I said by the
26 on
time-
the second. Yeah.
I said by the time they wrap, I told everybody there's not going to do any openings today. I told them that yesterday.
Well, that was pretty extraordinary. He was going to start at 11 and finish in time for openings. It just seemed incredible. I thought to myself, I mean, I don't have experience, obviously, with Tallahassee, but I thought to myself, has he not been listening to Josh Zellman at every motion that they've heard? That he thinks this is going to be quick?
Wait till cross-examination.
Oh, no. You said he'd be, now see, I'm going to hold you to this one. Your prediction was he'll be better on cross than jury.
And longer.
By better, I didn't assume you meant longer.
Well, I this is the first time I've seen Josh pick a jury.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unless he's starstruck, first time in front of the media and all the hype of this kind of a trial, I don't know if he does this in every trial. The questions and how long it took him.
Mm-hmm. Well, he was repetitive also.
Yeah.
Oh, very repetitive.
He was much more brief the second time, which is good.
Oh, yeah. Yes. But I think he realized that if he took as much time the second time as he did the first time, he ran the real risk of losing the entire jury for the whole trial.
I'm not sure. I don't know how you feel, Joe, about him always drinking his drink in front of the jury. I think that's a little put off because, the jurors aren't getting anything to drink.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he does it like, no big deal. You're peasants. I'm going to drink my drink. You sit there. And I wouldn't have done that in front of the jurors.
No, I wouldn't either. I think, if you've got a tickle in your throat and you have to, then you cough and now there's an explanation for it and they're going to realize that you're talking a lot. But no, I wouldn't do it either.
And he's dipped during the trial.
That's what people keep saying. I just don't notice things like that. That's really.
Well, he puts the thing up to him and he's not sucking it in. It's clearly dipping.
That's what I've seen in the chat a lot. I don't think I have ever seen someone dip, or if I have, it hasn't been pointed out to me so I can focus on what I need to see to know that's what's happening.
Sorry to interrupt here on the dipping, but Abby, if you're listening to us, give us an update on what's going on in the courtroom. If you have seen any kind of action. Again, if you are just joining us, we're just on standby. They are questioning jurors behind closed doors right now. The defense, the state, the judge, the defendant are all there. And we're just waiting. We're waiting for a couple more jurors for the entire jury to be seated. There are 4 prospective jurors in the gallery asleep, is what the latest update is from Abby. Now, Judge Everett did say that was allowed as long as there was no snoring, and that's not a joke. He did say that.
Well, there's nothing going on right now that they have to listen to. So, there wouldn't be any reason why they shouldn't be able to sleep if they want to.
Yeah. And so, right now we're just standing by. Joel says we're going to play things by ear in terms of the show later on. We're just, again, we have to wait to see how long this lasts. And I did want to give one more special shout out to Super Planner Girl. She's an STS member. Some of you may have noticed if you've ever missed a show and gone back to watch it on the replay that we have chapters. She goes back and volunteers her time and watches shows and puts in chapters for us. So a big shout out to Super Planner Girl.
Yeah, when on the dipping, I didn't mean today. When I've seen him do hearings, he's been dipping. That's what I meant, not today. It looked like he was drinking today.
Mm-hmm. But I've seen in the chat on several occasions someone saying they thought that's what he was doing. So, Yeah, now that's it's not a question, it's a comment here, but it could have been a question from Kay Louise. Joel needs a sweater. If he's that cold in air conditioning, did he bring a heavy sweater with him? And if not, why not?
Joel travels with sweaters, with jackets. It could be like 95 degrees outside and Joel's still in a hoodie. So I'm sure he took multiple sweaters and thick socks.
I see, but still not enough. Well, what about, when you go to a football game, I don't know what they're called, but you put them in pockets and things and you could put your hands on them and they're warmers.
Yeah, we used to use those during hurricanes and during the watch.
Oh my.
But for the record, Abby, who is also inside, says it's fine.
Yeah. Well, I'm fairly confident, without knowing, that you could get a heating pad that's battery operated and he could tape it to himself or just run it around himself and put a sweater over it and keep warm.
Yeah, well, I'll send him some suggestions after the show.
Oh, they got 5 more minutes before they come out of that room.
And what about for openings once they start, once a jury is seated? Are there any limitations usually with Leon County in terms of how long the opening statements can go for each side?
I missed that. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Is there any kind of time limitation?
No, he didn't. He didn't on the openings. He didn't give them time limitations.
But Georgia said 30 to 45 minutes.
Right.
And we don't know what the defense might do.
Yeah. Hankinson would have given him a time limit.
Mm-hmm.
This is an update from Joel, not on the jury, but on his state of being. He says he's been in the media room the last hour warming up. Joel, Abby, if you guys see any action, please let us know here in chat.
And we talked about this earlier, but both Tim and I think it will be Sarah Dugan who does the opening for the state. She did the opening in Charlie's trial, and she also is of the two the more detail-oriented and I wouldn't say organized, but more methodical. And I heard, as I said earlier today, Joel had done an interview with Georgia Kappelman 2 or 3 years ago, and that's how Georgia described Sarah. And she said they complement each other very well because Sarah's strengths and Georgia's strengths are in different areas. Georgia does big picture, and particularly in the opening, doing more than just big picture, but giving a real clear roadmap will be very helpful to the jury, and it helps the jury, if you're successful at it, picture what's going to come at the trial from the perspective that you want them to have. So it's very important, and Sarah has one of her strengths is there.
I agree. I think in my RICO trial in federal court, I did a 2.5-hour opening.
That's a long opening.
It was.
Now, would there ever be a benefit for that? Or because at that point, would you worry that you lose jurors if you go too long? You want to be effective, but not overdone?
Well, we had like so many different crimes, and we had slides and things I was showing that I kept a visual involvement with the jury, which is always good. If I would have just stood there for 2.5 hours, yeah, I would have been thrown out. But no, I kept it so that they were involved. And it worked out because we won the RICO case. All right. I got 2 minutes.
Only on your first prediction.
Yeah,
You've got 17 on the second prediction.
Oh, well, they should have a jury by now. That's 6.5 hours. You should be able to pick a jury in 6.5 hours.
Should have, would have, and could have is not going to pay for dinner tonight, Tim.
No. I don't know what are they going to do if I don't show up? We'll see if Monica brings her credit card.
Okay, they say that they're going back in session.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Let's hope.
Wow. And I had 30 seconds to spare.
You didn't yet because they haven't picked we don't know what the jury is. Oh, are you now going to quibble and say you meant at the point they did it, not at the point
I said
we knew
6:30.
it?
I said they'll be back at 6:30.
All right.
30 minutes.
Maybe that is what you said. I concede.
To our currently seated respective juror panel, we have been able to select a jury at this point. I did want to extend to everyone, thank you for honoring your summons and attending this process today. Although it has been time consuming, it has been very valuable in moving this matter forward, and we are not able to do our jobs without you. So with that, again, we give you our thanks. When I read the following numbers, you are to remain. Everyone else is excused at this time, and you will not need to return tomorrow or at any other point. Juror 1, you are to remain. Juror 2, you are to remain. Juror 5, you are to remain. Juror 23, you are to remain. Juror 11, you are to remain. Juror 14, you are to remain. Juror 25, you are to remain. Juror 27, you are to remain. Juror 28, you are to remain. Juror 29, you are to remain.
They kept it.
Juror 31, you are to remain. Juror 34, you are to remain. Juror 35, you are to remain. And Juror 36, you are to remain. Everyone else is excused at this time. Have a good evening. Please leave your number.
Woo-hoo.
I only counted 14 though. Did I miss someone?
I think that's it. They cut the feed.
But I only got 14, not 15 when he gave those numbers. In any event, they kept 29. He's the project manager, civil engineer, accountant who had his wife, uncle murdered and his close friend.
Wow.
I would have thought of that second group that he would have been the first one defense would have gone after.
Well,
But
they're saying only
really
two.
well.
Remaining jurors and alternates. Now the fun begins. Before you are sworn in this evening, does the state accept this jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the defense accept this jury as well?
Again.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mrs. Adelson, do you accept this as the jury to try your case?
Yes.
Members of the jury, the first official act that I'm going to ask of you is to stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn to take the oath of a juror.
You try again? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and this defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and evidence? If so, say I will.
I will.
Thank you.
You can be seated. Before you are released for this evening, I am going to give you some instructions. At this point, you are the selected jury in this case. The instructions that you received before concerning not discussing this case, not seeking out any information about this case, or reviewing any other news or speaking to anyone about this, this now applies specifically to you. Does anyone have any questions concerning the court's prior instructions on what the prohibitions are concerning information in this case? Number 5.
We tell our employer how long we're expected to be here.
Yes, you may. But as far as any other discussion about the case, that is not to take place. 36.
Yes, sir. Would there be any kind of form that I can present to my employer? Because I work for the state of Florida and they are very particular about, you know what I mean.
You need me to call somebody?
I mean.
There will be a form that will be provided to you from the clerk that outlines the fact that you've been selected for the jury and the length of the trial. Any other questions concerning that matter? All right. I believe earlier when we went into individual voir dire, we discussed that we would be working more or less a standard day. You are to report at 8:45 tomorrow, and we will expect to finish by around 5:30. It is important because you must move as a group for everyone to be on time. Also, as well, as ridiculous as this may sound, once you arrive, please use the bathroom before you come to the courthouse. If all 15 of you need to use the restroom, that is going to hold us up from getting started. The bailiffs are going to provide you information for parking throughout the duration of the trial. Also, as well, this is the courtroom that we will be in for the duration of the trial. It does vacillate between hot and cold. If you need to bring a jacket or light sweater so you're comfortable, please do so. You are always permitted to bring reading material with you during any breaks. However, again, you are not to discuss the case with each other, even now as selected jurors. You may discuss any other matters that are unrelated to the case during your service. You can talk about the weather. You can talk about how many wins you think FSU might get this year, but you can't talk about the case. Does anyone have a question concerning this? Yes, sir.
Sound like a kid, but what about food? Can we bring food?
You can bring food. I will also have some snacks that are back there for you. Went to Costco, bought them myself. Hopefully you like them. If you don't, you always have money and you can obtain what you need. Any other questions? There are no bad questions before you are released. Number 2.
Is the start time at 8:45 every morning?
You are to report at 8:45. We anticipate getting started by 9.
You report downstairs?
Yes. Please report to the area where you initially reported for jury selection. You're to move there as a group. Oh, 1 second.
We're going to take a minute and discuss coming up with them.
Very well. The bailiffs will explain to you where you will meet, but again, do not come up to the courtroom by yourself. You're to move as a group. Does everyone understand this? Any other questions before we part ways for the evening? 31.
I know it sounds silly, but still business casual for Frisco?
I'm not going to tell you what to wear. Wear something that you'll be comfortable in the courtroom with. Beyond that, I'm not going to critique your dress code. I'm not the principal at the high school. Yes, ma'am, 35.
Are we going to be in session on Labor Day? Is it the holiday now?
For Labor Day, we will not be having court. That is a recognized federal and state holiday for anyone who already has a Labor Day plan. This trial will not affect that. 29.
Just to verify, so right now we're talking about at least 2 weeks is what we're assuming. It could be shorter, could go longer, but is that a good?
We're anticipating the trial ending by September 5th, but if it possibly goes longer, certainly everyone will be made aware of this, so that way you can address any issues with work or other matters. Any other questions? Very well. I will see you tomorrow, bright and early. Again, please be mindful of the instructions that you've received. We will get started with the court's instructions, the opening statements, and then we will hear from the witnesses. Have a good night.
Well, Judge Everett certainly knows how to establish rapport with a jury, doesn't he?
He does. He's very good. So
we have a jury.
Yep. No change of venue.
No change of venue,
Could have
right?
told you that.
You did tell us that.
Right.
Ah,
And they kept that juror that had people murdered. I was surprised.
they did, and he's also the accountant analyst.
Wow.
I mean, it wasn't just that he had 2 people murdered. And I think he might also have said
The issue can be
that a law
argued now.
enforcement relative
Here we go.
or friend.
Mr. Zellman?
Oh, they got a motion.
Oh, and Harvey's in a suit and tie. Look at him.
I see Joel back there.
We're way in the back.
Mm-hmm.
I see Patty's Playhouse. Patty Wilson, she's there too.
Mm-hmm. I can't hear him.
Co-counsel, will withdraw the objection at this time for purposes of the opening.
Very well. Do the parties have anything further to raise that we have not already addressed through the process today for jury selection or other matters?
No, Your Honor.
All right, please report also by 8:30 tomorrow. We will wait for the jurors to arrive. You'll have the opportunity to defense if you need to speak to your client before we have the jurors there. Everyone can prepare for their openings. Are there any multimedia aspects to the openings that we need to address or you have not already worked out?
We will be having a presentation, but I'm familiar with how to use the courtroom technology.
All right, if you need to practice with that before we get started, please do, so we can move through seamlessly. We'll see you all tomorrow at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that was that.
Yeah.
Okay, so trying to get a hold of Joel, but I think the plan is he's gonna hop on this stream and just give us a quick 15-minute wrap update on everything.
Okay.
He needs a few minutes, obviously, to walk out and give us his update. As you guys know, Joel has been taking notes on the jurors, so he can give us a little bit more information on the jury that was just seated. But in the meantime, Joe and Tim, I realize it's now been 8 hours and 22 minutes, but if you have 10 or 15 more minutes to, give us your perspective and analysis until Joel hops on, we'd appreciate that.
Sure.
And I'm going to have to, I think I told you this, but at 5 to 7, I've got to go off. I can stay until then, but then I have to go off.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'm good till 7:30. Then I get to the restaurant.
Okay, great. And then if you guys in the chat have any questions, now is a perfect time. It was obviously a long day. There was a lot going on. There's a lot ahead of us as the trial begins tomorrow morning with opening statements. So if you guys have any questions, please put them in the chat. I'm going to be popping them up here for Joe and Tim. And Joel, I hope, knows that we're expecting him to hop on in a couple of minutes when he walks outside of the courtroom. Thanks so much, everyone.
It will definitely be interesting to hear his view of the jurors.
Yeah, that'd be great to get an idea of the makeup.
The demographics, yeah, the breakdown.
Yeah. So he's doing it pretty much the same as always.
Mhm.
Lawyers get there at 8:30, juror at 8:45, start at 9. That's the normal.
Mhm. Well, I'm surprised. I'm surprised at one that the state left on and at least one that the defense left on.
No, the defense does not have to tell the judge they're deferring their opening until after the state does their opening. And he'll say, okay, defense, are you giving an opening? They could say, judge, we're going to defer. And then he'll let the jury know they can defer theirs to the end of the state's case. And then they'll ask the state to call their first witness.
It's hard to believe after all the ups and downs to get this case to trial.
Yep.
That in fact, it's here.
There's a project manager that will probably be the foreman. That'd be interesting.
Do the juries in Tallahassee elect their foreman?
They do. First thing they do when they go back is to elect a four-person.
A four-person. In some jurisdictions, as you probably know, it's the person who's sitting in the correct seat in the jury box who automatically becomes foreman.
Oh, really? Yeah, no, they don't do that.
Yeah.
And I like when they have a question because the four-person usually signs their name. So when there's a question and deliberating, like in federal court, I always ask the judge if I can see the note. And one of the judges kind of knows what I'm doing, trying to figure out who the four-person is. And then sometimes he gives us the note, sometimes he doesn't.
And hopefully Joel can tell us which number I missed in the list.
Yeah.
Which would be better for me if I had been here all the time and could actually have little bios on all of them. But Joel should. Joel should.
Did I miss it? Did he swear I don't think he swore the jury in, did he?
No, I didn't see him do it either.
So they're not sworn yet. So double jeopardy has not attached yet.
That's right. Are you maybe he's planning on a catastrophe between now and 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Well, I'm surprised he didn't have 3 alternates.
He only has 2?
Yeah, that's what they say 14. I want to hear from Joel.
Well, that's what I counted, 14. I thought I missed a number. They said they were going to do 3. 1, 2, 5, 23, 11.
That's 14.
25, 27, 28.
Oh, they did swear him in.
Okay. Where were we when that happened?
I don't know. I missed. I don't know.
Yeah, why do they only have? They did 3 for Charlie, didn't they?
I think so. Yes, 14. Tallahassee is on Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah. Maybe the judge didn't list a number. I hope Joel has the answer to this. But those are the numbers I took down too, Julie Frew.
The bailiff the clerk would swear them in, not the bailiff.
Okay. Yeah, Debbie Martin said Everett said 3 alternates. That's what I heard him say also, but we're missing a number here because we only have 14. The judge said, Laura R. said the judge said 15 were sworn in. Well, then when he gave the number, he missed a number because all of us who counted it have 14.
Well, we just need to see how many numbers are in the jury box.
Well, we won't see it.
Well, Joel probably saw it.
Joe will have to, yeah.
Someone said there are 15. I'm sure that Jeff Burlew has already gotten an article out.
Well, he's in the courtroom, isn't he, or in the media room?
He
would know because he can see.
He's got his computer, yeah.
Kelly Wentworth thinks it's number 13 that we weren't given. I don't know. He didn't say 13. That was the first group, so I don't have any bio on 13 anyway. Okay, here's a question that I see. Are most jurors Dan Markel's age? That would make somebody cry. Donna cry. We don't know, Barbara, because we have not yet gotten a rundown, a conclusive rundown about who's on the jury. We do know that first group seemed to have a number of men, more men than women, and it sounded as though they were middle-aged somewhere, between maybe 30 and 30, 40. And one, as I recall what the chat was saying, one person who was around 50. And I see Catherine saying she thought I said number 1 was eliminated. No, it's on my list.
No, one's a juror.
Yeah, that's what I recorded Everett saying. Does the state of Florida not send out a questionnaire to the prospective jurors? Do they, Tim? I mean, most jurisdictions do that.
They don't.
So that makes more work, doesn't it?
It does make more work. And that's why he read that questionnaire. I don't believe they had a questionnaire went out in this case.
Here's another question. When Donna's attorney asked about whether the jurors have had their kids lie to them and could they tell, do we think that's Donna's defense, that Charlie lied about what was happening?
I think they're going to say the liars are the inmates, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do too.
And obviously Katie McDonough was a liar. She's trying to get a deal.
Mm-hmm.
And Lewis, can't trust what Lewis says.
Right.
But Lewis doesn't really hurt Donna like he did Charlie, right?
Exactly. I actually thought that example by Josh Zellman, of all the examples he could give about how you can evaluate whether someone is telling the truth or lying, was not a good example because he was using adults and children. And it seems to me he should really have focused a little more on, how you tell generally when somebody is lying rather than a parent to a 9-year-old.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the point he was trying to make, but I think he could have picked a better example. Yeah.
Well, I think he said he had 4 kids, so I think he was reliving his own personal experience. Mm-hmm. And I think the juror had kids too. And I think that's why he was using that example.
Okay, and Julie Frew says the defense had an objection about opening statements, but because of the late hour, they didn't raise it. Well, that's what he said at the end, at least for opening. So whatever the objection is, it may come in again once whatever the evidence is that they have the objection about.
Right.
Sought to be introduced. Now that's a little bit of a problem for the state because if they refer to it in opening and the defense succeeds on keeping it out in terms of the evidence, it's a little awkward, but
maybe there's something in the PowerPoint or the judge ruled that I don't know. We're just guessing. And I hate to just guess.
We are hearing from Leon County Courthouse that Georgia said that they initially were planning to get to 15, but they got to 14 and decided that 14 was enough.
Okay.
So both parties agreed to 2 alternates.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. This is what I am hearing from Abby and from Joel, but also we have, I believe, Joel joining us.
Hey, Joel.
Hey,
Hi,
what's
Joel.
up, Tim and Joe? How are you? Coming to you live from an abandoned parking lot somewhere in the middle of, I have no idea where, but looks like Crack Alley in Tallahassee. So if I either am offed or arrested by the police, you will know why. But business before pleasure, and Tim and I are supposed to get dinner. I am loopy right now. I warn you in advance. We'll get into the details in a second. But Tim, you have 2 people bailing on you for dinner. I cannot divulge their names, but one writes for the Tallahassee Democrat
Yeah.
And the other works for a network news organization. Neither of them can
Okay.
make it now.
So now I got 4.
Yeah, and then there were 4. But let's dive into the particulars here. It was a long and very grueling day. Not only did the judge not have a chance to grab lunch, which is unusual for Judge Stephen Everett. Most of the people who were there to serve, their civic duty as potential jurors, no one had lunch today, and that's because Judge Stephen Everett was determined to seat a jury. You know what? At the end of the day, he did. Now, you guys may have discussed this already, but the big question is, Judge Stephen Everett said he was going to have 15 jurors, 12 regular, 3 alternates, but we counted over and over, and we only saw 14 jurors selected. And I'm going to tell you exactly who they are in terms of makeup. 8 men, 6 women. Again, he said 15 jurors, but we only counted 14. Tim or Joe, did you guys get a different count by any chance?
No, we got 14, and everyone in the chat who responded when we said we only had 14 also said they only counted 14.
Joel?
Okay.
Joel?
Yes, COE, yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Our reporter on the ground, Abby Crossing,
Yes.
was able to confirm from Georgia that they were planning on doing 15, got to 14, and said 14 would be enough.
Okay. And we happened to cross paths. I walked out with Jeff Burlew of the Tallahassee Democrat, who is a long time, very well-respected reporter here. And who do we bump into but Georgia and Sarah? Both looked very pleased with the jury they sat. And unlike most places where prosecutors would literally just zip by you, they just stopped to say, hey, it was a long day. We said, yeah. They said it was a long day for us as well. And just basically told Jeff upon his questioning that we should expect a very similar roadmap in terms of the order of witnesses. So the implication, and they went on their way, they're all business, but the implication is, I think, that we're going to get a couple of first responders right out of the gates. We're going to get Jim Geiger, the next door neighbor, and his wife out of the gates. And it could happen as soon as tomorrow, but likely Monday, Wendi Adelson, because she was called very early in Charlie's trial. I keep saying I'm bad with the sort of the specifics and the particulars, but if someone wants to go back to Charlie's trial and figure out exactly when Wendi was called, it's going to be almost that to a T come this trial. So just let me get into the jury makeup real quick. These are people who seem, as all jury pools for the most part, they seem very earnest, very serious about their civic duty. So to break it up, first woman in the back row, this is now where the jurors will actually sit, is a black middle-aged woman, I would say 45 to 50, early 50s. The next person, a white middle-aged woman around the same age, like 45 to 52-ish, with whitish hair. The third juror in that jury box, another white middle-aged woman, again with graying hair, looks to be mid-40s, early 50s. And then on the far end of the jury box, so if you're facing the jury box, like where Judge Everett is, and you're looking at the jury box, there was then a woman sitting all by herself, far right, and she is appears to be a middle-aged Hispanic woman, probably 45 years old. They were spaced out in a weird order because of the way they eliminated jurors. So then in the front row now, you have a 40-year-old white male sitting next to a 55-year-old white woman sitting next to a 40-year-old African American male. I believe he is the only African American on the jury panel.
I thought you said one of the women was
I'm
African
sorry.
American.
The first woman is
Yeah.
correct. You are correct. That's why you're the professor and I am the pupil. So 2 African Americans, I believe. on this panel. Then next to the 40-year-old black male, you've got a 35-year-old white woman. Next to her, a 30-year-old white male. These are now people who are sitting. They actually put a row of seats in front of the gallery, so these people are now in front of the jury box. Again, a 30-year-old white male, a 60-year-old white male. He is the man I've already dubbed Sprinkler Man. He described himself as an irrigation technician, served 20 years in the military. He has a white goatee, shaved head. Looks like a military guy, an old school, just all American, all Tallahassee. Just seems like an honest, hardworking guy. I think he says he has 4 children, and he joked earlier in the day that his 2 youngest, 21 and 23, are both YouTubers. And Judge Stephen Everett said what my mother says, which is, wow, you must be embarrassed that your child's a YouTuber. To which he responded, no, my kids make more money than me, so I'm going to let them keep doing it. And everyone
Joe,
cracked
is
up.
that the juror who was number 14?
I believe so.
So he's also the one who was falsely arrested?
Correct. That's him.
Okay.
That is him. Yep. Correct. So that is him, and he strikes me just out of the gates as a jury 4-person type, like a in charge kind of guy. Bumped into him, and again, this is why it's so important to be at these trials, because I bumped into him in the men's room. He was talking to I don't talk to anybody when I'm in there, but all the prospective jurors were in there, and he was just kind of talking to everybody, not about the case, but just about the day. Hey, it's a long day. Just making small talk, but you could tell he's kind of the glue that was holding a lot of these people together. And then he already has made a friend, guy that he was walking around with, and that guy has like a salt and pepper beard and darker hair pulled back in a ponytail and kind of a thicker beard. And I would say he's about 45 years old. Looks like he's a fan of the Allman Brothers. So Sprinkler Man and I called him Mountain Man. Sprinkler Man and Mountain Man appear to be buddies, appear to be on the same wavelength, and are already kind of cruising through the courthouse together. Then you've got a guy that doesn't seem like he really fits in with the rest of the crew too much. He's a 25-year-old, really kind of thinnish white male, and he's sitting next to a 40-year-old white guy with a salt and pepper beard who's wearing a hoodie. Kind of looks like a retired skateboarder type, older, out of that, sort of out of that scene, but a little bit too old to still be that active a skateboarder. And then last but not least, a guy that looks like, I don't know, almost like he would be friends with Dan Markel in a weird way. He looks like he could be an academic type or an intellectual type. He's also a salt and pepper haired 40-year-old male. Obviously, these people all just came into contact with each other literally, the other day and then into today, some of them. So they don't know each other well, but it was interesting to see Sprinkler Man, aka Military Man, aka the 60-year-old guy with a goatee, already kind of hitting it off with Mountain Man, the guy with the ponytail and the pulled back hair. But they seem like they were asking a lot of questions. The judge said, "Do you have any questions for me?" Everything from, "Hey, do we get lunch?" to "What do I need to tell work?" to "How long is this going to last?" to am I going to miss FSU football, which is of course on everybody's mind, to "What do we do for Labor Day?" to which the judge said, "It's a federal holiday." So they seem like a real good bunch.
Excuse
I
me,
don't know
Joe,
if
I am going to have to cut off. I'll see you tomorrow.
Joe, thanks so much. I know you were on here for a long time today. We appreciate it very much. And COE, I'm hoping that this part, for those who are just joining or just want to see the tail end, that you'll be able to clip this as a separate video later for people to just check out what happened with all this. But Tim, one of the things I want to ask you about, because this came up, people were getting very frustrated with Josh on inside, feeling like he was asking the same questions and asking them slowly, and where he could have really sped it up a lot. So is there going to be a strategy in this trial? And I don't mean to sound aloof when I ask this, but is there going to be a strategy to go at a real slow pace and kind of drag things out, not deflect necessarily, but just to drag it out? Because what was happening is that they were losing the interest already of the prospective jurors. And if you lose the interest, you start to forget about all these bad facts. And if you don't know all the bad facts, maybe it's harder to convict. Is there anything to that, or am I just being harsh?
No, I think that's fair. They're going to confusion, delay, and they want to. You're right. They want to ask long questions, have the jury forget. They want to throw the prosecution off their case. Prosecution's got their thing planned, and it's going to be very programmed, and they know what they're going to, and they're going to try to throw it off as much as possible. Get the jury bored, get them tired so they don't hear or listen. And then if they get some confusion at the end, say, well, it's so confusing, you can't, there's beyond a reasonable doubt. That's going to be their goal.
Yeah. So I took a whole bunch of notes, and I'm not going to bore everyone with all of them. And I'm live chatting some of this. And if you guys are just tuning in, thank you so much. Just please, on the way in or the way out, hit that like button, subscribe. We've got a Patreon page, and we've got the best community. I would say best guests, but a better community. We do a live 3-panel show typically every night, which we will do going forward. Today was an unusual day because court ran so late, but please check us out moving forward if you haven't already done so. But I want to point out the obvious, and that is that Ruth, Phil, and Shelley were not here today. They wanted to be here for opening statements. They were very upset because they're like, whoa, we miscalculated it, and are going to miss opening statements. But as good fortune would have it for them, jury selection dragged out, which I didn't think it would, because as you know, Tim, Judge Stephen Everett is, he's a man of his word, and he's, he moves along in an expedited fashion. But today took longer than expected. So in the end, the Markels, I think, are arriving tonight, and they will be here. But the person who was here for all this, who eventually, I think, left later in the day, was Harvey Adelson. I got to say, he's got a tough thing to deal with. He's got to deal with a wife who most people in there are hostile towards, not openly, but they want, most people would like to see a conviction. I think it's fair to say that in this case. And so Harvey's sitting there alone. And Tim, I noticed, he's got his glasses on, but he has a hearing aid in each ear. He just seems a little
aloof.
A little aloof and just a little lost, and a hair off, just like almost like he doesn't really know why he's there and what he's there for. I don't know if he's just shell shocked, but and he's completely alone. Usually there's like a court advocate. I know that the Markels have one, but I didn't see him with anyone. Now physically he looks pretty strong. He looks like he's standing up straight. My dad at that age had a walker. He's perfectly mobile. He looks pretty good. As far as Donna goes, just going off my notes, some people commented in person that her hair looked darker today than in past days. You'll also notice she was wearing a white sweater with a little bit of cabling on it, and then that pinkish white checkered blouse. But she's wearing this headset, Tim, and I believe that's to help her with hearing. You would know this better than me, but I think it's some sort of hearing device to amplify the sound. Is that right?
That's right. That's exactly what that is.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't know if she needs it, but I think they're using it because people know that she's wearing that because she's a little old lady that needs help with her hearing.
So Joe, what I think happened in the jury room, I think they were going for 15, and I think they busted it, and they got 2 jurors, and they were going to have to call somebody else back in the gallery, and they all decided we'll just go with 2. We don't want to go through all that questioning. We just want to get done. That's what I think. That's what I think happened.
You're probably right, and I'm just wondering. The follow-up question, is that a mistake? Because I think again, I don't remember the particulars, but you guys will. And in Charlie's case, I don't know if they ended up bouncing an alternate, but what if 2 jurors get bounced the first week? What happens?
Then the parties have to agree to go to 11, and the defense never is going to agree to go 11. The more jurors, you got to get unanimous. So it could be a problem. It may not. I'm guessing that's why because they were always talking about 15. And the way they were cutting them, it looks like that's might have happened why they ended up at 14.
Yeah. So, Tim, if it were you and you're defending somebody and your two alternates are gone and now you're at 12 and suddenly that third is gone, you're protesting 11. You're not going to let your client be subject to 11 jurors deciding their fate, is what you're saying.
So we had that happen in a federal case during COVID, and we asked the judge for more alternates, and then the couple jurors got COVID, and then the judge says, well, one of them test positive. Will the defense go with 11? And we said no. So we had to stop the trial for a week and pause the trial while that person went through the COVID protocol. No defense lawyer is going to agree to 11.
Yeah. That's a wild scenario. And it was a long day. Everyone wanted to get out of there. I mean, literally everyone. And not to harp on this, but it's like 50 degrees in the courtroom and 110 in the media room. So everyone going back and forth, like, and everyone was just media wise, but also just the people who were in there. Everyone just said it was too long a day, no breaks really. I mean, aside from the short little ones. And so, I'm wondering if they made a mistake by not just gutting it out and getting that additional juror. But I'll tell you this again. Jeff and I bumped into Georgia and Sarah, and they look calm as can be. They don't have to me, they don't look like they have a worry in the world. It was interesting to hear a lot of the commentary. I was reading the chat about Josh Selman, Tim.
Yeah.
First of all, and this is no slight on Josh, but I thought he had about 10 years on me, and I find out I'm like maybe 10 years older than he is. But
Yeah.
I personally thought his style was much more agreeable with Tallahassee jury. He's a likable guy. He knew who I was when he walked in this morning, I'm pretty sure. And he kind of gave me a wide smile, and I smiled back. Much less intense than like Dan Rashbaum. Dan Rashbaum's much more what I'm used to in the Northeast, even though Dan's from Miami, but I'm used to that very type A, intense, got to win at all costs. But Josh seems a lot more sort of Tallahassee-like, a little more laid back in nature. But a lot of people said that they thought he was subpar. I thought he was doing a good job, but just, harping on some of these questions a little too much. But what do you think of his style?
Well, that's the first time I've seen him pick a jury, and Josh is a nice guy. He is personable. He's not uptight like Dan. He is local. He knows how to pick a jury. He knows how to try a case. I think some of his questions, he went a little too long, and it looked like he was just delaying the delay. Some of the questions, I wasn't sure what point he was trying to make. Like when he said, I'm from Miami. I wouldn't think that's a good thing to do when you're picking a jury in Tallahassee, because most people in Tallahassee don't care for the people or the lifestyle in Miami. That's why they live here. And then he mentioned about his religion. He said Jewish. He said about our religion.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the point he was trying to make there, but
by the way, I thought the way he I know what he was trying to say, but the way he worded it was very odd. He was trying to not be offensive, but he was offensive by the way he phrased it, because he kept saying, hey, he would preface it saying, I don't want to be offensive, but I want to know if anyone knows about Judaism. Like, which is sort of offensive, because these are very smart. This is when my mother says no offense, and then I know an insult's coming. That's exactly what this was. Like, these are very smart. I mean, for the most, I could tell right away. I mean, like, some of these people either, a lot of them went to FSU, and a lot of them work there now, and they're bright people. So he was like, didn't need to offend them. He could have just said, are you guys familiar with the Jewish religion or Judaism? But it was the way he phrased it that it came, and I could see jurors kind of looking at each other being like, why doesn't he just ask the question? And then they were like, yeah, we know there's bar mitzvahs, we know there's this, we know there's that. But then he didn't like really even carry, there was no
follow through.
Right. There was no follow through on the question, which was kind of.
I think the thing with Josh is Georgia is so personable. Sarah is so personable.
Yeah.
So when he gets up there, even he's not as personable as them. And it sometimes makes him look like he's a little cold, but he's not. He's really not. He's a pretty affable. I mean, he's much more affable than Jackie's going to be.
100%. He seems like a sweet, warm guy. I mean, for sure. He seems like a nice guy. By the way, is Sarah Catherine Dugan like an athlete or she looks like, I was looking at her. First of all, she wears like one of those one of those wristbands for that an athlete wears, but like she has like muscle striations like in her forearm. She looks like she was like a swimmer or something.
She was the Bat Girl at the University of Miami.
She was the what?
Bat Girl. For the University of Miami, the baseball team.
Oh,
and I think she is an athlete, and I think she does run. I think she's an avid athlete.
Runner. Yeah, she looks very, very athletic in there. I'll say that. And I think I wrote in the live chat, like when her and Georgia literally walk. They look like synchronized walkers or synchronized swimmers. They move in exact tandem. One of the things I love about Georgia, Tim, and you know this, her mom's her biggest fan. So when she walked in today, her mom was with her, and her mom just takes a seat. She gets to sit in the front row, but her mom was there last trial, and it was great to see her. And she's literally there just cheering her on. So they got Mama Kappelman in there. You know, one of the very uncomfortable and sort of disturbing and upsetting moments was early on when Donna looked back for the jurors. When they walk in, she has to turn around completely. And who does she lock eyes with? But Harvey, because Harvey's standing right there.
Yeah.
So she was trying to talk to Harvey. Harvey's deaf, so he's got to, probably read lips. And it was like a very sad's not the right word, but like a very disturbing moment. Like in that second, I was sort of picturing my own parents. And like, crime aside, this is they've been married for however many years, and now because of this horrific mistake and a horrific choice and horrific crime, they're now separated in these golden years. And it was very awkward, uncomfortable, and kind of made, it was a maddening moment because you kind of want to metaphorically choke Donna and be like, look at everything that you just ruined.
That's
and now you've got your husband here, and he's standing here clueless, looking at you, trying to make conversation with you. So that was a very, very strange moment. Also, Georgia was like a moment or two late, which is very uncharacteristic. So Judge Everett, he didn't say anything to her. He just kind of gave her a look, and she gave him a look, and everything was fine. Juror number 39 was a no-show today, so that's why they call in so many more than they need. And Tim, you know that better than anyone else. Now, what was interesting, Tim, most of these people had no idea who Donna Adelson was, why she was there. However, when Georgia and Zellman got up and they had to read their list of witnesses so there's no conflict, there were multiple people who knew, multiple prospective jurors who knew multiple witnesses on both the state and defense list. Were you surprised by that?
No, that's not uncommon, especially law enforcement or state agencies and stuff. They're gonna know people who are witnesses. I don't know if we talked about this I think we did a little bit about the informants, and that they're going to call, the defense is calling Mickey Easterwood.
Yeah.
So that means that those witnesses for the state are going to be allowed to be called.
Yeah, that's true. And Mickey was your client, Tim, is that right?
She was a former client of mine.
Yeah, and so that's interesting. So the jailhouse informants are going to be called, and apparently Mickey Easterwood is going to be called by the defense.
By the defense.
Yeah. So that's going to be a very interesting back and forth. And one of Josh Zellman's questions is, what do you think of jailhouse snitches? So that was obviously a very pointed question at that whole part of this case, which we're
But
going to.
that's going to be for McDonough, Lewis Rivera.
Yeah, that's true.
Those two, right? Not just the two female inmates.
That's a great point. It's going to be for them also, but he was setting the stage for that already. Georgia got up. She just said, we're going to fly through this now. She says, I want to identify leaders. Do we have any managers? And that's when a few people raised their hand and said that they're either upper management or middle management. And then she asked, is anybody uncomfortable with undercover operations? I got upset for my man, the bump man, but people did not have a problem. People had questions. Well, if it's entrapment, I have an issue. But if they're undercover for a good cause, I don't have a problem. But Tim, I mean, you're the defense attorney. How do you know if someone says, yeah, I have a problem with entrapment undercover, but I don't have a problem with them doing it for X, Y, or Z? How do you know they really don't have a problem with undercovers, Tim?
There's no entrapment in this case. There's not really an entrapment, because then the defense would have to say we committed the crime, but we only committed it because we were entrapped. They're not saying that. They're saying that the crime was committed unbeknownst to them, and they were just paying off protection money, right?
Yeah.
So entrapment does not really apply in this case.
Yeah. One of the very interesting lines of questions from Georgia, she asked these prospective jurors, what does a killer look like? And I was fascinated by that question because anytime I watched Dateline, by the way, Dennis Murphy, who wasn't feeling well for a bunch of months, thank God he's on the mend, and he was in the courtroom today. He's been working.
Dennis was there?
Yeah, he's been working on this episode for Dateline. He's going to come on Surviving the Survivor next week. He's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. Just to stand up.
I got to see him. He did the show I did. He did me. He interviewed me on that case.
He's a great guy, a really great guy. And from New Jersey, I might add. But Georgia asked the question, what does a killer look like? And it's like, does a killer look like the guy in Idaho who killed 4 people? Does a killer look like Donna Adelson? And some of the responses were really interesting, but it was a very important question. And then she took it to the next level, and she said to him, can a killer look like a granny? I was sort of surprised she was allowed to ask that question, but that's what their case is
theory. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, she knows what she's doing. They know where they're going. They know how they're going to get there. That's why they're so confident.
Yeah. And when she said that, can a killer look like a granny? And they all shook their head yes. I was like, Donna's screwed, man.
Did Georgia look at Donna when she said that?
I don't know because I was busy jotting down a note, but I would not be surprised that she did.
Yeah.
And that's, by the way, that is the level of this lawyering game, is to get to that level when you're asking that question and you're looking at the defendant. I mean, I got a chance to watch Tim in federal court yesterday. There's lawyers and there are lawyers. Within 30 seconds of Tim talking, he had his client out of detention on a case that he probably shouldn't be out. So there's levels to the game. But Josh Zellman then got up, Tim, as you know, and he kept talking about implicit bias. Like, again, if it's me, Georgia doesn't come in with any kind of theories of law or questions that Joe would ask. Like, don't ask, like, what implicit bias is. Just get out there with an example of what it is. But then he got into it, which is, okay, you have a bias of Judge Everett because he's in a robe, but if you see a biker, you think of him this way. So do you look at Donna, and a separate question, do you look at Donna and wonder what she did or didn't do? Like, wondering if they have an implicit bias already. So there are all these interesting questions. They go to a PowerPoint. We've been live for 9 hours straight. Is this a record? Probably not, though.
I think I did longer than that with Charlie's trial last year, 2 years ago.
Zellman talks about direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, all this stuff. One of the interesting things, Tim, they had a PowerPoint up. No, I don't think any of the cameras caught this, but
we did. We saw it.
And did you see there was a photo of Donna from like 10 years ago?
We didn't see that. I didn't see that.
So it says like Donna Sue Adelson versus the state of Florida with the case number. And then she's wearing these giant diamond earrings. And Abby Crossing and I looked at each other. She was actually the one who pointed it out. And we were looking at each other and we were like, why do they have this photo up? It seemed really odd, but it was, I guess, in preparation for some of the PowerPoint presentations that are coming tomorrow. One very interesting thing, juror number 18, and I'll be honest, I'll have to ask tomorrow if she was chosen or not, but she announced during voir dire that she is estranged from her family.
I think she is a juror.
I think she might be. And that's really interesting because she is the Rob Adelson of her family, right?
Right.
So again, just very quickly, the jury has been selected. Opening statements tomorrow will begin. Court will convene at 8:30 in the morning. We'll be there bright and early. But the jury has been seated, 8 men, 6 women. I'm not going to run through it all. I've tweeted it out at Podcast STS on Twitter at Podcast STS, and I'll put the makeup on Instagram later at Surviving the Survivor. I'll put it on our Facebook page as well. But it was a long day, Tim. At 11, we were like, how are they going to get to opening statements at 1? At 1, we were like, how are they going to get to opening statements at 3? At 3, we're like, are they going to get the opening statements? At 5, we're like, are they even going to be able to seat this jury? And then at 6
I
or
told you,
whatever.
Joel, there was no chance openings today. I told you that. No chance. And then they went back out and I said, we'll have a jury in 30 minutes. 29 minutes, he came back out that door, a jury seated.
Yeah. COE, I'm reading this on a cell phone, so I can't see anything. Do you want Tim and I to take 2-3 questions? And then I think we're going to wrap it up.
Are you going to go change? Or are you going to go like that?
I'm going to just go drop some stuff.
Okay.
At
You
the
know where
hotel.
we're going, right?
Yep. Yeah, I'll shoot you a text as soon as we're done. But
okay.
COE, any questions? Do I have permission to go eat?
I think you guys are good, unless you want to take questions. We've done questions for the last 9 hours, so I think we're all good.
Okay.
We'll pick up in the morning.
How are my children?
Everyone's great, but call me after the show.
Okay. Sounds good. Can you take us out of here, COE?
Will do. And again, if you're here with us, thank you so much. We were just live for 9 hours and 6 minutes, and so many of you hung out with us for most, if not all of those hours. So please remember to hit like, subscribe if you're new. Thank you to all of you who have been here with us for the entire day and for many, many months or years. We appreciate all of you guys.
Yeah, and if you like the show or appreciate the content, share it with a friend, please. That is the greatest gift you can give STS. Thank you, everybody.